The gray-haired doctor held the report in his hand and announced the devastating news. Lin Bei's genetic rating had dropped from the rare A grade to the common B grade. The hospital room fell into complete stillness, the air heavy with tension. Lin Bei leaned against the hospital bed, his gaze empty. Overnight, his status and future had completely collapsed. The door was suddenly pushed open with force. Jiang Ran entered with an air of indifference and carrying a designer handbag, her perfume masking the scent of disinfectant. A glimmer of hope briefly appeared on Lin Bei's face, but Jiang Ran coldly interrupted. "Let's break up. You've turned into a useless B grade." The contempt in her eyes barely concealed her calculating motives. An A-grade status meant privilege and security, things that Lin Bei no longer had.
Lin Bei's lips trembled.
He gritted his teeth but managed only a single word. "Leave." He turned his head away from her. Jiang Ran's mocking words carried a glimpse of her future plans. She'd already accepted the proposal of an A-grade tycoon, leaving him discarded. Before she could finish, Lin Bei began coughing violently, blood staining his hands, his heart racing uncontrollably. Darkness consumed his vision. The sharp blare of alarms pierced the air as doctors rushed into emergency action. Genetic data on the nearby screen fluctuated wildly. Chaos erupted throughout the hospital as Lin Bei's genetic chain suddenly reversed. Not disintegrating, but being remade. His Y chromosome's activity surged past 100%, forcibly breaking through the limits of S-grade. The doctor fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably, and exclaimed, "The sole savior of humanity has arrived." He quickly commanded the hospital be sealed off and a notification sent immediately to the Supreme Council. Lin Bei lay motionless as his body underwent a complete transformation, the agony burning like wildfire through him. When he reopened his eyes, the sterile scent in the air had vanished, and his former frailty was completely gone. A whole new beginning had been forged. Power coursed through his body, so overwhelming that he could hear the faint scuff of leather shoes against the carpet 20 meters away. A steady female voice came from beside his bed. "You're awake." Propping himself up, Lin Bei found himself surrounded by a group of sharply dressed special agents in black suits, their bearing intense and commanding. Closest to him stood a middle-aged woman in a military uniform adorned with gold stars, Director Gu Qing of the National Security Bureau. Gu Qing bowed slightly and introduced herself. 3 hours ago, your genes underwent a mutation, awakening you as the first S-grade male of the Daxia Federation. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, her voice trembling. Your Y chromosome activity has reached 100%. You guarantee male offspring without any genetic diseases. You're the world's only healthy seed. Silent tension enveloped the room as the agents in black held their breath. Lin Bei smirked faintly and raised an eyebrow. "So, are you planning to lock me up as some premium breeding resource, or dissect me for research?" Gu Qing stood at attention, her tone resolute. "Absolutely not. You are humanity's greatest treasure. The Supreme Council has approved your designation as a God-tier citizen." She handed him a silver briefcase. Inside, a black and gold identity card radiated prestige. "From this moment forward, you hold the highest authority in the Federation. All laws and administrative regulations must respect your personal will. You are free to travel, shop, party, or take vacations without any restrictions. The Federation will assign top-tier security to protect you at all times, and the estate, Heaven Summit, is at your disposal whenever you wish to move in." Lin Bei furrowed his brow slightly. "What if someone attempts to abduct me? Can you truly prevent that?" Gu Qing's confident smile widened. "That's precisely where the second plan comes in. Livestream your daily life to the entire population. Except for matters of privacy or sensitive activities, the national network will maintain a 24/7 broadcast. With billions of eyes watching you, any aggressor would face the wrath of the masses. In addition to the live stream, the Federation will provide you with a monthly allowance of 5 million credits. You can also cut off the live feed at any time to enjoy absolute privacy. Top-class security, a massive allowance, and boundless freedom. It was the ultimate lifestyle tailored perfectly for him. His heartbeat quickened as he broke into a dazzling smile. Deal. When do we start streaming? Gu Qing's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice choked with excitement as she struggled to respond. The Federation's broadcasting channels abruptly cleared their schedules, ready to stream an announcement that would shake the nation to its core. At that same moment, on the ring road surrounding the capital city, a black Maybach smoothly maneuvered through traffic. In the passenger seat, Jiang Ran casually fiddled with the Cartier diamond necklace around her neck, casting coquettish glances toward Chairman Wang in the driver's seat. Chairman Wang laughed boldly, giving Jiang Ran's thigh an indulgent squeeze. His tone dripping with pride, he said, "Stick with me, and you'll never have to worry about anything." Jiang Ran sneered, mocking her fallen ex-boyfriend. That pathetic loser has been kicked out of the advanced care ward and is probably crying his days away in the hallway. An A-grade man's world is where I truly belong. Chairman Wang nodded in satisfaction and turned on the car's holographic screen. Instead of the routine news broadcast, the screen cut straight to the grand doors of the advanced care ward, where bold golden letters shimmered across the display. The Federation's sole S-grade citizen, humanity's only hope. Chairman Wang slammed on the brakes, his face flushing crimson, hands trembling violently as he stammered, There's really an S-grade? A living legend. If he's willing to endorse my company, even just one word, I'd hand over half my shares without hesitation." Jiang Ran, caught off guard by the sudden stop, was almost strangled by the seatbelt. Her freshly applied lipstick smudged into a thick red streak down her chin. Fuming, she grabbed a tissue and muttered angrily, "He's just a man. What's the big deal?" The words were barely spoken when the hospital room's door slowly swung open. Dozens of national-level elite cameramen stood ready, their lenses focusing sharply on the entrance. A tall, composed young man with a radiant and clear countenance stepped forward at a deliberate pace. His indifferent gaze swept over the cameras, exuding a vitality far superior to the most exceptional A-grade males. Chairman Wang's face was filled with reverence, his breath halting. Jiang Ran instantly froze in place, her pupils constricted violently, and the limited edition lipstick in her hand slipped from her grasp, falling onto the leather cushion and rolling into the corner. She stared fixedly at the screen, her mind thundering with chaos, her vision blank. Lin Bai. The ex-boyfriend she had angrily scolded and kicked out just a few hours ago was now standing right before her, alive and unyielding. At the same time, atop the 69th floor of the Skydome Tower, the tallest building in the central business district of Jing City, a military helicopter landed. 8 fully armed Special Forces operatives swiftly took up their firing positions. Lin Bei disembarked the helicopter, escorted by Gu Qing, the director of the National Security Bureau. As they walked, Gu Qing introduced, "This entire floor, spanning 1,200 square meters, has been allocated for your private residence. It is equipped with a 4-tier identity recognition elevator, and apart from you, not even the highest-ranking parliamentarians can gain entry." Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Bei gazed down upon the steely forest of skyscrapers to the east and the Mother River to the north. The bustling grandeur of Jing City lay beneath his feet. The interior was opulent to an extreme, with an intelligent butler system fully integrated. The wine cabinet housed rare, exclusive vintages, and a small golf course was tucked into a corner of the luxurious living room. Security arrangements were impeccable. Even the cafe baristas, property managers, and nearby traffic officers had been replaced by elite operatives handpicked by Lin Bei. Gu Qing gestured towards a floating camera orb, asking if the live broadcast comment stream should be activated. Taking a small bite from an apple, Lin Bei nodded in approval. Beep! Instantly, the live comment section of the national broadcast channel swelled like a tidal wave before him. Within 20 minutes, the entire female population of the Federation fell into a frenzy. The viewership skyrocketed to 450 million, with comments flooding the screen chaotically. "Ah, there's really an S-class. He's devastatingly handsome. Front row announcement. He's my husband. This is the epitome of a perfect man. Honey, look at me." I own 80 properties. Have dinner with me. Is he the god of creating healthy boys? I'm bowing down. A faint, uncontrollable smile tugged at Lin Bei's lips. He couldn't help but marvel at the intensity of the frenzy unfolding before his eyes. It felt as though, in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, a succulent roasted meal had appeared, and the entire Federation was vying for a bite. Inside the Maybach, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Chairman Wang trembled all over, his face drenched in cold sweat, fixating on the bewildered and terrified Jiang Ran beside him. Her phone had crashed under the bombardment of overwhelming messages. The class group chat was flooded with hundreds, if not thousands, of it mentions and congratulatory texts. Jiang Ran, Sister Ran, check the national channel. Lin Bei has awakened as the singular S-Class. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life. The Skydome Mansion is waiting for you. Forget about old arguments. You're my idol now. Does Lin Bei need a maid? Incredible. Your judgment is insane. When will the wedding be? Jiang Ran felt cold all over, trembling as she stared at her phone. Her eyes filled with despair, and her heart constricted with pain as if pierced by daggers. The thought replayed in her mind ceaselessly. If only she had waited a little longer, if only she hadn't uttered that word, useless. The mansion and the glory would rightfully have been hers. Forcing a bitter smile, she pleaded with Chairman Wang. Take me back to see him. He loved me so much. I'll kneel and beg for forgiveness. Slap. A stinging slap landed fiercely across her face, her cheek instantly swelling. Chairman Wang, his eyes bloodshot, roared in anger. Get out! He's a god, and I'm nothing. You dumped him. Don't drag me down with you. Without hesitation, he kicked open the car door and shoved Jiang Ran out onto the curb before flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Jiang Ran collapsed onto the pavement, her gaze fixed on the giant screen displaying Lin Bei's composed and smiling visage. Bursting into tears, she felt despair wash over her like a rude awakening from a dream. Her hands trembling, she fumbled for her phone and hastily dialed his number. The moment the call connected, it was ruthlessly cut off. A mechanical, unemotional voice echoed from the screen. This number is classified as an SSS-level federal secret. You have been flagged by national security. Special forces will be dispatched to assess your situation within 3 minutes. Her phone slipped from her grasp and fell heavily to the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, her body crumpled, and she lay motionless, her eyes hollow. Meanwhile, inside the Skydome residence, Lin Bei remained unaware of the chaos unfolding in the outside world. He decisively ended the live broadcast and strode into the lavish bathroom. In the mirror, his body was transforming. His muscles grew rapidly, their contours sharp and defined, exuding immense power. His vision became so acute that he could discern the texture of an insect's wings from afar. Placing both hands firmly on the marble counter, cracks instantly split through its smooth surface. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hands, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. This strength had far exceeded the limits of normal human health. Unlocking his potential was only the beginning. A deeper, primal hunger surged within his consciousness, the yearning for superior genes, the call of evolution. He stared at his elongated, powerful hands, realizing that his transcendence of life itself had only just begun. The bathroom door creaked softly as Gu Qing entered. The heart knocked on the door, carrying a faint trace of nervous curiosity. The door opened to reveal Lin Bei, already changed into fresh clothes with damp and slightly disheveled hair. His aura was sharp and cold. Gu Qing's gaze fell on the cracked sink, and her face filled with shock as her fists clenched tightly. The micro-seismic sensor alarmed. The structure suffered a sudden high-pressure impact. Does it need reinforcement? She asked. Lin Bei responded nonchalantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. My hand slipped. He walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city traffic below. The hunger clawing inside him grew stronger, like a black hole absorbing energy. Only the most extraordinary female genes could satisfy it. Gu Qing handed him a gilded document, claiming that the Supreme Council had already initiated the seed plan, identifying a list of potential mates among billions of women to ensure the perfection of his genetic lineage. "Can we start the live stream now?" she asked softly. Lin Bei gave a slight nod, turning as he prepared to face billions of viewers. Ding, live stream of the God-class citizen has resumed. The viewer count skyrocketed. 300 million, 600 million, a billion, across the entirety of the Grand Xia Federation. Not a single person dared to look away. The nation held its breath, watching this momentous event unfold. Handpicked by the Federation, 10 stunningly beautiful women stood at the doors of an elevator reserved just for them. Their expressions were a blend of pride and nervousness, waiting for Lin Bei to simply nod and choose one as his bride. Lin Bei's gaze swept over them. His breathing hitched slightly as he leaned casually against the sofa. However, the fiery turmoil in his heart betrayed his outward calm. Among them was Su Qingying, the national movie queen dressed in a pure white qipao. Shen Ruobing, the cold and elegant business CEO. A genius biologist. A hardened female military instructor. Each was someone he once thought completely unattainable. The live stream comments section exploded, gasps and exclamations filling the feed. No one had ever seen such a scene before. These goddesses, poised and prideful, were now visibly restless. Shun Ruobing's eyes darted nervously, her breath quickened. Unintentionally, she undid one of her blouse buttons, subtly trying to display her sincerity to Lin Bei. Gu Qing handed over a genetic report, but Lin Bei waved it off before she could fully explain. "Line up. Come forward one by one and shake my hand," he ordered coldly. Billions of viewers were stunned into silence, as were the women themselves. Shun Ruobing was the first to step forward, stiffly making her way toward him. She lightly touched Lin Bei's palm. The instant their hands made contact, a paralyzing sensation surged through her mind. Her legs nearly buckled as she struggled to stay upright. Her demeanor turned coquettish, her fingers tracing patterns on Lin Bei's palm. Her gaze turned soft, expectant of a response. Yet, Lin Bei's eyes flickered with disappointment as he coldly withdrew his hand. "Next," he said bluntly. Shun Ruobing's face went pale, her eyes welling with tears as she retreated in dejection. The live stream comments erupted in disbelief. Shun Ruobing had been instantly rejected? This man's standards were impossibly high. The subsequent handshakes turned into a theatrical series of rejections. The national movie queen Su Qingying rejected outright. The genius scientist rejected without hesitation. One by one, the top tier of women were ruthlessly dismissed. The tension in the air thickened. Each rejection was a turning point, leaving the dazzling women on stage reeling from humiliation. In Beijing City's bustling pedestrian square, Jiang Ran knelt before a massive holographic screen, her eyes bloodshot. National security agents watched her coldly as she stared at the devastated, tearful heiresses on the live stream. Bitter envy surged within her heart. She ripped at her hair and clawed at her face, her nails drawing bright streaks of blood. "They're all worthless trash I wouldn't have wanted." Desperation and regret gnawed at her like serrated blades, tearing apart her soul until she coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, in the Sovereign Sky residence, the 9th handshake was about to take place. Gu Qing, drenched in sweat, began doubting Lin Bei's selection process. This time, the candidate was Yilin, a short-haired woman donning a military uniform, her palms calloused from combat, radiating the unyielding aura of a soldier. As her hand met Lin Bei's, an intense resonance erupted. Lin Bei's blood surged, and the deep-seated hunger rooted in his genes flared, like a shark scenting blood in the water. His gaze turned icy and fervent, and he tightly gripped Yilin's wrist. A faint crack resonated. Yilin's face flushed crimson. She didn't resist but instead appeared dazed, her breathing growing uneven as her body unconsciously leaned forward. Lin Bei's voice was hoarse yet decisive. "You stay." The live stream exploded into chaos. Billions of viewers flooded the comments with awe and excitement, exclaiming, "He chose the female war commander." Gu Qing felt a mixture of relief and apprehension, fearing he was slipping beyond her influence. Dragging Yilin by the hand, Lin Bei strode toward the bedroom without looking back. He gave an order, "End the live stream. Everyone else can leave." As the broadcast screen went dark, the fervent audience was locked outside the imposing red doors, their excitement bubbling into a frenzy. Inside the dimly lit room, Yilin stood just inches away, their breaths intertwining. The faint scent of gunpowder mixed with her subtle fragrance. Her hardened demeanor concealed the heightened vigilance of a veteran soldier. Faced with a man physically stronger than herself, her body instinctively tensed. Her rational mind demanded complete compliance, yet her survival instincts refused to fully lower their guard. Her voice came out cold. "Mr. Lin, according to protocol, further tests are required before reproduction." She was cut off as the mood shifted dramatically. She refused to go down without a fight. In the confined space of the room, Zhudong Chuji, testing the true capabilities of this S-rank combatant. Yilin tightened her core, swiftly extending her right hand to lock onto Lin Bei's wrist while raising her left leg in a rapid motion, executing a precise military grappling technique targeting his lower body. Her movements were sharp, avoiding vulnerabilities, designed only to subdue. A burst of fist wind struck Lin Bei's arm with brutal force, yet it didn't budge an inch. He smiled faintly, allowing Yilin to grip his wrist, his forearm muscles tensed like steel, utterly immovable. Yilin's gaze sharpened in concentration as Lin Bei countered, gripping her wrist bones with a swift reverse motion. His powerful grasp rapidly sealed off her leverage, propelling her backward as he pinned her against the door. With a dull thud, Yilin's wrists were caught in Lin Bei's single-handed grip, raised high above her head. Her body was forced upright, and the training uniform strained under the pull, outlining distinct contours. Lin Bei lowered his head, his gaze swept over her trembling chest, and he could feel the resonance of her heartbeat. Yilin's pupils contracted as she gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength to break free. Yet no matter how much power she exerted, Lin Bei's fingers remained resolute. The overwhelming disparity in strength filled her with despair as he pressed in closer, anchoring her firmly. In the struggle, the buttons of her training uniform were torn open, revealing a swath of pale, smooth collarbone. Yilin's nostrils flared slightly, and a fine layer of sweat formed on her forehead. Lin Bei bent towards her, his warm nose brushing against the lobe of her ear, his breaths damp and steady. She quivered slightly, her gaze unwavering despite the frailty in her voice as she whispered, "What I fear is you." Lin Bei chuckled softly, his lips brushing along the curve of her ear and gradually trailing towards her collarbone. At the moment of contact, an electrifying surge spread through her body. Ancient genetic impulses awakened, as a magnetic resonance between their bloodlines drew them together irresistibly. Yilin's hardened will collapsed instantly, her neck exposing in surrender. A muffled groan escaped her, and her fingers abandoned all resistance, clasping tightly around the back of his hand. Her eyes clouded and unfocused as she rose onto the tips of her toes, seeking the warmth of his lips. Their mouths met, and Lin Bei's mind held a single thought: this is what it means to be alive. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and strode purposefully towards the bedroom. They tumbled onto the soft double bed, dark green military uniforms left discarded on the floor. Silent combat gave way to the most primal rhythms of life. Lin Bei was acutely aware of the massive transformations unfolding within his body. Genetic chains shattered audibly, muscle fibers reorganized and densely multiplied, sensory perception sharpened to an unmatched degree. He could clearly track the delicate trajectory of tiny dust motes floating in the air, while the wind noises and footsteps from floors below resonated in his ears like amplified film scores. Time stood still within the fervent union. 2 hours later, gentle golden light filtered through gauzy curtains. The bedroom lay disheveled, the snow-white sheets sprinkled with traces of crimson blossoms. The iron-willed instructor Yilin, who had faced storms of bullets without flinching, now lay completely spent, collapsed over a pillow without an ounce of composure. Her face burned crimson, and even moving a single finger was beyond her. Her lips slightly parted, breaths coming in abrupt gasps, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and daze. A stark testament to the powerlessness she felt under such complete domination. Never had she imagined that she, of all people, would be utterly overwhelmed in sheer physical capability, not even having the chance to retaliate. Lin Bei rolled off the bed and stood upright, his naked upper body illuminated by the dim light, highlighting taut muscular lines brimming with explosive energy. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking sharply. Casually flexing his grip, he knew he could crush a hardened marble countertop with ease. His strength had transcended human limits. Yilin half opened her eyes, staring at his resolute silhouette. Her voice hoarse but tinged with awe, she muttered, "He's far more than just S-rank." As a battle-hardened soldier, her keen intuition sensed an astonishing metamorphosis within Lin Bei, something that transcended what official frameworks could ever classify. It was beyond the reported perfect reproductive form. Before she could finish her thought, she succumbed fully to sleep. Lin Bei offered no response. Draping a robe over himself and fastening it at the waist, he closed his eyes, calming the lingering echoes within his tempered body. After experiencing this second bout of evolution, he understood this. Only the first union with a resonator could shatter his genetic locks and ignite this leap. Repeating it with the same individual would diminish results, unable to defy the limits of fate. He knew that to achieve continuous advancement, he would need to open more blind boxes, finding additional resonators. Walking towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, hands tucked into his pockets, he surveyed the steel jungle of Jing City below. A holographic display circulated clips of him leaving the hospital, while covert national security operatives disguised as street cleaners patrolled watchfully at the street corners, missing no detail in their vigilance. Among the billions of women in the Grand Xia Federation, just how many carried the genetic echoes of ancient resonators? Those top-tier women that had once been dismissed, despite their beauty and wealth, failed to trigger genetic resonance and now faded into mediocrity, unworthy of significance. Lin Bei felt no fear. Behind him operated the vast machine of the state. Director Gu Qing of National Security held control over the Federation's most classified genetic database and was already plotting the seed plan, methodically selecting and delivering the nation's most promising resonators to him. He had no need to scour endlessly. He simply had to remain seated in Sky Realm residence, touching these women to identify and pinpoint the true resonators. The nation entrusted him with safeguarding humanity's future, while in return, he leveraged the state's resources to ascend towards ultimate evolution, a flawless two-way contract. He turned, stepping toward the bedroom entrance, ready to advance. At dawn, sunlight streamed in from the 68th floor of the skyscraper's sky dome. The vast floor-to-ceiling window allowed golden sunlight to stream in, casting dappled rays onto the messy bed. Lin Bei opened his eyes. His vision was enhanced to an extraordinary degree, seeing everything with absolute clarity. 100 meters away, a gecko crawled on a building wall, the texture of its adhesive feet vividly distinct. He took a deep breath, his gaze betraying a mix of subdued intoxication and a triumphant sense of mastery over all. On the bed, Yilin was still asleep, tear stains from her earlier crying clearly visible, evidence of having been overwhelmed by sheer power. Lin Bei sat up, the robe slipping off, revealing his muscular back, brimming with explosive strength. Slowly, he clenched his fist, the crisp crack of joints breaking the silence. His blood coursed, and his taut muscles felt like coiled strings. Second evolution, he muttered, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smirk. The untapped power hidden within his physique awaited the eruption of its next storm. These past 2 days had been utterly surreal. Lin Bei was immersed in it, barely containing his excitement. Outside the door came a gentle knock. "Mr. Lin, it's Gu Qing." Lin Bei, still in his robe, gestured for her to enter. Gu Qing stepped in, the heavy atmosphere of the room palpable. She avoided the scattered mess nearby and handed over an itinerary, her tone somber. The Supreme Council has decided to boost public morale. Live stream ratings are through the roof, but the masses want to see the savior in person. We've arranged for you to tour the CBD commercial district, a public appearance.
Lin Bai raised an eyebrow.
Tour? Exactly. The eyes of the entire Federation are fixed on you. A brief appearance will be enough to quell the fear and unrest. Security has been raised to the highest level, with 3,000 plainclothes agents on standby and a 5-kilometer radius under radio surveillance. He walked toward the window, looking down at the bustling city below, the urban sprawl like a busy ant colony. He chuckled inwardly. A tour? Like a zoo animal put on display as a national treasure. Still, he decided to see what his body could perceive in the midst of a crowd's tempestuous energy. He nodded. Let's go. At 10 a.m., Beijing's global pedestrian street. The streets were flooded with fervent enthusiasm, women waving support banners and screams ringing out like thunder. The male-to-female ratio of the crowd was an absurd 1:12, and the women practically worshipped Lin Bei as a deity. Livestream comment sections were inundated, and online viewers skyrocketed past 1.5 billion. He pushed open the car door, his resolute demeanor refusing the use of bulletproof shields, and stepped boldly into the sea of people. Yilin followed closely, visibly fatigued but with sharp, vigilant eyes, her hand tightly gripping the handle of her gun as she whispered reminders about the safety perimeter. Lin Bei gave no response, his senses fully alert. Within a 50-meter radius around him, every breath, heartbeat, and the friction of clothing against skin created a vivid, three-dimensional map in his mind. As they reached the central fountain, danger suddenly surged. Take action! A Silver Moon Society assassin, their disguise uncovered, fired a dark blue poison projectile. Now only 30 centimeters away from Lin Bei, the special agents reacted too slowly. Yilin roared, lunging forward in desperation. Time seemed to grind to a halt. The entire live-stream audience collectively held their breath. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, and the world seemed to move in slow motion. The assassin's eyes gleamed with malice, a droplet of venom glistening on the tip of the poisoned projectile. Despair was plainly written on Yilin's face.
Lin Bai moved.
Without retreating, he took a half-step forward, angling his body just enough to brush past the tip of the poison dart like a blade slipping by its edge. The assassin was stunned, his attack missing its mark. Lin Bei struck with lightning speed, his muscles exploding with raw power as his hand moved so fast it seemed to leave after images. Crack! The assassin's wrist was snapped in Lin Bei's iron grip, the poison dart clattering harmlessly to the ground. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. But the danger wasn't over. A second assassin leapt out, a vial of concentrated acid gleaming in his hand, aiming to hurl it directly at Lin Bei's face. In the crowd, gasps and screams erupted like a tidal wave. As the corrosive liquid was about to burst free, Lin Bei remained expressionless, his right hand shooting out to crush the second assassin's wrist with terrifying precision. His left hand snatched the glass vial mid-air, gripping it firmly. In one fluid motion, he flung the assassin 10 meters away, sending him crashing into the fountain with a heavy splash. A third assassin attempted to activate a self-destruct device, but Lin Bei closed the gap in a single step, his booted foot pressing down on the man's chest. A sharp crack reverberated across the pedestrian street, a ribcage brutally shattered. Silence blanketed the street for but a second before erupting into ecstatic cheers and deafening applause. God Lin! God Lin! The spectators were completely awestruck. The live stream chat blew up, overwhelming servers with the frenzy of comments, remarking on his speed, his strength, something no ordinary human could possess. Gu Qing and Yilin rushed to his side. Yilin's expression was a mix of shock and trepidation, her eyes betraying a deep unease. She knew what had just transpired exceeded the boundaries of human capability. Lin Bei calmly brushed the dust off his coat, his gaze piercing through the crowd to the distant clock tower, sensing a strange resonance within his genes. In a far alley, a woman clad in gray disappeared into the shadows, her aura distinct from the assassin's. Clearly another resonator. quite possibly a high-ranking member of the Silver Moon Society. Yi Lin, investigate the woman in gray, Lin Bei ordered coldly, his eyes flashing with both exhilaration and vigilant concern. The assassination attempt at the commercial street had become a matchstick igniting the simmering tension between clandestine forces. Later that night, on the 68th floor's private bathroom, Lin Bei stood shirtless. Water droplets rolled down his defined muscles. He picked up a wine glass but abruptly crushed it with his hand. Blood splattered before the wounds on his hand quickly closed on their own, showcasing a preternatural regenerative ability. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, his cold gaze laced with an undercurrent of unease. Moments of the day's battle replayed in his mind. The shattered wrist, the flying enemy, the snapped ribs. The precision and lack of hesitation in his actions unnerved him. A chill ran down his spine. It wasn't the changes within him that he feared, but rather, fearing that he felt no fear at all. Genes had not only reshaped his body but also rewritten his very soul. Lin Bei flicked the water droplets from his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. His body seemed to awaken to its innate hunting instinct, and a subconscious aura of a top predator began to rise from within. He did not resist this change. Instead, he became increasingly immersed in it. Since waking, the figure of Jiang Ran no longer lingered in his mind, replaced by the image of a woman dressed in gray, standing at the edge of a clock tower. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he seemed to foresee an inevitable reunion. At the rear entrance of the capital's National Security Bureau, within a cold and narrow alleyway, two fully armed Special Forces operatives roughly shoved Jiang Ran out of the iron gates. She fell onto the wet and frigid asphalt road, splattered with sewage. Exhausted from hours of interrogation, all traces of her once proud elegance were utterly gone. Interrogation completed. Currently, no charges can be brought against her. However, if she dares to come within a kilometer of Lin Bei, she will be executed immediately under charges of treason. The Special Forces operative stared at her coldly, his finger hovering over the trigger of his holstered gun. As the iron gates slammed shut, several of Jiang Ran's former university classmates happened to pass by. Seeing her disheveled and wretched state, they reacted with both shock and derision. The sound of smartphone shutters clicked as mocking laughter followed. She dumped Lin Bei? Seriously, how brain-dead can you be? Lin Bei now has Yi Lin beside him, that Special Forces soldier. And her? Lying in the mud. Jiang Ran's eyes locked onto them with a cold and silent intensity that froze the air, striking fear into their hearts and forcing them to flee in distress. In the distance, towering skyscrapers displayed massive advertisement screens, replaying the heroic footage of Lin Bei taking down 3 assassins. Under the gazes of countless admirers, he was like a god descending to earth. Jiang Ran's fingernails dug into the mud, drawing blood, her fingers trembling. Envy and rage consumed her as her world was turned completely upside down. The Lin Bei she once trampled on now stood high above, while she had fallen into an endless abyss. Her bitterness and twisted emotions transformed into a chilling curse as she watched his growing glory with venomous intent. Deep underground in the capital, within a luxurious and secretive private club, a woman cloaked in gray stormed in briskly. Tearing off her mask, she revealed a face of lethal beauty. Chu Yu, an elder of the Silver Moon Society. She approached a wine cabinet, snatched a bottle of Romanée-Conti, and took a sip. Fury surged through her as she threw the wineglass at the wall, shattering it into pieces and scattering liquid everywhere. Several female guards nearby froze in terror, holding their breath. Chu Yu's eyes glimmered with fanaticism as she declared, "His existence will overthrow the dominion of women like us. No matter the cost, he must die." No sooner had she spoken than her legs suddenly lost control, entangling themselves painfully. The agony spread uncontrollably, leaving her helpless despite her attempts to dig her nails into her thighs to regain composure. Her face was a canvas of humiliation and despair. In 30 years, no man had ever affected her so profoundly. Yet merely a distant 100-meter gaze from this man had ignited an unexplainable reaction within her. A body that had always rejected males had betrayed her. At that moment, the anomalous heat could not be denied. Everything screamed that this destined confrontation would be far more brutal than she had anticipated. She, proud as a wolf king, who had always regarded men as subservient, was now humiliated by her body's betrayal, her eyes blazing with hatred. 6 floors beneath Tianqiong Pavilion, the chief of the National Security Bureau, Gu Qing, wore a grim expression. All 3,000 special forces stationed there had been immediately isolated and quarantined. In front of a massive screen, frame-by-frame analysis had uncovered a critical lapse. A disguised female assassin, pretending to be pregnant, had bypassed the G4 security checkpoint when the alarm was deliberately tampered with for less than a second, allowing a non-metallic poison needle to penetrate security. There was a traitor inside the bureau, a high-ranking one. Furious, Gu Qing slammed the keyboard as he presented the breach right before their eyes. On the top floor, Yilin appeared, clad in a black tactical combat outfit, her steps decisive as she reported the disappearance of the gray-clad female enemy within a blind spot in the sewer system. Lin Bei toyed with a military dagger in his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. Using a faint trace of keratin DNA extracted from the scene, they began unraveling leads one strand at a time. A genetic hunt had commenced. At that very moment, the secured communications line rang. Gu Qing's voice came through, somber and heavy. The traitor had committed suicide, severing all leads, yet the storm only grew fiercer. Lin Bei gazed at the dagger, his smile deepening. This Silver Moon Society is no ordinary enemy. Faced with the bureau chief's plea regarding strategic appeasements needed at a banquet, Lin Bei responded curtly, "Go." Tossing the dagger, its blade embedded itself into the desk, the tremor resonating unanswered. His tone was calm, calculating. Prey must be lured into a trap. That's the only way the game gets interesting. At Yunding Grand Hotel in the capital, security was impenetrable. The surrounding 3 kilometers were locked down, drones buzzed in the skies, and the ground was strewn with special forces. The banquet was as grand as a battlefield in its opulence. Chu Yu, dressed in a striking red gown, stood at its center, her bare face radiating an intimidating sharpness amid mocking whispers. To her, the guests flitting about appeared as nothing more than a mass of frenzied cats. A voice came through her earpiece, and tension gripped her. Clenching her wineglass tightly, unease surged within her. With a cold smile, she whispered to herself, "The national mascot, at best, he's just a brute. Tonight, I will expose his weaknesses." The grand doors of the hall opened, and all chatter instantly ceased. Lin Bei entered, clad in a tailored black suit, his collar slightly undone, exuding both a composed arrogance and unshakable steadiness. One arm rested on Yilin's waist, the other casually in his pocket as he strode through the crowd. An intangible aura of dominance enveloped the room instantly, like a panther sauntering amidst fanned peacock feathers. Every woman held her breath, their minds briefly shattering. Among them, a billionaire businesswoman's gaze. Stunned and captivated, the wineglass trembled, spilling red wine, yet the gaze remained unshaken. It was a submission rooted deep within the genetics, an irresistible force sweeping across. Lin Bei's expression was calm, his heightened senses capturing the rapid heartbeats of women in the banquet hall. The moment he stepped in, he had already perceived the presence of a powerful resonator. Through the earpiece echoed Gu Qing's shocked voice. "Mr. Lin, the DNA comparison results of the man in gray have come in. She's right ahead on the 2nd floor. Chu Yu, the heiress of the Yunding group." Lin Bei chuckled lightly, his gaze piercing through the crowd, instantly locking onto Chu Yu on the 2nd floor. Her entire body stiffened, sensing the sharp, snake-like gaze upon her. The biting remarks she had prepared froze in her throat, leaving her body tingling uncontrollably. Ignoring the flirtations of the socialites around him, Lin Bei headed straight for the staircase. The crowd naturally parted, clearing a path for him. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he stopped 3 steps away from Chu Yu, his voice low and deliberate. "Miss Chu, your opinion of me isn't very high, is it?" Chu Yu gripped her wineglass tightly, her haughty demeanor unwavering. Impressive strength, but in a civilized society, brute force doesn't solve problems. "In my eyes, you're just a packaged resource." The surrounding dignitaries and socialites were visibly stunned, utterly shocked that someone would dare refer to a God-class citizen as merely a resource, clearly insane. Rather than being angered, Lin Bei took a step closer, his presence invading Chu Yu's personal space. "Is that so?" He leaned in closer, whispering near her ear. "Then why is Miss Chu trembling?" Chu Yu stiffly denied it, but her trembling voice betrayed her fear. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with amusement. "If I'm just a resource, shouldn't you personally verify it?" Suddenly, he extended his right hand, palm open, an undeniable invitation. All eyes in the hall zeroed in on the two, the tension between them palpable. After a momentary hesitation, Chu Yu placed her delicate hand in his. Immediately, her mind erupted like a firework, as 50 years of genetic resonance ignited like an explosive spark. The S-class life force within Lin Bei roared like a dragon, awakening ancient genes lying dormant within Chu Yu. Her pupils dilated sharply, her face flushed with an unnatural crimson, and her entire body surged with rising heat. Her cells screamed for proximity, and suppressed moans nearly escaped her lips. Her instincts rebelled against her rationality. Her legs weakened, her knees trembled, as though she might collapse on the spot. Lin Bei swiftly caught her by the waist, holding her steady. Softly murmuring, he remarked, "So soft." To the onlookers, the ice-cold heiress of Yunding Group had melted the moment their hands touched, and had practically thrown herself into his arms. The socialites were seething with envy as the livestream's comment section exploded. "Holy crap! The Yunding heiress just crumbled. S-class allure is overpowering. Just a handshake made her knees give out." Chu Yu's gaze says it all. She wants to sink her teeth into him. "Miss Chu, steady yourself." Lin Bei's voice carried with it the provocation of a victor. Chu Yu panted heavily, his encroaching presence like a toxic invasion, leaving her mind in complete disarray and steeped in humiliation. As she struggled to break free, Lin Bei gentlemanly released her, adjusting her dress with a calm and composed demeanor, leaving an indelible lingering impression. Clutching the railing tightly as the wind disheveled her hair, Chu Yu's gaze locked onto Lin Bei's departing figure, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes burned with resentment yet were void of resolution. Lin Bei, undeterred, walked away with Yi Lin toward the heart of the banquet, with no signs of nostalgia. Late at night, within the confines of Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei washed away the day's weariness, standing bare-chested by the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at his reflection in the glass. Yi Lin entered silently, delivering news in a soft voice. "Chu Yu has returned to her apartment."
Lin Bei smiled faintly.
"There's no rush. She'll come to us of her own accord." With a wave of his hand, he signaled that there was no need for national security to intervene. Just keep surveillance on Yunding Group steady, and suppress any news about Chu Yu. At the same time, Chu Yu returned home, not bothering to change, instead plunging directly into an icy, bone-chilling bathtub. She clenched her teeth as the freezing water bit into her skin, while she was left with the burning sensation of his touch in her palm. Hatred and humiliation intertwined, and she roared silently inside, "He must be killed!" Closing her eyes, that arrogant, indifferent gaze and the handshake that had left her trembling replayed endlessly in her mind. The next morning, within Tianqiong residence, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating fragments of wood scattered across the floor and shards of a shattered wineglass. Lin Bei, bare-chested, sat on the couch, his hand gripping a dagger, slicing through solid oak with such force it splintered into two uneven halves. His brows furrowed slightly. Although his strength was remarkable, it was difficult to control. Tossing the dagger aside, he clenched his fists, silently warning himself, "I must channel this raw power into precise control." In a high-end hospital in Jing City, Chuyu lay in a VIP ward, her temperature visibly climbing on the thermometer in her hand. The doctors were helpless. The source of the infection remained a mystery. Her right hand trembled incessantly, the residual heat from last night's handshake still scorching her defenses and provoking her body's immune responses. The icy bath had worsened the toll on her body. Gritting her teeth and fueled by suppressed fury, she ordered, "Cease all assassination attempts. Activate the intelligence network. I want to know his every move. He won't escape again." On the third basement level of a training facility, Lin Bei, clad in a black athletic tank, faced off against Yilin, donned in tightly fitted combat gear, her taut muscles rippling as she pointed out coolly, "Your bursts of power are incredible, but you completely lack control. Yesterday, your elimination of the 3 assassins relied purely on brute force. Instinct, in this case, became a dangerous liability." Lin Bei's brows raised slightly, turned to the edge, ready to face the challenge. Lin Bei approached an automated ball launching machine, pressing the button for the highest speed, 150 kilometers per hour. Tennis balls shot out like cannonballs. Lin Bei quickly tracked their trajectory, his right leg forcefully shifting to make way, but his overexertion caused the floor mat beneath him to crack with a snap, throwing him off balance. 2 high-velocity tennis balls struck his left shoulder with obvious pain. Had it been an average person, their bones would have easily fractured. On the 6th underground level, special agents monitored the screens, shaking their heads with sighs. Physically, he's godlike, but his combat habits are severely lacking. His bursts of power are too raw and unrefined. One person explained, "He's nothing more than a college student. The High Council values reproductive potential, not battlefield prowess." Back on the training ground, Lin Bei steadied himself, gazing at the shattered floor mat before scratching the back of his head with a bitter smile. Yilin turned off the ball machine, her tone patient yet firm as she pointed out that his power release wasted too much energy. Lin Bei closed his eyes, replaying the counterattack scene from the previous day in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the violent impulse boiling inside him, his gaze sharp as he gestured for her to restart. The machine whirred to life again, launching tennis balls at breakneck speed. This time, Lin Bei lightly shifted his shoulders, moving with minimal effort to evade the balls. He refrained from unnecessary leaping or wasting an ounce of force. The ball brushed past his shoulder, but he remained calm and composed, each movement incredibly efficient. Under the relentless barrage, he moved like a phantom, seamlessly dodging with ease. When the final ball was fired straight at his face, Lin Bei raised his hand, his 5 fingers closing around it with perfect control. The ball didn't deform at all in his grasp. In the surveillance room, the special agents fell silent, their eyes wide with shock. In less than 30 minutes, he's mastered power regulation to the level of a professional athlete. His neural reflexes are astonishingly quick. Back on the training ground, Yilin's gaze narrowed slightly before she lunged directly at Lin Bei, throwing herself into the fray. Her fists came at him with fierce precision, while Lin Bei's keen instincts flared instantly as her sudden attack broke through. Yilin executed a grappling hold, her legs wrapping tightly around his neck as she arched backward, securing his right arm in an arm lock. The two of them crashed onto the mat, locked together in a tight grapple. Lin Bei didn't rely on brute strength. Instead, he used subtle muscle adjustments to skillfully twist his joints, alleviating the tension of the hold. Without breaking stride, his left hand gripped Yilin's belt, powering into a forceful reversal that shifted him from defense to offense. Pinning her beneath him, his presence bore down heavily like a mountain. Yilin's chest rose and fell rapidly, her expression complicated. At that moment, she realized that the man before her was learning faster than she could have ever imagined. If this continued, she feared there would come a time when she could no longer teach him. Gazing up at Lin Bei, his calm eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. He simply said, "Your technique's not bad." At the National Security Bureau, Director Gu Qing stared intently at the screen. Lin Bei's textbook-perfect counterattack movements left him stunned, causing the teacup in his hand to slip and spill tea across his lap. Unbothered, he muttered to himself, "There are secrets hidden within this S-rank individual that go far beyond what meets the eye." In Tianqiangju's training hall, Lin Bei released Yi Lin and got to his feet. His eyes lingered on his strong, dexterous hands, a satisfied expression emerging on his face. In a low voice, he announced, "Combat warm-up complete." Lin Bei glanced at Yi Lin, who was still catching her breath, and said simply, "This afternoon's plan. Underground shooting range. I want to handle real firearms." At precisely 2 p.m., he donned a ballistic vest, ready to depart. The training room doors abruptly swung open as Gu Qing entered, flanked by 3 lab-coated specialists. "Mr. Lin, as per the standard procedure for the Fire Seed project, within 72 hours, deeper genetic testing will need to be conducted on Yi Lin." Lin Bei discarded his vest, his expression darkening. Yi Lin wasn't just his bodyguard. She was the first seed of the Fire Seed project. Yi Lin stood at attention, her face emotionless, as she departed with the medical team. The training ground fell eerily quiet. Alone, Lin Bei ascended to the 68th floor, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows. His gaze pierced through the bustling streets of the CBD below. In the crowd, 9.5 out of every 10 people were women. But today, his vision carried something more, hopeful anticipation. If Yi Lin was truly pregnant, this was no longer cold, lifeless experimental data, but a living, breathing embryo. The first male infant without any genetic defects in 50 years was within reach. This report would carry more weight than any words, proving his existence and commitment. The child would faithfully inherit his bloodline. Meanwhile, the multipurpose room adjacent to the master bedroom had been transformed into a high-tech testing chamber. Yi Lin lay flat, 3 blood extraction tubes connected to her arm, while white light flickered overhead. Her expression remained calm. Her heartbeat quickened, but her demeanor betrayed no trace of emotion. 40 minutes later, the door slowly opened. Gu Qing paced anxiously, ignoring the incessant vibration of his phone, which had gone off 7 times without an answer. Zhou, the chief expert from the Federal Genetics Research Institute, emerged gripping a report tightly, his lips trembling. "Successful conception." The air seemed to freeze. "We've confirmed the implantation signal of a fertilized egg on a genetic level. Determining the embryo's gender and chromosomes will require another 28 days. Professor Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice quivering. "This is the highest genetic activity indicator I've seen in 40 years. None come close." Gu Qing clenched his fists in silence. She headed quickly back toward the training hall. Lin Bei held a thin, wafer-like wooden fragment in his hand before pausing mid-move. "She's pregnant." Gu Qing's voice rang out like a crack of thunder. Lin Bei slowly set the fragment down, lowering his head to carefully clear away the debris. "Gender. Too early, we need to wait." He fell silent, taking a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his excitement. At long last, he was going to be a father. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had always yearned for this sense of belonging. This time, his bloodline would truly exist. 15 minutes later, the national television network unexpectedly interrupted all programming. The screen displayed the emblem of the Federal Supreme Council, paired with solemn music and bold red letters. The announcement was about to be revealed. Phase 1 notification of the Spark Plan. The embryo from the partner of Lin Bei, the Federation's sole S-class citizen, was confirmed to have successfully conceived, with gene activity levels reaching an unprecedented historic peak. Gender and chromosomes would be announced in 28 days. The entire Federation was stunned upon hearing this. On screens everywhere, the comment feeds froze in stillness for mere seconds before erupting with emotion. Tears, prayers, and anticipations cascaded like a tidal wave, overwhelming servers to the edge of collapse, resulting in emergency expansion overnight. In a dilapidated rental room within a rundown urban village in Jing City, Jiang Ran curled up on a bed. The light from her phone revealed a non-stop flood of comments rolling across the screen. Just days ago, she had berated Lin Bei as a B-class failure. Yet now, his woman was pregnant, and the nation was celebrating the salvation of humanity. Her gaze turned icy as she recalled what Lin Bei had been like when he was still a class. His shy smile, quietly sharing stipends with her, buying ginger tea in heavy rain, the clumsy warmth of knitting scarves. He was ridiculed by her, yet he had hid the gifts sheepishly nonetheless. Now, lying on a hospital bed, he had heard her, heels clicking sharply, spitefully declaring, "You're not good enough for me anymore." Her nails dug deep into her palms. The melancholy tugging at the corners of her mouth silently spoke of brokenness. Her world had suddenly collapsed, her credit frozen, academic records restricted, jobs rejected threefold, and people avoiding her like the plague. She stared at the mold-speckled ceiling and muttered, 28 days, 28 more days to wait. Doubt and fear intertwined in the depths of her mind. The future was uncertain. Would it be a girl or a boy, healthy or abnormal? She felt an overwhelming weakness, yet unable to let go. In a VIP ward of Jing City's elite private hospital, Chiu bit down on the remote control as the television froze on the announcement of success. Successful conception. Gene activity at its peak. This signified that in 28 days, Lin Bei would transition from being a theoretical hope to becoming humanity's fully proven beacon of survival. The nation's level of protection for him would instantly escalate to an almost obsessive degree. Any threats made against him would come at a tenfold cost. She shut her eyes tight. Anger should have been boiling within her, prompting her to summon the leadership of the Silver Moon Society to plan countermeasures immediately. Yet the image flashing through her mind was not that of fury but of a tightly grasped hand from a particular night. A surge of conflicting emotions colliding, a clash of calm and impulse, an indescribable surge boiling within her. That hand, defined and slender, had firmly encircled her waist. Beneath the soft laugh, the words, "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Chu." She abruptly opened her eyes. Her palms burned not with rage, but with an entirely different kind of heat. She bit down on her tongue, tasting the metallic tang of iron as her gaze fell again on that cold, indifferent profile on the screen. One that seemed severed from the world. 28 days. That number reverberated in her mind. The sun dipped below the horizon, wordlessly declaring the grueling anticipation of time yet to pass. In the basement's third-level shooting range, the scent of both machine oil and gunpowder mingled thickly in the air. 8 shooting lanes stretched ahead. Lin Bei stood at position 1, holding a 9mm Federal pistol in his grip. The gun felt lighter than he'd imagined. His instructor, Coach Chin, the Federal Special Service Bureau's chief shooting trainer and 3-time national champion, furrowed his brows, closely observing Lin Bei's handling of the firearm. He meticulously adjusted every detail. "Grip a bit higher, and don't overlap your thumbs." Lin Bei fine-tuned his posture before beginning his first trial shot. The bullets pierced the target paper, scoring slightly below average. Lin Bei quickly detected that his subtle downward press while pulling the trigger was affecting his accuracy. He repeated the motions, practicing control over the recoil. His eyes stayed steady, his breathing even. He fired again, with his scores gradually improving. Coach Chin's frown loosened slightly. "You're improving quickly." Another 5 rounds. This time, Lin Bei hesitated no more, firing 5 shots in under 7 seconds. The results clearly more impressive. The target range extended to 25 meters. Behind bulletproof glass, Yi Lin's gaze fixed on Lin Bei. She had ceased her role as a bodyguard, now considered a security talent on the same level as Lin Bei. She watched firsthand as a novice achieved in 40 minutes the level of progress that had taken her 3 months to reach. Her grip on the leather armrest tightened, her heart silently shaken yet bereft of words. At a distance of 40 meters, Lin Bei entered advanced mobility shooting training. Initially, his shots strayed wide. Gradually, as his coordination between movement and aiming guns steadied, volleys of bullets began concentrating on the target's center. Coach Chin's sharp gaze caught each detail, his hand raised to correct midway, only to lower it again. The motion was already flawless, leaving nothing to critique. Coach Qin turned his keen focus towards the observation room, and in that split second, Yi Lin discerned something unusual in his thoughts, a sense that defied logic. Lowering her head in silence, her hand unconsciously settled over her flat abdomen. At this moment, her thoughts weren't about children, but calculation. Her role in Lin Bei's protection felt increasingly redundant as he ascended step by step. So where did that leave her? In the riverside grandeur of Jing City's Bin Manor apartments, the dim light illuminated the hollowed slender figure of Chuyu. 3 days prior, she'd recovered from an illness but remained gaunt, her cheeks sunken. The encrypted tablet screen in the living room flickered with secret instructions from within the Silver Moon Society. The proposal issued by the fifth seat, Thorn, was resolute and uncompromising. Yilin's pregnancy was the sole breakthrough. Terminating this gestation would crack Lin Bei's psychological defenses. Chuyu silently stared at the words, her thumb hovering above the screen, but her mind was caught in the throes of deeper internal conflict. She recalled the trauma of being violated at the age of 18, an experience seared into her being by the injustice of the legal system at the time. It was almost costless for a man to harm a woman. It was for this reason that she resolutely joined the Silver Moon Society, using blood and power to exact retribution, but only ever against those who truly deserved it. At the moment, she dared not act recklessly. Yi Lin and Lin Bei were equally matched in terms of protective capabilities. Attacking recklessly was tantamount to suicide. Bits of information were transmitted one by one. The vice leader, who dominated the room with a single glance, scrutinized her expression intently, but Chuyu said nothing. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glittering lights of Beijing stretched out before her. She clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening. Lin Bei's hand that night, that temperature and strength, it was impossible to erase. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and issued an abrupt command. The charitable proposal changed the donation amount to 1 billion. Hearing doubt on the other end of the line, she repeated firmly, "Change it. I'll speak to the Elders' Council myself." She ended the call and slammed the phone onto the coffee table. Chuyu was set on meeting Lin Bei in person to investigate further. Why had a simple handshake unraveled 9 years of staunch, unyielding faith? On the 68th floor of Heavenly Dome residence, Lin Bei, fresh from training, sat on the sofa, his damp hair hanging messily around him. Before him was the late-night proposal, a massive charity support plan submitted by the Cloud Peak Group to the Federation's seed fund. The proposal also contained an invitation for Lin Bei, a divine citizen, to serve as its face. The amount had been quietly raised to 1 billion, and the signatory was Chuyu. Lin Bei closed the proposal, his brow furrowing slightly. He tapped the desktop lightly and murmured the time frame, 3 days. Yi Lin looked up, skepticism glinting in her gaze. "Are you sure you want to meet her?" Lin Bei remained composed, leaning back into the sofa. A hint of a cold smile crossed his face. She paid 1 billion for an entry ticket. Not taking a look at her cards would be such a waste. Gu Qing, standing nearby, interjected, "The funds behind Cloud Peak are complex." Yi Lin found out that 40% of the Silver Moon Society's operating funds over the past 3 years have come from Cloud Peak's charitable foundation. The lights in the top-floor banquet hall sparkled brilliantly, heralding the brewing of an even larger storm. Invisible floating camera orbs hovered silently, providing a seamless, 3-angle feed that was transmitted live to the Federation's national channel. At the main table sat Lin Bei, his black suit casually worn without a tie, exuding an understated, effortless demeanor. Behind him to the right, Yi Lin stood in tactical attire, watchful and alert. Around them, disguised special agents mingled in place of conventional guests. On stage, Chuyu donned a dark, form-fitting evening gown. Her austere, makeup-free face emanated a resolute coldness. Her steady, authoritative voice resonated through the sound system as she delivered her speech. The continuation of human civilization hinges upon shared social responsibility, she read from the teleprompter, emphasizing the necessity of societal oversight and transparent mechanisms to address the genetic crisis. Before her words fully settled, Conservative businessmen in the audience clapped in response, implying even a savior must not escape scrutiny. The live broadcast's comment section surged with polarized reactions. Lin Bei reclined in his chair, sipping soda with a calm gaze. Outwardly composed, he nonetheless caught the faint irregularity in Chu Yu's breathing. Retrieving her gaze, Chu Yu looked directly at the main table and dropped a bombshell. The Cloud Peak Group was committing an additional 1 billion federal credits to the charity fund to support male health and genetic research, with oversight by the Cloud Peak Foundation. The banquet hall erupted into applause. Lin Bei smirked coldly, recognizing this as a mere facade for laundering the Silver Moon Society's assassination funds. He set down his glass and rose deliberately. All attention shifted to him, and the camera orbs swiftly zoomed in for a close-up. Lin Bei clapped in acknowledgement, pacing toward the stage with unhurried steps as applause reverberated throughout the hall. Behind her back, Chu Yu's left hand trembled slightly, gripping an old scar tightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of unease. Facing each other, the atmosphere froze in an instant. Lin Bei's overwhelming S-class aura exerted an oppressive force on every individual present. Chu Yu's legs threatened to give way, but she managed to hold her stance, handing over the microphone. Lin Bei did not take the mic. Instead, he turned to address the audience and the cameras. Miss Chu has a point. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. The fate of humanity requires absolute open and transparent oversight. Chu Yu's brow twitched ever so slightly, her thoughts spiraling in confusion. By all logic, he should overturn the metaphorical table on the spot. Yet, to her astonishment, he chose cooperation. Lin Bei tilted his head slightly, his gaze pressing down. Since transparency is so critical, why not take it a step further? His voice grew colder. I propose to the Supreme Council that this 1 billion be directed straight into a seed fund special account, established under the National Audit Office and the Security Bureau. The banquet hall fell deathly silent. Every expenditure and approval for this account will be governed by the Divine Citizen Transparency Act and incorporated into the Federation's grand database for public and institutional real-time scrutiny. He turned his piercing gaze toward Chu Yu and asked, Miss Chu, does this proposal meet your standard of transparency? Chu Yu stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen and unable to respond. Lin Bei had executed a perfect checkmate, placing the Silver Moon Society's funds under the gaze of state-level scrutiny, ensuring that any hand reaching greedily for the pot would face inevitable consequence. Down below, Director Gu Qing of the National Security Bureau pressed her lips into a faint smile, secretly thankful that Lin Bei had presented her with an impeccable template, a legitimate entry point into Yunding's internal accounts. A banquet that outwardly appeared to be a charitable gathering ultimately transformed into Lin Bei's grand scheme, where he publicly cornered the Silver Moon Society in an elaborate setup. The National Security Bureau had finally waited for the perfect opportunity to strike at Yunding Corporation. Lin Bei seized this chance to counter with a strategic move, firmly taking the initiative into his own hands. Under the spotlight, Chu Yu gritted her teeth and forced out an agreement. Her face was as rigid as iron. She was compelled to raise a glass of champagne, which Lin Bei lifted as well, toasting, to a transparent future. The tension of this political maneuver hung thick in the air, while in the live broadcast, the comments section exploded. Chu Yu blushed. Their locked gazes filled the atmosphere with suffocating intensity. When the banquet concluded, Chu Yu furiously hurled an encrypted phone, its screen shattering into pieces. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, her face a mix of anger and fear, she realized 1 billion in funds had slipped away just like that. The Silver Moon Society's internal crisis seemed imminent by the next day. Lin Bei's cold, indifferent gaze felt like a dagger, shattering her very confidence. Meanwhile, at the upper levels of the Celestial Tower, Lin Bei calmly overlooked the brilliant nightscape of the city. Yilin walked in with breaking news. A specialized audit team from the National Audit Office had locked onto Yunding's Foundation's financial chain. Lin Bei waved his hand, ordering rumors to be leaked about a supposed mole within the Silver Moon Society already caught, taking the tactical offensive. Beside a crystal-clear pool, Lin Bei submerged halfway in water, calm and unyielding. Su Qingying kneeled, offering a peeled crystal grape, her cheeks faintly flushed. Lin Bei bit into the grape casually. He felt no physiological reaction. Only the thrilling sensation of wielding control over everything coursed through him. This high and mighty national film queen was willing to humble herself for a mere assistant position. The hierarchy was crushed beneath his feet. The pleasure of power was unmatched. Leaning against the poolside, Lin Bei watched it all with a smile as everything unfolded under his absolute control. In the northern outskirts of Jing City, inside a dark, damp, abandoned air raid shelter, the air reeked of mold. A heavy atmosphere loomed around a worn-out long table under dim lighting. Smack! A stack of red-bordered documents was slammed onto the table. The Silver Moon Society's fifth-ranking member, Thorn, jumped to his feet, planting his hands on the table as a sharp, mocking glint shone in his eyes. He stared at Chu Yu relentlessly.
Ally yourself, Elder Chu.
On top of the document sat the glaring red seal of the National Audit Office, announcing that Yunding's fund accounts had been frozen and spies from the National Security Bureau now controlled the Yunding headquarters. $1 billion yuan evaporated in an instant, cutting off the Silver Moon Society's financial lifeline. Thorn raged, cursing Chu Yu for falling prey to Lin Bei's schemes and potentially paving the way for the National Security Bureau to dismantle the Silver Moon Society. Around the table, the other elders looked grim, their steely gazes locked on Chu Yu. They understood that their primary financial pipeline, their protective umbrella, had been irreparably torn. Chu Yu, her face pale and devoid of makeup, sat with her fingers nervously clawing an old scar on the table, her nails digging into her flesh. It wasn't that she had no defense, just that every word she spoke could be self-destructive. Straightening her back, she croaked out in a hoarse voice, "Lin Bei's plan was premeditated. He forced me on camera to transfer the funds into the Fireseed account. I had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, Yunding would have been sealed off that same night." At that moment, poolside at the Celestial Residence, Su Qingying's chin was gently tilted upward by Lin Bei's fingers. As she tilted her head back, her expression softened dreamily. Her entire being glistened with moisture, her taut swimsuit outlining an astonishing figure. Under the shimmering waterlight, her fair skin glowed with allure. Lin Bei's gaze trailed leisurely down her form before he finally released her. Su Qingying drew a deep breath before suddenly leaning down, her damp hair cascading downward, and her lips softly brushing against the top of his foot. Behind the folding screen by the door, a restrained breath tried to soften its presence, and footsteps came to a deliberate pause. Gu Qing waited silently for 5 minutes, knowing better than to interfere recklessly. Until Lin Bei summoned her, he remained fully in control. Back in the underground air raid shelter, Thorn let out a derisive laugh, mocking Chu Yu's excuse. "With our funds cut, we can't even get ammunition. What do you suggest we fight Lin Bei with? Our fingernails." His eyes shifted to the silent, black-clad Grand Elder, his tone turning grave. "A direct kill on Lin Bei is out of the question. We need an alternative." A projection ignited, casting Yi Lin's photo onto the wall, accompanied by the glaring words, "Already pregnant," in bright red print. Lin Bei's greatest talisman is the fetus in Yi Lin's womb. Despite the tight security for the pregnant woman, there's a vulnerability during medical checkups. Kill Yi Lin, sever the Fireseed project, and Lin Bei's value to the Supreme Council will collapse. His security will weaken by default. Chu Yu sprang to her feet, the screech of her chair scraping against the floor cutting through the air. She shouted furiously, "You're insane! Yi Lin's security detail is equivalent to Lin Bei's. Gu Qing is watching our every move. And if you act on this, you're walking straight into a trap." Thorn sneered in reply. "What's the alternative? Wait 28 days for the test results to be made public? By then, he'll be legitimized as the savior, full protection from the government locked in place, and no one will get within a foot of him." Chu Yu jabbed a finger at Thorn's nose, furiously accusing him of courting death. The black-clad Grand Elder slowly raised a hand, her calloused fingers tapping twice on the tabletop. The air inside the shelter tightened instantly as every gaze converged on her clouded eyes. An order was about to be issued, and the situation grew ever more fraught with tension. Weak from successive defeats, with heavy losses incurred and Yunding's trump cards stripped away, Chuyu was both physically and mentally exhausted. The Grand Elder observed coldly, then slowly declared her temporary appointment, go offline and reassess the situation in a month. Chuyu stood stiffly to the side, fully aware that this was tantamount to being sidelined. A cold chill rushed through her heart. Jingji concealed her triumph, keeping her expression calm and composed. Yet within her gaze lurked the sharp glint of ambition, her intent clear, to replace Chuyu and secure the third seat for herself. She turned to Chuyu, a faint smirk tugging at her lips, the coldness of her sneer cutting to the bone, as if declaring the end of an era. The loyal subordinates around Chuyu exchanged hesitant glances but did not dare utter a word. When the meeting adjourned, the group dispersed into a dim and damp corridor. Chuyu leaned against the cold cement wall by herself. Her wrist, scraped and bleeding from anxious clenching, trembled slightly, while her gaze remained hollow. Her mind replayed the banquet from that night. Lin Bei standing under the spotlight, his aloof predatory smile and commanding presence. The memory left cracks in her once firm resolve. At the astral residence, Lin Bei emerged slowly from the swimming pool, his chiseled physique resembling a sculpture. Su Qingying carefully draped a towel over his shoulders, her slight trembling revealing the overwhelming pressure of his aura. Lin Bei turned without a word and retreated into his private quarters. In the living room, Gu Qing stood upright as she reported the latest updates on the Silver Moon Society. Chuyu has been stripped of her command. The unhinged Jingji has taken over the operations team in Jing City, she informed him. Lin Bei quietly poured himself a glass of water, his gaze turning colder with each passing moment. The sound of splashing water echoed in the stillness, like a forewarning. He had intended to use Chuyu's gradual collapse to unravel the Silver Moon Society, but now the timeline had to accelerate. Jingji is reckless and extreme. She plans to act against Yilin before the 28-day evaluation, aiming to forcefully terminate the pregnancy. Gu Qing continued, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lin Bei remained resolute, his steely gaze piercing the silence. Without warning, his glass struck the bar counter, the impact reverberating in a chilling manner. Su Qingying held her breath, silently sensing the shadow of death creeping closer. Lin Bei stood by the window, gazing out at the city shrouded in night. Since his awakening as an S-class, the Silver Moon Society had lurked in the darkness like vermin in alleyways, emerging sporadically to bite. The disintegration of Chuyu had brought forth a mad dog, precisely the outcome he desired. Mad dogs, driven by instinct, spared him the trouble of taking action himself. Casually flipping through a photograph of Chuyu, Lin Bei scoffed coldly, dismissing the sting of her betrayal. From the moment the Silver Moon Society was founded, its very existence symbolized opposition and destruction, inherently hostile to him. Beside his throne, there could be no rest for a challenger. Turning around, Lin Bei allowed his towel to loosen, revealing rippling muscles that exuded raw power. His voice, deep and haunting, cut through the oppressive silence. A rabid dog is ideal. Who but the crazed would dare crawl out of their lairs? Gu Qing's eyes lit up with understanding. Lin Bei followed up with a deliberate plan. If Jingji intends to take Yilin's life, then we'll put Yilin in the most visible place, baiting the enemy to reveal themselves. He wiped his hands with a towel, his tone calm and glacial. Inform the Special Operations Unit to lay a trap and monitor Yilin's medical checkup route. Crushing the tissue in his hands, he tossed it into the trash, signaling the beginning of a grand confrontation. Gu Qing, energized and sharp, immediately responded, "Understood." Lin Bei quietly delved into Chuyu's intelligence reports, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The current situation unfolded like a game board. He could see Jingji's downfall imminent, her rabid nature leading her straight into his designs. Meanwhile, the pride of the Cloud Peak heiress, as Chuyu was known, was beginning to crumble. Soon, she would have no choice but to bow in submission. Unrushed, Lin Bei shrugged off his top, wearing only a black towel as he sank into the expansive leather sofa. Under the bright overhead lamp, his defined back and abdominal muscles glistened with a primal intensity, a testament to his unrestrained power. Wearing his oversized white t-shirt, Su Qingying knelt beside the sofa, her delicate hands tenderly massaging his legs. As the nation's beloved actress with over 30 million fans, she cast aside all pretensions, her demeanor pure and gentle, pouring her effort into the massage as if her life depended on it. Su Qingying's fingers worked with care while Lin Bei closed his eyes, basking in the serenity. The silence was devoid of words, yet an undercurrent of emotion simmered between them. Meanwhile, Gu Qing pressed on with her report. Yi Lin's prenatal checkup in 2 days has been upgraded to high-precision embryonic testing at First Hospital. Our intelligence division has meticulously engineered a delay in the security systems, perfectly replicating the 0.5-second lag used by the mole in the bell tower breach. She sneered coldly. When this flaw is exposed, the Silver Moon Society will pounce. With Jingji trying to assert dominance, she'll take the bait like a starving wolf.
Lin Bei listened in silence, deliberating.
Suddenly, he pulled Su Qingying gently toward him, resting her against his side. She didn't resist, her cheek brushing against his taut chest as her breathing slowed. Lin Bei's fingers caressed her shoulder absent-mindedly, his demeanor as composed as ever. At that moment, Gu Qing unfolded a red letterhead document and spread it out on the coffee table. Intercepted from the Supreme Council, she began, her tone simmering with restrained anger. 5 conservative senators have initiated a joint proposal to establish a personal living dossier. Their justification? To ensure the safety of valuable genetic heritage. But in reality, it's just a ploy to surveil you. Even worse, she added through gritted teeth. They're aiming to regulate and approve those eligible to bear your offspring in the future. Su Qingying froze where she stood, her face instantly pale. She wasn't naive. She was keenly aware that, in the whirlpool of power dynamics, she was nothing more than a speck of dust. Sensing her stiffness, Lin Bei allowed himself a faint smile, his rough hand soothing her back. She bit her lip, then buried her face deeper in his embrace, seeking solace. Gu Qing glared at the document with evident frustration. When you forced Chu Yu to transfer 1 billion during the charity gala, it stirred their fear. They worry that your power has grown unchecked, so now they attempt to shackle you. She offered a suggestion. With your God-tier citizenship exemption, you could instantly veto the proposal. Lin Bei didn't touch the document. Instead, he took a sip from his glass of chilled water, his stare colder and sharper than ever. No need to stop it, he answered slowly. Gu Qing hesitated. Lin Bei's voice remained unwavering. If they want oversight, I'll give them full access. Without pause, he delivered his decision. Relay this to the 5 senators. I agree to the establishment of the personal dossier. His words spread icy determination, filling the air like frost. If they want surveillance, let's give them 24-hour monitoring directly streamed to the Federation channel for nationwide scrutiny. Broadcast it. The protagonist made a bold move, exposing the review process of the expert panel to the eyes of over 1 billion people. Under the spotlight of the cameras, even a single opposing remark would ignite public outrage, and the secrets of the legislators' families would risk being utterly obliterated by the relentless pursuit of the internet. But he did not stop there. His hand slid behind Su Qingying, the smooth touch contrasting with the sharp intensity in his gaze. Turning to Gu Qing, he directly commanded an investigation into the number of unmarried women within the families of 5 legislators. No fewer than 30, Gu Qing promptly reported. He smirked coldly. These families' greed in snatching genetic quotas, laid bare at a glance. He calmly laid out a plan. Circulate rumors claiming that a second batch of candidates for conception was being sought, with selection depending on capital investment and genetic compatibility. If you want the top slot, start pouring money into the seed fund. Funds became not only the hurdle but also the accelerator for igniting fierce conflicts of interest among the legislators. His strategy dismantled all political restraint, forcing these families into ruthless competition, ultimately funneling their wealth into the National Genetic Research Project. He shackled his adversaries with tangible benefits, leaving them no chance for retaliation. Gu Qing looked on with respect and quickly took action. In his embrace, Su Qingying's fearful gaze softly transformed into one of longing as she leaned closer to his jawline. Meanwhile, deep within an underground bomb shelter in the capital, Thorne focused intently on the data center, his eyes locked on the movements of the Central First Hospital. The screen displayed Yilin conducting high-precision embryonic testing, leaving a fatal, brief vulnerability in their protective systems. He erupted into a mix of fury and laughter. The National Security Bureau found nothing. Chuyu is useless. Without hesitating, he issued orders to mobilize Group 1 of the death squads, deploying explosives and heavy firepower on the hospital and its critical transit routes. The objective was clear 2 days later: obliterate the hope of all humankind, along with the embryo inside Yilin, reducing it all to blood and ashes. 2 hours later, waves surged through the inner circles of the elite in the capital, the undercurrents growing turbulent. Gu Qing's intelligence was delivered with precision, striking at the core of prominent families. In the heavily guarded courtyard on the North Third Ring Road, the storm's eye gradually closed in. Inside, Councilwoman Wang and her allies were in the midst of an encrypted meeting, anxiously planning the procedure to present the Chronicles of Daily Life for approval. Suddenly, the door swung open violently. Her eldest son burst in, breathless, his urgency signaling an imminent upheaval. In just 5 minutes, Councilwoman Wang was glaring furiously at the screen, roaring as she withdrew all proposals and declaring that anyone who brought up the Chronicles of Daily Life again would be considered an enemy of the Wang family. Her bloodshot eyes turned to her son as she coldly commanded him to redirect funds from 3 plots of land in the Eastern District and to monitor the accounts of Old Lu and Old Zhang. Her son attempted to argue, emphasizing the importance of those funds as a key bargaining chip for the next election, but was met with a sharp slap. Councilwoman Wang rebuked him coldly, declaring that only by nurturing a perfect S-class male heir could the family ensure its longevity. She ordered immediate contact with the bank manager to transfer emergency funds into the seed fund account. This scene unfolded simultaneously across the opulent residences of the capital. Those who once wore the guise of righteousness as politicians transformed into gamblers, feverishly tallying their family's wealth, abandoning policy discussions and oversight, and zealously risking everything for the survival of their lineage. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the skyscape building, Lin Bei lounged lazily on a leather sofa. A short, encrypted message lit up his phone. Funds pouring into the seed fund. Internal alliances have collapsed. He coldly tossed the phone onto the carpet, his gaze fixed on the bustling grandeur of the capital outside the window. In his arms, Su Qingying, her body now as soft as spring water, leaned submissively against him. Lin Bei clasped the back of her neck, murmuring in a low, commanding tone, "Continue." Rules always served their creators, and Lin Bei, as the master, was cold-bloodedly indifferent. Hours later, the master bedroom was filled with sounds of panting and sobbing. With his eyes closed, Lin Bei wielded the overwhelming physical prowess of an S-class evolution, dominating entirely. Su Qingying, even with her best efforts to please him with the theatrics of her profession, was ultimately nothing more than a beautiful vase. Her genetic composition held no benefit for Lin Bei's aspirations. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. His body might have appeared calm, but he had already decided that there was no future in this relationship. After wiping his hands clean, he tilted her pale chin upwards, his cold and ruthless gaze piercing her. Despite Su Qingying curving herself like a compliant cat, seeking his approval as she nestled closer, she knew all too well that this man before her never wavered with a shred of affection. She did not seek love but rather coveted the privilege of residing long-term in Skyscape, leveraging his divine bloodline to ascend to the pinnacle of this planet. The two silently conducted their transaction, calculating in mutual silence, sparing no energy for meaningless conflicts. Time fast-forwarded to the morning 2 days later. In the tunnel beneath the Central First Hospital, the ventilation fans hummed ominously. The fifth seat of the Silver Moon Society, Thorn, fully armed, crouched behind an abandoned truck, his eyes glued to an encrypted tablet. The red dot of Yi Lin's medical convoy inched closer to the intersection. Behind him, a whisper came from the death squad. The signal jamming device was running at full capacity. Thorn's lips curved into a cruel smirk, his laughter cold and merciless. At both ends of the tunnel, 40 kilograms of military-grade plastic explosives lay buried. The undercurrents surged. The crisis was on the verge of breaking out. 14 Death Squad members lay concealed in the shadows, their weapons loaded with armor-piercing incendiary rounds. The moment the convoy entered, not even gods could stop what came next. Chuyu had moved out of the shadows. She was now prepared to flip the entire table. At the same time, in the underground parking lot of the Celestial Tower, Yilin took off her maternity costume and changed into a low-profile tactical outfit. Gu Qing helped her secure a high-grade bulletproof vest while lowering his voice to confirm the operation line. The covert vehicle team is in position. We'll move through the underground corridor of West 3rd Ring Road. Physical surveillance is blocked. 45 plainclothes agents are sealing off the exits. Absolute safety guaranteed. Yilin's gaze passed over Gu Qing, locking onto the nanny van fitted with reinforced composite armor parked a dozen meters away, serving as the decoy. Inside, there was only a seasoned special operations driver. Silent and steady, she drew a deep breath before silently slipping into a gray business vehicle with the special operations team. The door closed without a sound, and the car quietly exited the parking lot. Gu Qing watched them leave and issued an encrypted message. The fish is out of the net. 3 seconds later, a reply came, received. Inside the tunnel, a black SUV guarded the armored nanny van as it proceeded along the planned route. Lurking in the shadows, Jingji's eyes burned with fervor as he pressed the detonator. A deafening explosion erupted. Flames shot skyward as shockwaves obliterated the escort vehicles. The nanny van's explosion-resistant tires were blown out, forcing it to crash hard onto the road, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. The retreat path was completely cut off. Jingji roared, leading 14 death soldiers in frantic suppression fire against the nanny van. Rounds of concentrated bullets riddled the composite armor and explosion-resistant glass. Any hope of survival inside seemed slim. She pulled the pin on a grenade, preparing to detonate. Suddenly, a dull thump sounded from behind the death squad's formation, followed by the collapse of someone to the ground. Jingji didn't turn, her focus unwavering on the bullet-riddled nanny van. Then, 2 consecutive bangs rang close by. A death squad gunner abruptly dropped his weapon and fell lifelessly. She spun around to see a tall figure cloaked in black emerge from the shadows of the tunnel, one hand casually in his pocket and the other retrieving a firearm from a lifeless soldier's neck. Jingji froze in stunned disbelief, her wide eyes trembling violently. Recognizing the man, a chilling smile spread across her face before erupting into wild gusto. "Wonderful! You've delivered yourself to me." Her roar turned into a shriek. "Kill him!" Before the words fully left her mouth, Lin Bei was in motion. The reflexes honed by days of combat training kicked into full-throttle, muscles igniting with explosive efficiency, pushing his speed to the extreme. Jingji could barely track him as Lin Bei dashed through the firelit chaos, leaping between wrecked vehicles and support pillars, leaving 2 Z-shaped afterimages in his wake, swift as lightning. 2 of the death soldiers had just turned to fire when Lin Bei was already at close range. His left hand locked onto one of their wrists, the sickening crack of a bone breaking at a grotesque angle resounding through the space. Before the soldier could cry out in agony, Lin Bei used the force of his right hand to wrench the gun away, smashing it into the other target with overwhelming power. The butt of the gun struck with a brutal impact. Within the tunnel, the repeated pounding of the gun stock against bones created an alarming rhythm. Soldiers from the Silver Moon Society, one after another, dropped like dominoes under Lin Bei's relentless assault, unable to land a single effective counter. The remaining soldiers frantically fired their weapons, but Lin Bei agilely maneuvered behind a wrecked SUV for cover. Sparks flew off the car's metallic frame as bullets struck it, giving Lin Bei the opportunity to seize another rifle. Instead of aiming, he utilized its hard stock as a makeshift weapon, swinging it against the neck of an adversary. The struck soldier was sent airborne, slamming into a pillar before succumbing to fatal injury. The last 3 men panicked and began to flee, but at that moment, explosive blasts erupted at both ends of the tunnel simultaneously. The Special Operations Unit from the National Security Bureau completed their encirclement with illuminated tactical lights and red laser sights zeroing in on the enemies. Facing no other option, the 3 trembled in fear and raised their hands in surrender. Jingji, cowering behind cover, quaked uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror. Lin Bei emerged leisurely from his position, discarding the rifle in his hand. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as his gaze locked onto Jingji. The atmosphere grew heavier as the tunnel's ambient sound reduced to the steady hum of ventilation fans and the sporadic sharp breaths of those present. The outcome was evident. In an abandoned air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Jing City, the atmosphere within the conference room was icy. A projection screen repeatedly played gruesome footage, Lin Bei quickly twisting the necks of death soldiers, the crisp crack of bones reverberating with chilling clarity. The footage showcased Lin Bei seizing a firearm and unleashing merciless violence without hesitation, launching wave after wave of deadly counterattacks. Across the table, a subordinate of the Silver Moon Society's remnants glared with fiery rage, accusing Chuyu of being an inside traitor, his voice hoarse from screaming. Chuyu observed calmly, her eyes steely. She smoothly brought out intercepted security logs, providing evidence that pointed to the Special Operations Unit embedding delayed bait codes. She deftly deflected the blame back onto Jingji, emphasizing the strategic trap that Lin Bei had orchestrated. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone found themselves awestruck by Lin Bei's ferocity. Turning her focus back to the discussion, Chuyu proposed the reinstatement of her command authority and faced the elder head-on. The old man slowly opened his cloudy eyes, speaking in a voice that was warm yet carried an undeniable weight. "Your heart is in chaos. You are unfit to lead anymore." The words were a direct blow to Chuyu's confidence, leaving her face pale with shock. The elder pointed at the screen, his tone unwavering. "Do not only focus on the trap. At the end, look. Did Lin Bei leave any survivors? The lives of more than a dozen men, and he claimed every one of them. This man, idolized and sanctified by the Supreme Council as an S-class citizen, has cast off his mask. He is declaring war against the Silver Moon Society." The conference room plunged into a silent yet palpable shock. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The gravity of the situation solidified their realization that the scale of this conflict had escalated dramatically. At Celestial Residence in Jing City, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with golden warmth. Having just completed an intense life-or-death training session, Lin Bei stood shirtless in front of the mirror. His gaze was resolute, as if preparing to unleash yet another storm of chaos. Lin Bei's physique, now restructured by S-class genetic enhancement, was flawless and imposing, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Kneeling on the richly textured carpet at his feet was Su Qingying, the nation's acclaimed film queen. Her slender hands delicately adjusted his pant cuffs. She wore a thin, nearly translucent black silk nightgown, its straps sliding off her shoulders to reveal the faint traces of red marks left on her skin from the previous night, enticing and seductive. The once aloof, cold goddess of the silver screen was nowhere to be seen. Tonight, Lin Bei was set to attend a top-tier appreciation banquet. In just 2 days, he used the provocative phrase "real gold and silver" in exchange for conception slots to decisively shatter the defenses of conservative politicians. Major powers became frenzied in vying for the first batch of conception qualifications, and funds poured endlessly into his seed fund account. This banquet was merely a step in his calculated harvest of victory. Lin Bei's gaze swept over the spoils of war left on Su Qingying's body, and a satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Power, money, women, all at his disposal. Standing at the pinnacle of the rules, his dominant aura radiated fully. Inside the high-rise apartment of the Yunding Group, Chuyu locked herself inside the bathroom. Warm water engulfed her shoulders as she closed her eyes, forcing her thoughts back to the elder's advice, strategizing a path to turn the tables. But she couldn't shake the image of that surveillance footage. Lin Bei single-handedly snapping the neck of an assassin. The crisp, crack sound still echoed vividly in her ears. Her breathing grew heavier, and an unusual flush spread across her cheeks. She bit her lower lip, her hand dipping into the water, attempting to suppress the restless agitation rising inside her. As her fingers grazed her skin, a scene flashed through her mind, a fleeting yet indelible memory. At the charity banquet, Lin Bei's broad, dry hand clasped hers, searing with a heat that pierced to the bone. "One day, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Her voice was icy as a blade, despite the redness brimming around her eyes. Just as she teetered on the edge of losing control, the sudden vibration of her phone shattered the stillness. A breaking news alert from the national channel lit up the screen. Exclusive broadcast. The divine citizen Lin Bei joins actress Su Qingying at the Seed Fund $1 billion appreciation banquet. Chuyu took a deep breath, her trembling fingers tapping on the holographic screen. The scene at the banquet was dazzlingly luxurious. Lin Bei, clad in a custom-tailored black and gold suit, stood as the center of attention, surrounded by the Federation's elite. Su Qingying clung to him, her eyes brimming with affection. The very hand that had twisted a neck in the dimness of a tunnel now tenderly encircled her slender waist, his thumb lightly stroking her, unapologetically showcasing his dominance. The livestream's comments exploded. "God, Lin in that suit? A criminal offense." Su Qingying's gaze. "Jealousy overload here. A match made in heaven, true legends. Who's getting picked for the second batch tonight?" Waiting in suspense. Chuyu's eyes remained fixated, her focus solely on that hand wrapped around another woman. She couldn't move. This singular image seared like an invisible slap, stripping away the remnants of her pride. Why could a woman who played along for profit assume such an upright position at his side? The thought hit her like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned. But soon, a twisted jealousy wound its way around her heart like vines, so suffocating it left her breathless. No, it wasn't jealousy. It was hatred. What she hated was Lin Bei.
Lin Bei, you bastard.
"I'll destroy you with my own hands." As long as he was gone, everything could return to order. Her exalted position as the third seat of the Silver Moon Society and the heiress of the Yunding Group would remain unshakable. Her rage surged like magma. Chuyu's eyes turned bloodshot as she seized her phone and hurled it against the tiled wall. Bang! The momentum burst forth violently, a storm brewing in full force. The crisp sound of impact rang out as the phone smashed against the bathroom wall, bouncing onto the icy cold floor tiles below. The screen shattered into a dense spiderweb of cracks. Chuyu collapsed against the edge of the bathtub, her body trembling slightly, her face buried deeply against her knees, her silence frozen like frost. At 2 a.m, the restless heat finally abated a little. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness as Chuyu walked barefoot over the cool wooden flooring, her mind adrift, aimlessly drawn back toward the corner of the bathroom. She crouched down with shaking hands, gingerly picking up the broken phone. The screen emitted a faint, icy glow, reflecting her still flushed face. She inhaled deeply, her fingers trembling as she opened the auto-saved livestream recording. The video paused at the moment Lin Bei entered the hall. In the footage, where the once high and mighty president of Silver Moon cowered nervously in the shadows, it was like watching a desperate addict nearing the limits of their withdrawal. Chuyu's eyes stayed glued to the screen as she repeatedly replayed Lin Bei's hand wrapping around Su Qingying's waist, trying to burn every contour of that broad hand into her memory. The oppressive and erratic sound of her breathing gradually filled the darkness of the bathroom. The sound of water flowed, then halted. Chuyu tightly wrapped herself in a bath towel, moving silently in front of the sink. Her reflection revealed her flushed face and labored breaths. Abruptly, she slammed her palm against the countertop, muttering under her breath, "Lin Bei! Just you wait." Turning away from the bathroom, she swiftly activated her encrypted laptop. The Yunding Group's deeply hidden network hadn't been completely severed yet. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting commands. Minutes later, an old photograph appeared on the screen. A woman with greasy, disheveled hair and sunken hollow eyes, standing absent-mindedly at a street corner. A stark contrast to the fresh-faced university student in the database.
Jiang Ran, Lin Bei's ex-girlfriend.
Chu Yu stared at the photograph, her taut shoulders suddenly relaxing, letting out a low, cold laugh. In a distant suburban area, within a shabby rental unit, Jiang Ran curled up on a worn-out spring mattress, clutching a cup of instant noodles steeped in hot water. The screen of her phone lit up as another rejection notification popped up. It was the 5th letter of rejection that day. She tightened her grip on the phone, flinging it angrily onto the bed. Having sold off all her luxury goods, severed all ties with her parents, and been publicly humiliated by her former circle of so-called friends, the days of her once lavish life had long ended. The stark disparity between her real life and the reality she once envisioned plunged her into despair. Her eyes were swollen red. Jiang Ran hesitated before clicking on the registration page for food delivery couriers. Tears fell onto her screen. Suddenly, a sharp knocking echoed from the door. She shrank into a corner, held her breath, and a shadow of the ruthless debt collectors loomed in her mind. Silence enveloped the space outside, and faint footsteps gradually faded away. She peered through the peephole. There was no one there. Opening the door cautiously, she found a thick, black card lying on the ground with glaring white letters printed across it. If you want Lin Bei's debts cleared, meet at the basement of the abandoned factory in the Eastern District at 3 p.m. Jiang Ran gripped the card tightly, and the dim hopelessness in her eyes was ignited by greed and stubborn dissatisfaction. At 3 p.m., in the chilling basement of the abandoned factory, the air was thick with the smell of motor oil and mold. Jiang Ran sat alone at a rusty iron table, her gaze wandering nervously, her legs trembling uncontrollably. In the distance, the clicking of high-heeled shoes against the concrete floor grew closer. 2 burly bodyguards in black suits descended the stairs first, followed by a woman dressed in a long, tailored black coat, wearing oversized sunglasses and a mask. Her presence was cold and oppressive as she strode into the basement and sat upright across from Jiang Ran, locking her gaze onto her. The atmosphere froze. A man sat at the dimly lit, rusted table nearby, his gloved fingers tapping slowly and methodically on the surface, radiating an intimidating indifference. "Do you want Lin Bei's reputation ruined?" The woman's voice was hoarse, with an air of disdain that looked down on everything and everyone. Jiang Ran's hands clenched tightly. She forced herself to look up and ask in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "I don't owe you anything." The woman removed her sunglasses and pulled off her mask, revealing a cold but strikingly beautiful face. Chu Yu, the heiress of the Yunding Corporation, a figure at the top echelons of the Federation, had come to see her in person. Chu Yu leaned against her chair arrogantly and threw a small storage device heavily onto the table. "Read this script exactly as written, record it, and post it online." Jiang Ran didn't immediately pick it up. An expression of cunning flashed in her eyes. She countered, her voice trembling yet quick. "Lin Bei isn't the perfect person you all think he is. Before he awakened as an S-class, his genes were destroyed by a virus. He dropped from Class A to Class B. A heavy silence settled in the basement. Chu Yu suddenly stood up, placing both hands on the table as she pressed forward, her voice slicing through the quiet. "What did you just say?" Word by word, Jiang Ran laid out the hidden truth. Chu Yu's expression shifted between elation and caution. This wasn't just talent. It was an unstable mutation born from extreme genetic distortion. She snapped the storage device in her hand, abandoning her original plan entirely. From her coat, she pulled out a black card and a non-traceable passport, slamming them onto the table. 5 million Federation credits, along with a ticket to the Free Federation. No official exposé, just make it clear that Lin Bei's so-called S-class status is the product of an unstable post-mutation phenomenon. Chu Yu's gaze burned with a vicious, resolute energy. Let the entire world know that their so-called savior is a ticking time bomb built on lies. Jiang Ran's breath caught, her gaze fixed on the black card and passport. She understood just how perilous this path was. The state would hunt her down relentlessly. Her eyes locked onto Chu Yu's, the other woman leaning so close that her voice slid in like poison. Jiang Ran, you have nothing left. Follow me. This is your only chance of survival. Overwhelming hatred and the lure of fortune shattered her sanity. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she snatched the black card and passport. Her voice cracked with anger and fervor. Fine. I'll do it. In 3 days, watch Lin Bei fall from grace. Meanwhile, at Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei had just finished an intensive strength training session. Gripping a block of military-grade tungsten steel, he felt faint cracks under his fingertips, signaling yet another breakthrough in power control. Su Qingying softly embraced him from behind, her warmth clinging to his back, but he brushed her off effortlessly with one hand. At that moment, a sudden knock broke the quiet. Wearing a military uniform, Gu Qing entered the living room with firm steps, bypassing Su Qingying to stand directly behind Lin Bei. Her tone was succinct and professional. Mr. Lin, we've received updated intelligence. Lin Bei wiped his hands clean and casually tossed the towel to Su Qingying, gesturing for her to tend to it. Gu Qing held up a tablet, freezing the screen on an image from the basement of the abandoned factory. Jiang Ran left her low-rent apartment this afternoon and lingered for 20 minutes. She met with an unidentified woman shortly after. Her voice suggested concern. We couldn't get close. This woman switched vehicles 3 times, all with stolen plates. Her counter-surveillance skills are remarkably sophisticated. Lin Bei moved to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of water, and spoke with calm sharpness. Someone approaching Jiang Ran in her current condition? Who could it be? Gu Qing swiftly responded. We've started investigating the factory's ownership and are retrieving the communications records. Lin Bei's fingers gripped the plastic water bottle a bit too tightly. The sharp sound of crackling plastic echoed faintly as his determination sharpened. Monitor every digital outlet Jiang Ran uses, and begin tracing all properties recently erased from Yun Ding Group's registry. The bedroom door creaked open slightly. Su Qingying emerged, cocooned in an oversized white t-shirt, her bare feet treading silently across the floor. Spotting Gu Qing's presence, she paused by the doorway, her head lowered, not uttering a word. Gu Qing pulled a document from her folder and handed it to Lin Bei, the 72-hour test results. He glanced over the report, his expression unreadable, and dismissed it onto the bar counter carelessly. Su Qingying tightened her grip on the hem of her shirt, her pulse racing. Lin Bei casually beckoned her over. She hesitated briefly before approaching him with slow steps, still avoiding his gaze. Lin Bei placed the report in her hands. Her body froze before she knelt silently, and tears began to stream down her face, her sobs caught in her throat. Lin Bei lowered his gaze and lightly patted the top of her head. Stop kneeling all the time. Stand up. She clung tightly to his leg, sobbing uncontrollably, the dampness soaking through his pajama pants. Gu Qing asked softly, should we announce it publicly? Lin Bei shook his head. Keep it under wraps for now, and release it alongside Yilin. His gaze fell on Su Qingying's low and bent figure, silent and speechless. Outside the window, the traffic in Beijing streamed endlessly. Lin Bei's eyes were cold and sharp as he calmly analyzed Chu Yu's covert provocations. This woman, like a rabid dog, was diligently and confidently setting up traps. At the same time, in the basement of an abandoned factory in the Eastern District, Jiang Ran gripped her visa-free passport and unregistered black card tightly, her knuckles white. The dingy light of the phone screen illuminated her tense face. As the video finished uploading, she let out a mad, cold laugh. Lin Bei, if I can't live, then we'll die together. Her finger pressed heavily on the send button. The echoes reverberated through the empty basement, and her manic laughter spiraled wildly, as if she could already see Lin Bei being reviled by the entire Federation and falling from grace. Back at Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei sat on a leather sofa, delicately carving a palm-sized block of Wangwali wood with his knife. Wood chips fell softly as the intricate grain was being reshaped, gradually revealing the figure of a soaring eagle. Lin Bei was focused and steady, the growth of his strength bringing with it more refined control. He didn't stop this meticulous practice. Su Qingying knelt on the carpet, dressed in a semi-transparent silk nightgown. She rested her head lightly on Lin Bei's knee, her eyes hazy, her hand gently caressing her abdomen, exuding the confidence of someone firmly established in Tianqiong residence. Jiang Ran's video caused an uproar, paralyzing the federated social media platforms instantly. In the video, with tearful eyes, she accused Lin Bei of having his genes damaged by a virus, dropping his ranking from S to B, and stated that his strength was due to viral mutations, making him a ticking time bomb, an unstable mutant. The online world exploded immediately. Panic rippled through the netizens. B-grade mutation?
Impossible.
Can this monster still save humanity? Fear spread like wildfire. Reality mirrored the turmoil as the national security alarms blared sharply, and the Federation Council's lines were flooded with calls. Financial magnates and politicians scrambled to withdraw their support. The doors of Tianqiong residence were thrown open as Gu Qing, drenched in his military uniform and covered in cold sweat, rushed in, panic-stricken as he reported the spiraling public outcry and suggested shutting down the internet and placing Jiang Ran under arrest. Lin Bei remained unmoved, calmly whittling away at his wood carving. He responded coolly, "Why the rush?" His composed demeanor froze Gu Qing in place, his overwhelming anxiety subdued. Su Qingying handed Lin Bei a damp towel, carefully wiping his hands. He gazed at Gu Qing with a calm intensity, countering that suppressing the fallout would only make the facts more glaring. He scoffed at the Silver Moon Society's blatant rumors, claiming their desperation proved they had no means left to retaliate, reduced to barking in the sewers. Lin Bei ordered the National Security Bureau not only to avoid shutting down access but to secretly amplify Jiang Ran's allegations through national algorithms, ensuring there was no hiding from the truth. He declared his intent to flush out every hidden rat. Gu Qing finally regained his composure and promptly left to carry out the command. Lin Bei remained seated, gazing ahead with the composure of an immovable mountain. Su Qingying moved gently, lifting Lin Bei's legs onto her fair thighs, her fingertips expertly massaging his muscles to help him relax. He closed his eyes, silently enjoying the moment, as the vitality within him surged like a tidal wave, shielding against the ignorance of the outside world. The unlocking of his genetic potential had become his unbreakable shield, his body continuously absorbing energy, awaiting the next resonance to trigger a further ascension. Meanwhile, in a secret safe house belonging to the Cloud Summit Group in Beijing, Chuyu stared intently at rapidly climbing holographic data, the view count of the video breaking past the billion mark with frightening speed. At first, she was brimming with confidence, holding a wine glass and smiling contentedly. But gradually, her expression turned somber and her brows furrowed. There was no official response, no refutations, no arrests. Lin Bei's live streaming channel remained at the top, completely unchallenged. The air grew eerily quiet, a suffocating unease clutching at her heart. At the same time, at the VIP terminal of Beijing International Airport, Jiang Ran lowered her hat brim and clutched her visa-free passport tightly as she swiftly passed through the self-service checkpoints. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation of escape, but suddenly, the scanning sound changed. Identity anomaly. Passport cancelled. For special agents surrounded her silently. Her body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down her face as she collapsed to the ground in despair. Her cries of hopelessness echoed, unable to hide from the icy stares fixed on her. 3 days later, Lin Bei remained unperturbed, watching the fear and rumors spiral unchecked online, the tide of public opinion sweeping across the nation. Under the pressure of a collective petition by the elites, the Supreme Council was cornered, and an ultimatum landed on the National Security Bureau's desk. demanding a clear medical explanation. Yilin's unborn child, bearing the weight of humanity's future, had only 15 days left for the final assessment. The countdown of fate hung like a blade above them. Inside Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei reclined lazily on the sofa, his demeanor calm, his gaze sharp and indifferent. Chu Minglan, president of the Cloud Summit Group, stared coldly at the overwhelming gene fraud trending topic, sneering, "Idiots." She took a sip of her coffee, without hesitation increasing her donation by another 5 billion, confident that the hidden enemy behind all this would meet their end. Little did she know that Chu Yu, who orchestrated this all, now hid in the safe house, consumed by fear and unease. He sat quietly, holding a worn copy of the Federal History of Species Evolution, his fingers turning its yellowed pages. The room was unervingly silent, with illustrations of prehistoric skeletal remains adorning the walls. Su Qingying knelt demurely on the carpet beside the sofa, clad in a black, form-fitting yoga outfit. Her knees pressed together, delicate hands trembling faintly as she stirred her coffee with a silver spoon. A few drops of black coffee spilled onto the tray, prompting her to hurriedly wipe them away with a nervous intensity. The door clicked open with a soft kata, and Gu Qing stepped inside. His military uniform was dotted with water droplets, his eyes bloodshot, and his fatigue evident in the weariness of his demeanor. "Mr. Lin," Gu Qing began urgently, "Jiang Ran has been apprehended. She tried leaving the country with a forged passport but was intercepted at the border and detained." Lin Bei's brow did not twitch. His gaze remained fixed on the page of his book. The public outcry is spiraling out of control. Massive protests have erupted across core districts of Beijing and Shanghai, with tens of thousands of demonstrators demanding you disclose real medical information. She continued, her report unrelenting. Gu Qing pulled out a tablet and projected surveillance footage from the parliamentary chamber. In the elliptical conference room, Commissioner Hua leaned over the table, livid, shouting at the speaker. The seasoned strategist, Commissioner Hua, found himself now both humiliated and enraged. The implications of genetic classifications had placed him on dangerously shaky ground. Slamming the table furiously, he roared, "The future of humanity cannot rest in the hands of a mutant spawned from virus-induced aberrations." He slammed a document onto the table with a resounding thud, proposing an emergency motion to revoke Lin Bei's exclusive security authorization from the National Security Bureau. Instead, the plan recommended placing Tianqiong residents under the full control of the Joint Military Police, who would also dispatch a medical team to conduct 24/7 spinal fluid extractions from Lin Bei for testing. The room descended into chaos, with lawmakers wavering under the mounting pressure of public opinion. Some raised their hands in support of the emergency proposal. As the video feed cut out, Gu Qing's expression darkened with anger, her disdain for the parliament's scheming conspiracies impossible to suppress. Lin Bei chuckled softly, shutting his book and setting it onto the coffee table with a deliberate thud. Lock Jiang ran in the underground black prison and cut off all visitation access. Once the drama outside settles, deal with her according to procedure. Gu Qing hesitated for a moment. "And Commissioner Hua? And the protesters?" she asked tentatively. Lin Bei's voice remained calm, dismissive even. "An old dog guarding his bone, limited in his perspective. If the speaker can't hold his ground, his career is finished anyway. There's no need to concern ourselves with them." Before the words had fully settled, a sudden vibration pierced the air. Gu Qing's communicator buzzed insistently. She checked it, her face draining of color. "Mr. Lin, there's trouble. Major Yi Lin's convoy has been intercepted in the CBD district." The screen cut to a live feed of Beijing's bustling central business district, drenched under a torrential downpour, chaos brewing under the surface. Inside an armored off-road vehicle, Yi Lin sat in the back seat, her black trench coat unruffled. Around her, 3 camouflaged SUVs formed a tight protective formation. As the convoy approached a major intersection, it came to an abrupt halt, blocked by dozens of private cars purposefully abandoned to create an unmovable barricade. their drivers long gone. Before the special ops guards could exit their vehicles, hundreds of enraged protesters poured in from surrounding streets and alleys, defying the relentless rain as they threw themselves in front of the convoy, pressing their bodies against the vehicle doors and hoods. Among them, a mix of media journalists wielded an arsenal of cameras and microphones, their flashing lights piercing the storm. Tattered banners, black and white against the grim weather, flapped violently in the gale, bearing blood-red slogans that screamed, "No to monstrous reproduction! Reveal the truth about the mutant." The special forces descended from their vehicles, forming a human barricade to repel the encroaching rioters. Their team leader bellowed, "Stand back! Official duties in progress." Yet no heed was paid. The crowd, emboldened by the Federated Citizens Protection Act, showed no fear of force, relentlessly hurling themselves at the security line. Amidst the turmoil, journalists took advantage of the chaos, delivering sneaky kicks and blows, causing the defensive line to falter further. Some reporters climbed onto the vehicle hoods, shoving microphones and camera lenses against the bulletproof glass. From megaphones came shrill questions. "Major Yi Lin, is the child you're carrying a genetically mutated freak?" The words carried insults and slander, amplified through the rain alongside a deluge of mud, rotten vegetables, and raw meat still streaked with blood, flooding the air with a nauseating stench. Inside the vehicle, Yi Lin remained sitting upright, her icy gaze fixed ahead. Her right hand gripped the hem of her trench coat tightly, while her left hand pressed protectively against her abdomen. Her knuckles whitened, and her breathing grew strained. 800 meters away, atop a luxurious office building, Commissioner Hu's clandestine aide peered through a military-grade telescope at the street mayhem below. In his earpiece, Commissioner Hu's voice dripped with satisfaction. "The fish has taken the bait. Inform the Joint Military Police to stand by 2 blocks away. If the National Security Bureau fires a shot, intervene under the pretext of crimes against humanity. Disarm them immediately. The key personnel at Tianqiong residence must be apprehended." Hu swirled his wine glass, the smile on his lips betraying his self-satisfaction at setting a flawless trap. For Lin Bei, it was a dilemma with no favorable outcome. Inaction would result in the humiliation of a vulnerable woman, tarnishing his deified status. But taking action to suppress the crowd would hand the moral high ground to the parliament, stripping him of his privileges entirely. Within Tianqiong residence's living room, the massive screen continued its real-time broadcast of the escalating street chaos. Gu Qing's eyes turned bloodshot as cracks began forming in the Special Ops defensive line, protesters frenziedly tugging at the vehicle doors. He drew his gun, his voice hoarse. "Mr. Lin, it's time to act. Fire warning shots and clear the scene by force." Lin Bei remained silent, his gaze pinned to the screen, fixed on the woman within the vehicle who clung protectively to her abdomen. His tightened grip on his phone spoke of the volcanic fury simmering beneath his composed facade. He dialed Yi Lin's exclusive line. The call connected. Her ragged breathing battled against the sonic assault of shouting mobs and shattering glass in the background. His voice was low and steady, carrying a chilling undertone. "Don't be afraid." In his palm, sweat surfaced, a strange phenomenon for one whose genetic enhancements had long since eradicated such human traits. Yet even these modifications could not override the storm of despair and rage. He felt at seeing the one woman belonging solely to him surrounded, endangered, and helpless. In that moment, Lin Bei was confronted with a fear he had never anticipated. The fear that the unborn child might be harmed, and that the woman he cherished might endure even a trace of anguish. That profound connection, buried deep within his bloodline, ignited a feral anger within him he hadn't thought possible. Ending the call, he rose to his feet, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. His hand unconsciously moved towards Gu Qing's waist, his trembling hands clutching the delicate embroidery on her skirt. The regulation-issued pistol sat on the desk as the phone suddenly buzzed with a long, jarring vibration. The screen lit up, the caller ID displaying starkly. Highest encrypted frequency, federal speaker. The light from the screen reflected off his darkened face. The speaker's voice came through coarse and weary, underscored by chaotic background noise and quickened footsteps. She wasted no pleasantries, diving straight to the point. The protest in the CBD district had escalated into a federal-wide demonstration, fueled by Jiang Rant's continuous revelations. The situation, she stressed, had grown dangerously precarious. Lin Bei's cold and piercing gaze flicked to the surveillance feed, where Yi Lin's nanny van sat stranded like a lone island. Swarms of people pounded madly against the car doors, smearing the windshield with filth and grime. The speaker offered an urgent proposal: deploy a joint medical team to Ascension Heights for a transparent public investigation. The move would ostensibly placate public anger and serve as a gesture to appease the corporate backers. Lin Bei sneered, mocking the suggestion as mere theatrics. The speaker's tone shifted, laced with warning. Representative Hua had already submitted an emergency action plan. The joint military police were within striking distance. If the National Security Bureau acted, Ascension Heights would be forcibly taken over. The standoff was on the verge of exploding. Gu Qing clenched his sidearm, jaw tight with tension. Su Qingying had collapsed limply at his knees, while Lin Bei, unervingly gentle, stroked her hair, his expression progressively darkening. Suddenly, he cut off the speaker, demanding the speakerphone be activated. He was acutely aware that the entire parliamentary building's ears were on this call. The hall fell silent in an instant. Representative Hua sat firm, a mocking smile playing across his lips, dismissive of any potential moves Lin Bei might have left. Lin Bei's gaze locked onto the screen, pinpointing Yi Lin as she struggled against the tide of chaos. The suppressed rage surged forth as he spoke, his voice icy and unyielding. From this moment, the Federal National Security Bureau will publicly release high-definition facial recognition data of the entire CBD crossroad protest. His tone turned venomous, his words cutting like steel. Anyone participating, encouraging, or orchestrating this farce, your family names will be permanently blacklisted from S-class genetic reproduction privileges. He delivered the final blow without hesitation. Not just this generation, but for the next 3 generations, every direct female bloodline of those involved will be barred for life from entering the gates of Ascension Heights. His pronouncement detonated like a depth charge in the parliamentary hall. Beside Representative Hua, the corporate representatives' faces twitched, terror etched deeply into their eyes. The S-class genetic quota was more than a mere symbol of lineage. It was the ultimate leverage, transcending human limits and ensuring perpetual dominance of the family dynasty. At that moment, Lin Bei clenched his fists, using this key leverage to strangle the throat of the oligarchic families. His message reverberated across the Federation, a declaration that this fight would yield no compromise. The once unified faction supporting Representative Hua began to fracture instantly. Faces turned grave, and those who had previously stood firmly by his side now shifted uncomfortably, as though seated on a bed of nails. Representative Hua bellowed at Lin Bei, "Are you openly defying parliamentary order?" Lin Bei leaned in with dismissive contempt, coldly retorting, "If there's a defect with the genes, let those who dare gamble take the quota. If you're betting on Yi Lin's test results, are you in or out?" The previously united factions crumbled like dry sand. An influential parliamentarian controlling mining resources abruptly stood, visibly tense. He realized that aligning with Representative Hua and jeopardizing his family's genetic privileges would spell permanent ruin. Grimacing, he turned to Representative Hua, voice laced with dissatisfaction. "This has gone too far. Don't make the public harass a pregnant woman." Another parliamentarian tightened his tie uncomfortably, avoiding Representative Hua's seething glare at all costs. Lin Bei showed no mercy. "Alert Special Ops. If the crossroad isn't cleared in 1 minute, plow through. I'll take full responsibility." The phone cut off with an audible click, its disconnect tone echoing in the silent hall. Parliamentarians who had previously endorsed locking down Ascension Heights now buried their faces in feigned indifference, avoiding eye contact entirely. The mining tycoon gripped his nameplate tightly, beads of sweat forming on his temple, excusing himself with a fabricated emergency. "Issue at the mines. I must leave immediately." Ignoring Representative Hua's furious glare, He scrambled from the room. One by one, more family representatives hastily mumbled pretexts to leave. A fire in the ancestral home. The company is collapsing. The meeting room emptied in moments. The speaker picked up her teacup, her sharp gaze sweeping toward Representative Hua. Old Hua, you have 40 seconds left. Her voice dropped, icy and resolute. Special ops striking in a commercial district. Any ensuing chaos or casualties will be on your family to address. Representative Hua's face flushed with visible veins. The storm within him betrayed an acute realization. He had lost control. Shaking, he picked up his phone, barking an urgent order. Notify the Joint Military Police immediately. Retreat at once. Pull back all operatives on site. The other end stuttered in shock. Representative Hua, we've gained the upper hand. Retreating now. Hua roared, cutting him off. Retreat! Do you hear me? A porcelain cup shattered, shards scattering into the air. The downpour at the CBD crossroad continued relentlessly. There were 10 seconds left on Lin Bei's 1-minute ultimatum. High-definition cameras zoomed in on the black bulletproof car, rainwater streaming down its windshield. Inside the vehicle, the special ops driver calmly removed his mask, his right foot lowering onto the gas pedal with measured assurance as the heavy off-road engine roared, exhaust pluming skyward. Journalists clung obliviously to the hood, microphones beating against the windshield. The escalating crowd screamed, hurling rotten vegetables and muddy water at the windows in a frenzy. Back indoors, Lin Bei carelessly discarded his phone, picking up a fine carving blade. He turned his attention to patiently shaping the surface of rosewood, his face unflinchingly composed. It was as if the previous phone call, powerful enough to rattle the foundations of federal authority, had never disturbed his tranquility. Beside him, Su Qingying leaned gently against his side, her gaze a vortex of complex emotions. Clutching tightly at the hem of his pants, her face pressed close against the edge of his clothes, silent reverence and infatuation seeped through her demeanor. On the rooftop of the office building, the secretary of the Hua family gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He hesitated over whether to call for a retreat, gambling on the hope that the national security agents would fire the shots that would shatter Lin Bei's myth. Yet he couldn't bring himself to press the broadcast button. At the intersection of the CBD, torrential rain hammered against the bulletproof car, producing a dense, chaotic sound. As the countdown began, the special agent's driver slammed the brakes before flooring the accelerator, the engine roaring as it surged forward. Inside the car, Yilin shielded her abdomen with one arm and gripped a dagger with the other, her expression vigilant, muscles tense, ready to break through. Outside the vehicle, the lead reporter raised a wrench, furiously demanding for the detained to be handed over, smashing it against the windshield, which was already cracked like a spider's web. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The driver clenched his teeth, foot hovering over the brake as the tension reached its peak. Suddenly, over a dozen unmarked black SUVs roared onto the scene, violently crashing through barricades and sending a luxury car in the middle of the road flying. The black vehicles plowed through, carving a bloody path before surrounding Yilin's car entirely. The special agent's driver was stunned, slamming on the brakes in shock. The vehicle doors burst open, but instead of the anticipated special agents, a group of women dressed in all black vests and fully armed emerged. Carrying electric batons and riot shields, their faces were obscured by helmets, shoulders marked with emblems of top-tier aristocratic private militias. Mixed within them were Union gendarmes, their firearms gleaming coldly in the rain. Before the reporters could react, a bodyguard nearly 2 meters tall stepped forward and delivered a brutal kick, instantly breaking the reporter's bones. The reporter collapsed unconscious to the ground. The gendarme captain raised their gun and fired 3 shots skyward, the deafening gunshots silencing the chaos in an instant. Violence erupted in full force. Without any warning, the private militia and gendarmes unleashed a ruthless onslaught on the crowd. Bolts of blue electricity crackled as batons struck like lightning. Shields swept aside and knocked over human walls, while steel boots mercilessly stomped on those who fell. The roaring voices of furious citizens were instantly suppressed. Curses were interrupted midway, their teeth shattered by rifle butts. Blood mixed with rainwater splattered on the ground. This was no longer mere dispersal, but slaughter. In the blink of an eye, the mob became prey, scattering in every direction to escape. Cries, screams, and the sound of bones breaking intertwined into a nightmarish symphony. Amidst the storm, the air became saturated with the scent of blood. Minutes earlier, those same cameras, which had fervently spouted rhetoric about the purity of human genetics, were violently seized and destroyed by bodyguards, their shattered remnants scattered on the ground. In the face of the family's interests, these secret dealings among the elites were exposed without hesitation. Lin Bei held the power to grant or withhold S-rank genetic access, and anyone who dared stand in his way became a mortal enemy. The live stream broadcast across the entire internet was plunged into dead silence as over tens of millions of viewers witnessed the dramatic reversal. Fans who had once cheered for the warriors became dumbfounded in an instant. So it turned out that those brutally assaulting civilians were representatives of the Supreme Council's gendarmes and the armed forces of aristocratic conglomerates. The comment sections exploded with confusion and fear across the screens. Why are the gendarmes attacking their own people? Whose private army are those black-clad forces? Cries for help echoed one after another. Inside the private residence of Tianqiong, the storm outside was isolated. Lin Bei sat calmly on the leather sofa, his gaze coldly scanning the holographic screen in midair, displaying a crisp view of the chaotic crossroads outside. The mob was being pitilessly mopped up by unseen masterminds. The small carving knife in his hand danced through the air, thin shavings of fragrant rosewood cascading to the floor in fine fragments as the blade moved with smooth precision. Beside him, Su Qingying knelt, breathing heavily, yet her expression revealed satisfaction and determination. Her face pressed tightly against his knee, clutching onto him as if he were her last source of security. "You've applied good force?" Lin Bei casually remarked, his voice calm yet sweeping across the room like a gale. Behind the sofa, Gu Qing basked in the exhilaration of victory. Killing without firing a single bullet, no need to wound or maim. The mob had trapped themselves in a fatal deadlock. 10 minutes later, a new wave of uproar crashed across the web. A retired tank operator posted comparison photos on social media, exposing the stark truth. The black SUVs at the scene were equipped with the latest military-grade armor. The black-clad figures weren't street hooligans but private bodyguards of aristocratic families. The bombshell revelation shattered everyone's perceptions. The rhetoric of human survival and genetic purity was nothing more than lies spun by the elite. Jiang Rant's expose turned out to be nothing more than a smokescreen. The aristocrats didn't care about Lin Bei's genetics at all. Their true agenda was to use the civilians as leverage to force Lin Bei into submission, securing exclusive access to S-class genetic slots for their families. And when their privileged quotas faced the threat of being rescinded, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice civilian lives as cannon fodder and disposable shields. To aristocrats, preserving their bloodlines mattered above all else. The tide of online chatter surged into a tsunami of denunciations against the aristocracy, drowning platforms in their wake. In the shadows of Beijing's northern outskirts, Chuyu stared fixated at 6 holographic screens. On the screens, a journalist she had clandestinely supported was being savagely beaten to a pulp by bodyguards bearing the emblem of the Hua family. The cold blue light reflected off her face, which trembled in despair. She realized she had lost this gamble entirely. She had hoped Jiang Rant's video would topple Lin Bei, believing the street violence orchestrated by the aristocrats would lead him to collapse. But now her defeat was undeniable. The once powerful aristocrats had collectively betrayed her plans, teetering on dishonor or awaiting forceful detainment by the Union's gendarmes. Lin Bei didn't even step outside the building. A mere faint response from him had sparked this entire upheaval. While questions about his genetic legitimacy loomed, no one dared breathe a word. Inside the room, Chuyu abruptly rose, smashing a bottle of red wine in a fit of fury. She tightly hugged her arms, as despair clung to her like an invisible noose tightening around her throat. Flashbacks of the oppressive pressure Lin Bei exuded when grasping her wrist during the banquet sent shivers down her spine. Her gaze involuntarily flicked to the flashing crimson numbers on the electronic calendar. Only 7 days remained until the genetic verification of the 28-day-old embryo in Yilin's womb. Simultaneously, waves of breaking news surged through her terminal. Beijing. City Daily News Flash Representative Hua issues a public apology. The parliament shelves the emergency contingency plan. Financial headlines: 18 top conglomerates urgently evaluating a $3 billion donation plan. Decision pending results from tests scheduled in 7 days. Speaker's office statement reiterates that divine citizens are protected by the highest laws, urging rational patience while awaiting scientific results, avoiding rumors or misleading information. The storm had not crushed Lin Bei. Instead, it had swept away the noise surrounding him. Under the sky, Lin Bei calmed his mind as he blew wood shavings off his fingertips. The piece of Wangwali wood in his hands had been transformed through his precise craftsmanship into a sheathless tang blade. Its edges gleamed sharply, and the wooden grain reflected a cold, menacing light. After wiping his hands clean, he inquired about the situation outside. Gu Qing reported with a bow. Yilin's convoy has resumed movement. The mob blocking the streets has been apprehended by joint military police. The conglomerates are hastily funneling funds into the seed account and are pleading for your mercy. Lin Bei turned around, gazing down at the rain-cleansed streets. He casually placed the wooden tang blade on the tea table and instructed someone to find a courier box to privately send it to the Cloud Peak Group's president's office. Gu Qing's pupils contracted as understanding dawned on him. Without delay, he strode out briskly. The narrative cuts to the same day, less than 24 hours until the final genetic verification on day 28. The tea room was filled with swirling mist as Lin Bei skillfully worked the purple clay tea set. The fragrance of dragon well tea spiraled upward, permeating the heavy air inside. Across from him sat Yilin, dressed in simple black loungewear, his back impeccably straight. His hands were clasped together, the knuckles of his left hand unconsciously rubbed by his right, a subtle sign of his tension. Lin Bei poured tea into the cups and invited him to drink in a calm voice. He explained that tomorrow's procedure was straightforward. 10 milliliters of venous blood would be drawn for analysis of free-floating DNA, all non-invasive and radiation-free. Yilin's shoulders seemed to relax slightly as he lowered his head, took a sip from his tea, and swallowed quietly. Suddenly, the door burst open as Gu Qing entered with triumphant news. The chaos at the crossroads has been entirely quelled. The extremists have been swiftly convicted on charges of endangering federal public safety, with maximum sentences about to be enforced. To absolve themselves of suspicion, the conglomerates personally ensured the perpetrators were transferred to maximum security prisons without visitation rights. Simultaneously, data from the seed account backend had refreshed. Gu Qing presented a tablet, showing the latest financial movements. The update was like an invisible blade directed straight at the eye of the coming storm. In a mere 3 days, 40 billion federal credits had poured into the account like a torrent. Lin Bei glanced indifferently at the staggering figure, a faint sneer curling his lips. The knives of politicians and corporate magnates had swiftly changed their direction. Riding the fading heat of this crisis, they vied to throw real money onto the table, each racing to secure a piece of the future. He firmly declined all requests for meetings, issuing a clear directive. Until tomorrow's result is finalized, the gates of Tianqiong residence would remain closed to visitors. Gu Qing bowed to acknowledge the instruction, sensing the resoluteness embedded in the heavy silence of the room. Meanwhile, at the bustling Federal Capital Center, at the Cloud Peak Group's headquarters, Chu Minglan commanded the top-floor conference room. Dressed in a sharp, deep silver-tailored suit, her 50 years of authority could not conceal the sharpness in her gaze. As the marketing director excitedly presented their overseas expansion strategy, the door suddenly swung open. A senior secretary rushed in, panting, holding a black and gold wooden box. She approached Chu Minglan with urgency. A package from the National Security Bureau's Special Task Force courier, requiring your immediate signature. The secretary's voice trembled. The conference room fell silent instantly. Eyes from over a dozen senior executives fixated on the box. The label was clear as day, recipient Chu Minglan.
Sender Lin Bai.
The atmosphere froze, followed by a crescendo of shocked murmurs. A personal delivery from the divine citizen? Seed nominee? Preliminary selection. The eldest Mrs. Billion-dollar donation. It's paid off now. The patriarchs' faces flushed with excitement as they stood abruptly. Their gazes fixated on the box as if it contained the key to the future. The vice president even broke into a round of applause, and within seconds, an electric anticipation surged through the room. Chu Minglan, however, remained uncharacteristically detached. Her expression was ice-cold as she stared at the name Lin Bei. Decades of business acumen set her instincts on high alert, all hairs on her body on edge. Lin Bei's ruthless counterstrike at the crossroads, severing his foes with precision, wasn't something that could be smoothed over with a single courtesy package. Silence, everyone, she commanded curtly, her tone cold as frost. The executives froze, their smiles stiffening. All of you clear the room. No one approaches until I say otherwise. She gestured sharply as the doors shut behind the last retreating figure. Now the office was empty, save for Chu Minglan herself. Glancing at the box, she donned white velvet gloves, cautiously lifting the lid. Inside, there were no documents, no letter of gratitude, no confirmation of nominations. There was only a sheathless, foot-long tang blade carved entirely from Wangwali wood. The blade's edges were thinned like cicada wings, emanating a chilling air like a weapon honed in the depths of battle. Chu Minglan's pupils contracted sharply. Beads of cold sweat slid down her forehead, soaking through the silk backing of her suit. This was no olive branch. It was a guillotine blade hung over Cloud Peak's neck. She sank heavily into the high-backed chair, her mind spinning with calculations. While Cloud Peak's surface business operations had always been legitimate, the shadows concealed shades of gray. Yet even then, they had never dared to provoke Lin Bei, who stood over the very pinnacle of the sky. Now Lin Bei, a man known for his methodical and bloody rebukes, had sent a warning in the form of an unsheathed blade. The implications were as profound as they were chilling. Gripping the secure phone tightly, her voice was cold and ruthless. Immediately cut off Chu Yu's access to all financial transfers. Activate the Darknet team to thoroughly investigate her overseas accounts and communications for the past 3 months. Track down all suspicious contacts. The voice on the other end hesitated. Investigate Miss Chu? Should the board be informed? Not a word. Leaks will lead to death. She slammed the phone down with force and collapsed into her chair, her gaze fixed on the heavy tang sword, exuding a murderous aura. Tomorrow's test results were about to be revealed. A single sentence from Lin Bei could tear apart the foundation of the Yunding Group. In the northern outskirts of Jin City, inside an abandoned factory's underground bunker, Chu Yu huddled in the dim yellow light, utterly unaware of the storm brewing within the corporation. Before her was an offline computer. The screen looped a recording of Lin Bei's cold and ruthless counterattack. Her chest heaved violently, her gaze complex and fiery. While reason screamed to recognize him as the enemy, her instincts rebelled. The sense of life-threatening pressure lingering from their handshake that night haunted her relentlessly. Her legs tensed, her teeth bit down until they drew blood. He must die. Rage surged through her. She hurled the tablet hard against the wall, its shattered screen erupting into fragments, leaving darkness in its wake. Hugging her head, she crouched down, her silent, labored breathing swallowed by despair, consuming this small, dim refuge. As night descended, Beijing was drenched in an atmosphere of tension. The city hall issued the highest level of traffic control. All 10 main roads leading to Tianqiong Mansion were fully sealed off. Within a 3-kilometer radius, a solid iron defense was formed by the military police and National Security Bureau special agents. Armored vehicles were stationed at intersections, searchlights creating an interwoven net of light. 5 armed helicopters hovered on standby, their cannons primed and ready. This was an invisible war. Billions of eyes were glued to their screens, watching the red countdown tick like an ominous heartbeat. Across the world, it seemed as though even breathing ceased. Inside Tianqiong Mansion, before a massive floor-to-ceiling aquarium, Lin Bei stood with a resolute figure, his gaze calm and steady. Behind the swaying aquatic plants, a tiger shark thrashed violently, devouring prey in a frenzy. Gu Qing stood behind him, cautiously reporting, "The medical team is fully prepared, and the experts have completed final calibrations. By tomorrow morning, only 10 milliliters of blood will be required for the authoritative report." Lin Bei said nothing, tapping the glass lightly with his right hand. The soft knock sound echoed. The tiger shark abruptly ceased its feeding, its tail swaying as it darted into the crevices of the reef, still as a ghost. Retracting his hand, Lin Bei stood as quiet as a hunter waiting his turn on the list, biding his moment. In the corner of the living room, the gears of a vintage brass clock gently turned, the minute and hour hands aligning at midnight. The heavy chime echoed, announcing the arrival of day 28. At 5 in the morning, the first-floor hall of Tianqiong Mansion was transformed into a top-level sterile testing lab. The live broadcast across the internet was cut off, replaced solely by a black screen with white text displaying the countdown. At Beijing's Central Plaza, tens of thousands of citizens stood in the pouring rain, hands clasped, enveloped in a heavy, silent atmosphere. Within the Federal Supreme Council's roundtable room, the speaker and the heads of the financial clans had red-rimmed eyes, their gazes locked intently on the secure red telephone connecting to Tianqiong Mansion. In the northern outskirts of Jin City, within the underground bunker, Chu Yu curled up on a sofa, her pale face staring blankly at the digital red text, utterly lifeless. Inside Tianqiong Mansion's hall, the chief geneticist donned sterile gloves, drawing blood from Yi Lin's arm and injecting it into a cutting-edge DNA sequencer. The progress bar climbed slowly, the oppressive silence punctuated solely by the hum of the instrument's fan. When the progress reached 30%, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Red lights flashed wildly as a massive red error box popped up on the screen. Error. Logical conflict in database comparison. The entire room erupted into chaos. Gu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, his hand gripping the firearm at his waist tightly. Medical staff turned pale, while the old expert frantically tapped away on the keyboard, reviewing the logs. 3 seconds later, he panted as he announced, "It wasn't a malfunction." His voice trembled with excitement, drenched in sweat. "The embryonic gene is too pristine, completely void of degenerative or pathogenic codes. The anti-fraud protocol triggered a fail-safe shutdown." The National Security Bureau agent's eyes widened. Even the system's rejection mechanisms couldn't pinpoint a flaw. Lin Bei spoke steadily, "Disable the alert database. Proceed." Yilin's shoulders finally relaxed. The old expert restarted the system, and the progress bar soared straight to 100%. On the screen appeared a flawless double-helix genetic sequence, dominating the display. The old expert was dumbfounded, meticulously verifying each component. Every single section was immaculate, without a trace of viral residue. "Perfect!" He dropped to his knees, trembling as he wept, tears mixing with sweat. Choking with emotion, he shouted, "In 50 years, this is the first completely healthy genetic profile I've ever seen." Dozens of senior researchers crowded around, their expressions stunned, their sobs suppressed. Lin Bei set down his teacup and slowly approached the screen. The old expert, still kneeling, tremblingly pressed enter to initiate the core report, chromosomal screening. On the screen, an enlarged image of sex chromosomes appeared, clearly displaying 2 letters, X, Y. At that moment, the old expert's breathing grew rapid, nearly fainting. Clutching the control console, he roared out the truth humanity had awaited for years. "A perfectly healthy baby boy is here, ensuring the continuity of the human lineage." The Tianqiong Mansion Hall erupted in pandemonium. The top-tier medical experts clad in protective suits all turned together, one after another, toward Lin Bei and Yilin. Rin lowered her head, bowing at a precise 90-degree angle. Her choked sobs transformed into tears, suppressed cries surging up uncontrollably. Gu Qing bit her lip tightly, and the red encrypted phone in her hand slipped to the tiled floor with a crisp sound. Lin Bei stared at the screen displaying the letter Y, his Adam's apple rolling precisely as his eyelids fluttered intensely to suppress the sting in his eyes. This was his bloodline, the proof of his existence. 8 o'clock on the dot. Every Federation media platform, outdoor screens, and personal terminals switched in unison to the live broadcast of the Supreme Council. The Supreme Speaker, her eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, stood at the podium, slamming the thin, paper report heavily onto the surface. Her voice, choked with emotion yet reverberating across the globe, announced, "The son of Lin Bei possesses a flawless genome. Humanity has been saved. The population crisis was officially over." Meanwhile, in a bomb shelter at the northern suburbs, Chuyu stared at the speaker on the screen, her strength draining away in an instant. She slid down onto the cold concrete floor, her bitter smile stiffening as it spread. The Silver Moon Society had been utterly crushed. Lin Bei, from being a theoretical savior, had ascended to become the ultimate master of life and death. Any opposition would be obliterated under the wrath of all humanity. After a brief silence, deafening cheers erupted, resounding throughout the Federation. Explosions crackled above the cities, skyscraper windows quivered, and car horns filled the streets with a feverish symphony. Those who once protested alongside Jiang Ran were consumed by regret. A middle-aged man knelt on the rain-soaked road, slapping his forehead and then striking his own face, shouting hoarsely, "I was blind!" More people dropped to their knees in reverence, water spraying around them. Cries and laughter melded into one chaotic yet unified sound. Inside the conference rooms of major financial conglomerates, the atmosphere was exceptionally intense. At the Yunding Corporation headquarters, CEO Chu Minglon slammed her palm onto the conference table, roaring as she gave the order to immediately freeze overseas acquisitions and redirect all funds to the Spark special account. Simultaneously, cameras shifted to other key corporate powerhouses. Funds surged wildly, with hundreds of billions serving merely as an appetizer. At that moment, the world had wholly submitted beneath Lin Bei's feet. The existential extinction crisis that had loomed for decades was ruthlessly severed. Within the Sky Dome residence, Lin Bei turned back to the sofa, lifting a cup of cooling tea and draining it in one swift motion. His gaze pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the jubilant city, his demeanor cold and impenetrable. The true battle was only just beginning. Those lurking in the shadows, bent on destroying the newly established order through violence, would face complete eradication. News of Yi Lin's embryo possessing perfect genes shook the Xia Federation like an earthquake. The fervor showed no signs of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly intense, spreading like a wildfire of unrestrained passion. The Supreme Council convened an emergency closed-door meeting overnight, voting unanimously within 3 hours to pass the Spark Security Act. The perimeter of the Sky Dome residence underwent a total overhaul, with joint military police and national security special forces doubling their presence. Missile-equipped vehicles paraded openly into the CBD Green Zone, signaling an unyielding defense. Over the skies of the capital, the Air Defense Command swiftly designated an absolute no-fly zone, securing a 50-kilometer radius around the Sky Dome skyscraper. Any unauthorized aerial objects would be shot down immediately, without hesitation. Within the Sky Dome residence, 2 of the most critical figures were placed under the highest security level by the National Security Bureau. Aside from Yi Lin, Su Qingying had also come under the spotlight. Her pregnancy was a secret known only to high-ranking officials and doctors, concealed entirely from the public. The indoor temperature was set to a perfect balance, contrasting starkly with the frenzied celebrations unfolding outside. Within the luxurious and tranquil space, Su Qingying carried a bowl of meticulously prepared nourishing soup and walked softly through the living room to Lin Bei's side. She was dressed in a silk camisole gown that accentuated every curve. Kneeling gracefully by his knees, her eyes followed Lin Bei's gaze out the window, where throngs of people were wildly cheering for perfection in jeans. Gently stroking her yet-to-protrude belly, undercurrents of emotion swirled in Su Qingying's eyes, a yearning for acknowledgement. She softly tested the waters, suggesting that her pregnancy be publicly announced so that the public could share in a dual joy. Lin Bei lowered his head, his eyes calm and indifferent toward her aspirations. His broad hand lightly rested on her neck, his fingers slowly brushing against her skin, causing Su Qingying to turn pale instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably. After several seconds of suffocating silence, Lin Bei withdrew his hand. Trembling, she lowered her head to apologize, pleading to follow his every command.
Lin Bei remained silent.
Deep down, he knew that this woman, if not for the bloodline she carried, would have long been expelled from the Sky Dome. Elsewhere in the capital, at the Yunding Corporation headquarters top floor, CO Chu Minglan stared tensely at a tang blade lying on the desk, her nerves frayed after a sleepless night. The PR and financial directors reported cautiously, trembling as they said, "Another 100 billion has been injected into the Spark special account, totaling 200 billion, but it's like tossing stones into the ocean." No response. The director of the National Security Bureau, Gu, remains unresponsive as well. Chu Minglan's heart raced. The money was spent, yet nothing had come of it. She could only hope Lin Bei might show mercy and spare her family. "Any progress?" she demanded sharply, her tone a mix of urgency and faint despair. Abruptly turning around, Chu Minglan's gaze locked onto the few core executives seated in the guest area and the hacker team frantically typing away on their keyboards beside them. "President, the offshore accounts connected to Chu Yu are extremely resistant to tracing. We've deployed the company's supercomputers and are currently making headway. The database is breached." The lead hacker's fingers flew across the keyboard, the screen flooding with cascading streams of data like a torrent. Chu Minglan clenched her teeth, veins bulging, her gaze fixed on the screen with unyielding intensity. "It's cracked." The hacker hit the enter key with finality and pushed the keyboard aside, exclaiming, "All the baseline transaction flows are extracted. We're tracing back and comparing the timeline." The projection screen flared to life, and the core executives swarmed forward in a frenzy. What became apparent on the screen was a damning revelation: billions of funds funneled overseas through shell foundations and under the guise of charities. Even graver was the perfectly aligned timelines and transactions, their sinister intent vividly evident. March 12th, 23 million was transferred to an offshore account, 3 days before Lin Bei was assassinated. March 15th, 100 million federal credits were laundered, the exact day Lin Bei revealed Chu Yu's true intentions at the charity gala. April 2nd, 85 million flowed into the black market in the northern suburbs, right on the eve of Lin Bei's ambush. And just days ago, 5 million in black card expenditure, a match to the smear video scandal unleashed by ex-girlfriend Jiang Ran. At the root of all these transactions was the orchestrator Chu Yu of the Cloud Peak Corporation. The core executives turned ashen-faced. Some stumbled into tables with weakened knees, some questioning their very grasp of reality. Zhu Yue? Is she the shadow financier of an extremist terror organization? Using corporate funds to assassinate Lin Bei? The PR director stammered, his voice trembling as it broke the thick silence. The temperature in the meeting room plummeted. The atmosphere turned deathly still. Chu Minglan stared at the devastating truth displayed before her. Her blood ran ice cold. She finally understood why Lin Bei had sent her only a wooden tang knife. Cloud Peak Corporation wasn't just corrupted. It was the ultimate threat to humanity's future. The lead hacker, drenched in sweat, pounded the keyboard at breakneck speed. The torrent of data abruptly stalled. Turning his head, he announced urgently, "Madam President, there's a top-tier security partition behind the firewall, but we've already breached it with 3 supercomputer nodes." The projection screen shifted, the web of transaction flows disappearing, replaced by an internal contact list that had narrowly escaped destruction. Chu Minglan's eyes locked onto the top IP address. This connection-governed Cloud Peak's highest financial authority, and its designated identity revealed a chilling title, Third Elder. Her eyelid twitched uncontrollably, her heart wrenched with searing pain. Her very own daughter, not just laundering funds to protect an extremist organization, but was masterfully embedded as its handler and enforcer. The lifeblood of the corporation was tethered to a force of anti-humanity. "Open the operations log," Chu Minglan commanded coldly, her hand steadying against the desk. Silent, the hacker hesitated. Chu Minglan double-clicked the encrypted file archive herself. The screen displayed every command that had shocked the Federation, each blood-stained conflict, each fiery attack, and every directive bore Chu Yu's electronic signature. The collision of blood and fire painted the indisputable truth without mercy. The mastermind behind it all, the dark empire looming over Cloud Peak's foundation, was none other than the daughter she had raised with her own hands. Chu Minglan slumped into her executive chair, her legs devoid of strength, her face ghostly pale. Her vision blurred as the assassination conspiracies unveiled on screen signaled the doom of Cloud Peak Corporation. Chu Yu. She was the ultimate handler behind it all. Around her, the executives mirrored her despair. The PR director collapsed to the floor. The finance director clasped both hands tightly over their lips, suppressing any sound that might betray their panic. A vice president, overcome by the tension and disorder, made a mad dash towards the exit, only to be brought down immediately by two security guards wielding electric batons. Chu Minglan's voice was calm yet cutting, decisive as a blade, as she ordered the immediate lockdown of the building, severing all external communications. She mobilized the family's elite security forces, froze all of Chu Yu's assets and secret safe houses. The directive was crystal clear. Chu Yu must be brought in, dead or alive. Meanwhile, atop the Sky Dome Tower, Lin Bei lounged on the sofa, idly flipping through a report from the Academy of Sciences. Beside him, a determined Yilin, pregnant and encased in strength, sat on the carpet with poise, peeling a plump green grape before handing it to Lin Bei. Nearby, Su Qingying brought over a bowl of bird's nest soup, crouching submissively at his side with a cautious demeanor, walking on eggshells. Lin Bei ate the grape, his expression calm as his gaze flickered towards Yilin. He inquired about her recovery. She clenched her fist, the crisp crack of her joints punctuating her words as she confirmed that every indicator showed improvement. To safeguard her unborn child, she had temporarily ceased high-intensity training. Her hands gently caressed her abdomen, her resolve unyielding yet tender. Suddenly, the secure door creaked open and Gu Qing stepped in with measured composure, reporting the latest financial intelligence. The Spark project account had drawn in $1 trillion in funding, so much so that magnates lined up, causing bottlenecks across 3 major council roads. Commissioner Hua had unconditionally ceded 2 overseas mining assets. Lin Bei received the news with effortless calm, consenting to the acquisition of the mines while ensuring all funds went through anonymous channels. "No personnel exposure," he instructed. Gu Qing continued the briefing. The Cloud Peak Corporation building had abruptly gone radio silent, with its security forces now escorting Chu Yu to an underground bunker in the northern suburbs. Lin Bei set aside the small blade in his hand, his demeanor sharpening. He declared the mobilization of the Joint Gendarmerie and the Anti-Air Command Unit to commence military-level surveillance. Special operations teams would stand by at strategic perimeters. He would personally oversee the unfolding crisis. Deep in the northern suburbs, Chu Yu lay curled up on a cold, worn-out sofa. Exhaustion consumed her, the oppressive surroundings mirroring the despair of her soul. Chu Minglan's resolute decisions had set the stage for a deadly manhunt. The chase had officially begun. The fragmented screen of a tablet flickered weakly, lifeless. Warning sirens erupted as the cold, austere underground shelter reverberated with their blaring alarms. Crimson warning lights strobed through the rust-etched concrete walls. In the shadowed corner, an antiquated communicator exhaled a single sheet of paper. Chu Yu threw herself forward, snatching it hastily, her eyes scanning the handwriting as if grasping at a lifeline. The group directly into the Research Institute's most restricted area. The reinforced steel doors hissed open, revealing a sterile yet imposing laboratory filled with cutting-edge equipment. Dozens of researchers, donned in white lab coats, froze mid-step and turned toward the entrance, their expressions a mixture of awe and reverence. A hushed silence clung to the air as Lin Bei's presence commanded the room. He walked calmly toward the central observation platform, every step radiating an unshakable authority. "Let's begin," Lin Bei said simply, his voice steady but carrying the weight of absolute resolve. The head geneticist nodded, almost tripping over himself to comply, and swiftly brought up 3D projections of complex genetic schematics. Intricate double helixes rotated mid-air, displaying sequences that most would find incomprehensible. Yet to Lin Bei, they might as well have been open books. As the session commenced, whispers buzzed among the younger scientists. The man before them wasn't merely providing authorization. He was actively engaging in the complexities of their work. His insights were precise, his critiques cutting but constructive. Even the top researchers found themselves both humbled and inspired. Hours ticked away, but Lin Bei remained unfazed by the passing time. All eyes stayed glued to him, waiting for every word or gesture. When the discussion finally drew to a close, the impact left was undeniable. "Use it wisely," Lin Bei said as he gathered his documents and prepared to leave. "This is your responsibility now." He turned, his figure a blend of gravitas and mystery, before exiting the lab, leaving behind a room full of reinvigorated resolve. Meanwhile, far from the clinical precision of the research institute, another scene was unfolding in the dim, damp confines of a high-security facility. Specifically, the cold, unyielding chamber where Chuyu remained imprisoned. Bound by the relentless grip of the high-voltage electronic restraints, her every breath was shallow but defiant. The silence around her only amplified the weight of her isolation. A faint metallic creak echoed through the chamber as Chu Minglan appeared, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and icy determination. "Still so stubborn," Chu Minglan muttered as she approached her daughter. The flickering red light of the restraints cast ominous shadows across the room. Her voice lowered, though whether in disappointment or anguish was unclear. "Your actions have put everything at risk, Yu." Chuyu met her mother's gaze with unwavering intensity. "And doing nothing leaves the monster unchecked," she hissed through gritted teeth. "You're all cowards, too afraid to sacrifice for the greater good." The sharp words hung in the air, and for a fleeting moment, the cracks in Chu Minglan's stoic mask almost showed. Her hand hovered as if to offer a semblance of comfort, but it quickly curled into a fist, withdrawn. "I don't expect you to understand," Chu Minglan finally said, her eyes clouded. "And maybe one day you'll curse me for how I've handled this. But for now, you're staying here, where you can't do any more damage." She turned abruptly, her high heels echoing sharply as she exited, leaving her daughter to darkness and solitude once more. Back in the sprawling urban landscape, Lin Bei's motorcade approached the Federation capital through a sea of crowds held back by tight security. The streets buzzed with energy as news of his unparalleled contribution to the medical sector was splattered across headlines and broadcasts. Inside the vehicle, Gu Qing handed over another briefing, speaking succinctly, "Preparations for the Genesis trial framework are proceeding ahead of schedule. The Federation has started funneling resources into public outreach for health initiatives. Meanwhile, resistance from corporate lobbying remains at zero." Lin Bei gave a faint nod but remained otherwise silent. His gaze, steady as ever, rested on the sprawling skyline outside the bulletproof glass, a view of a powerful, fractured world that he was methodically molding to his will. Stopping briefly outside a concealed Federation intelligence checkpoint, Gu Qing spoke again, this time cautiously. "Regarding the prisoner, there's still unrest surrounding her situation. The family factions may intervene if we delay further." Lin Bei's lips quirked into a cold, almost imperceptible smile. "Let her stew. Time will force clarity upon her." With sharp precision, the motorcade resumed its journey, each movement orchestrated like a grand, unspoken plan. The Federation's eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Bei, though his own sights were set far beyond their grasp. And thus, the threads continued to weave themselves, figures like Chuyu locked in grim defiance, Lin Bei shaping destinies with every calculated move, and the blurred line between hero and tyrant becoming ever more indistinct in the machinations of their world. The group passed through multiple disinfection chambers and entered a high-purity laminar flow room. He sat on the blood collection chair, pulled up his left sleeve, exposing a defined arm. An experienced senior nurse, wearing sterile gloves, began disinfecting and preparing for the blood draw. The needle tip approached his skin but suddenly stopped, bending sharply at an angle. The steel needle was bent back by the strength of Lin Bei's skin without even breaking it. The nurse's face turned pale, panic flashing across her eyes as she hastily switched needles. The observing senior dean and professors were utterly speechless in shock. The metallic needle had been bent purely by biological resistance. This was extraordinary, demonstrating an unparalleled level of physical defense in Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei lightly raised his right hand to reassure them, gradually relaxing the taut muscles back to their normal state. He gestured for the nurse to proceed once more. "This time I won't move." Trembling, the nurse used a specially crafted titanium alloy needle, finally succeeding in accessing the vein. Dark red blood slowly flowed into the vial, and the puncture wound scabbed over and sealed in mere seconds. Precise and efficient. The senior dean, acting as though he'd just discovered treasure, carefully placed the vial into a top-tier free-floating DNA analyzer. Streams of data instantly displayed across the screen, with the first health indicator maxing out well beyond any standard range. An elder expert on site exclaimed, "No signs of oxidative stress anomalies. Immune cell activity is 4 times higher than standard. This isn't evolution. It's a dimensional supremacy." The dean's eyes welled with tears, overcome with excitement as though a new continent had been found. "We've spent our lifetimes battling degenerative genes. What sits before us is a living treasure trove of ultimate life." He wiped his tears and looked at Lin Bei with deep reverence. "Would you like to see the true state of your cells under a high-magnification electron microscope?" Lin Bei nodded slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Beaming with excitement, the senior dean led Lin Bei to the adjacent laboratory. Under the microscope, Lin Bei's cells appeared densely arranged, emitting a faint glow, brimming with astonishing vitality. In a trembling voice, the dean reported, his cellular metabolism was 3 times faster, his telomere degradation only 1/5 of normal levels, providing a theoretical lifespan exceeding 150 years. Lin Bei remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly, his gaze exuding resolve. This lifespan would be enough for him to confront the winter-like world ahead and witness the rise and fall of 3 generations. The senior dean hesitantly brought up a procurement dilemma. The core equipment was only available from Wang Pharmaceutical domestically and would take 3 months to deliver. Lin Bei decided to handle this himself, instructing his assistant to immediately split and seal the samples. Adjusting his sleeve, his gaze was firm as he listened to the dean's promise. With sufficient funding, they would break through the issue of hereditary C-grade genetic diseases within 6 months. Lin Bei unequivocally demanded that all results must serve public health care and promised continued investment. Early next month, the National Security Bureau would deliver routine samples. Lin Bei turned and left, leaving the 12 top medical experts staring at his back, feeling an unshakable presence. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off. Lin Bei rested against the car seat, closing his eyes to relax. Gu Qing, intently focused on her tablet, calmly reported, "Mrs. Wenlan, wife of Commissioner Hua, has sent a donation list under the banner of medical charity. Among them are 3 urgently needed core pieces of equipment." Lin Bei sneered, the corner of his mouth curling in scorn. "Accept the items, reject the person. Tell her to scram." The elites hadn't yet realized who was truly in control. He instructed Gu Qing to set up a blockade 3 streets away. At the Hua family's main residence in Jing City, chaos erupted in the study. Hua Zhangting angrily kicked over a tea table, berating Wenlan for failing to break into Tianxiong Manor. Clutching her handbag tightly, Wenlan's tears streamed down her face as she pitifully described Lin Bei's bold measures. The National Security Bureau had intercepted her 3 blocks away, leaving no chance for a meeting. A silent clash of power and strategy had quietly begun. Hu Zhangting abruptly turned, planting his hands heavily on the desk, breathing heavily like an ox. In order to maintain the Hua family's position in the parliament, he had resolutely abandoned 2 overseas rare metal mines, like severing an arm to survive. It was his only option. He initially anticipated Wen Lan could use the equipment as leverage to negotiate with Lin Bei, gaining priority access to S-grade genes or a blood sample to recoup losses. But the plan had utterly failed. Lin Bei had accepted the hardware but showed no mercy in shutting the doors on them. Fury burned across Hu Zhengting's face as he clenched his teeth. That kid Lin Bei doesn't respond to threats nor softness. The National Security Bureau has turned the Research Institute into a fortress. He adjusted his suit, his gaze cold as a name flickered through his mind. Speaking coldly, he ordered, "Go to your room and stay there. No coming out without my permission." With that, he passed by Wen Lan, leaving the study behind. Walking across 2 hallways, he pushed open a door on the east side. This was the workspace of Hu Zhangting's first wife, Su Wan, a senior pharmaceutical consultant for the Federation. The faint aroma of disinfectant and sandalwood lingered in the air. Su Wan, dressed in a beige cashmere sweater and wearing blue light-blocking glasses, was intently reviewing drug molecular formulas. At the sound of the door, she didn't turn around but paused her typing briefly. Hu Zhangting sat down directly, his tone unguarded. The Research Institute has obtained Lin Bei's blood samples. The senior dean now holds the Federation's greatest treasure trove. Su Wan removed her glasses and turned around calmly. The Supreme Academy of Sciences and the National Security Bureau have jointly taken over. The core experimental area is heavily guarded. What do you plan to do? Hu Zhangting's expression remained resolute. You need to. The supervisor identity grants access to the core zone. As a senior medical consultant, you have the authority to intervene in billion-dollar special fund projects.
Su Wan frowned slightly.
The supervisor can only audit budgets. They have no access to the core experimental zone. Gu Qing's people monitor everything closely. Nobody can get near Lin Bei's samples. Hu Zhangting slammed the table ferociously, his gaze menacing. Get close to him personally. Lin Bei goes to the Research Institute for routine checks every month. Find an excuse to approach him. Collect his blood, sweat, any used medical items and bring everything back. Su Wan stared at her delusional husband with an icy gaze. You're pushing the Hua family onto the path of ruin. Look at what happened to Yunding Group and Chuyu. You're asking me to risk my life stealing things. If the National Security Bureau investigates, both you and I will be destroyed. Hu Zhangting argued. Yunding played with assassination. What I'm asking for is just unnoticed medical waste. Get hold of even a tiny genetic sample, hand it over to the Hua family's secret laboratory, and we can crack the sequence. Not only will we reclaim the mines, but we'll monopolize the genetic resources of the elite. Risk is the only option. Su Wan remained silent, her gaze cold and distant. Hu Zhangting restrained his anger, his face darkening. Don't forget your brother's medical spot is in my hands. The Su family has relied on the Hua family to stand firm for years. It's time for you to fulfill your role as the madam of this household. Su Wan clenched her hands tightly, veins bulging, before slowly relaxing them. I'll try this once. Only this once. I trust you, Consultant Su. As it happens, Lin Bei is heading to the Research Institute today. Don't miss this opportunity. His lips curled into a cold smile as he turned to leave. As the door closed, Su Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation boiling within her. She exchanged her comfortable cashmere sweater for an elegantly tailored black professional dress and donned a white medical coat that symbolized authority. Her long hair was tightly coiled atop her head, revealing her sculpted neckline. This silent war had just begun. Half an hour later, a black sedan bearing the Federal Health Department's license plates quietly departed the Hua residence, heading straight toward the National Gene Research Institute. At 3 in the afternoon, in the isolation zone on the Institute's 3rd underground level, Lin Bei stood bare-chested before a massive force-measuring machine. His feet were planted firmly like granite, his right fist clenched. A surge of invisible power erupted from his waist, channeling through his spine and concentrating in his fist in an instant. With a loud boom, energy exploded fiercely as the punching bag absorbed the blow, shaking violently. The metal chains strained and screeched under the impact. The numbers on the machine screen climbed rapidly before settling at a shocking 1,200 kilograms. The data recorder was dumbfounded, while the elderly institute director adjusted his glasses, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the curve of muscle electrophysiologist signals. Swiftly, he documented his findings. Muscle fiber rupture resistance exceeded projections by 60%, while energy output maintained near-zero losses. Lin Bei retracted his fist, leaving not the smallest trace of injury on his skin. He casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the nearby table, taking calm sips. Water droplets trickled down his defined abdominal muscles. In the observation corridor above, Su Wan, under the watchful gaze of national security operatives, scanned her access card to enter. The Special Forces captain lightly corrected her regarding the scope of her permissions. "I'm here to verify the compatibility of the equipment donated by the Hua family. It won't interfere with security," she said, handing over her documents with nonchalance. Permission was granted without further question. Standing before the unidirectional blast-proof glass, Su Wan gazed down into the isolation chamber where Lin Bei's figure, drinking water, came into full view. She scrutinized the man who had stirred waves among the federal elite, her eyes filled with a complex intensity.
Suddenly, Suane's pupils contracted sharply.
A searing heat surged from her abdomen, accelerating along her spine and rushing to her brain. Her heartbeat skyrocketed, her blood seemed to boil. Her knees buckled, and she braced her trembling hands against the cold glass, her entire being overwhelmed as though she were being scorched by an invisible flame. Rationality struggled desperately within her, only to be defeated by primitive genetic instincts buried deep within her DNA. It was an uncontrollable genetic resonance, a force that shattered 30 years of social restraints, triggering her most shameful desires. In the isolation chamber, Lin Bei paused mid-movement as he tossed the empty bottle into the metal bin. He had keenly detected an unusual life force vibrating intensely behind the glass above, potent and rapid, its genetic signature oddly familiar yet more refined. Slowly, he turned around, his gaze piercing through the 5-centimeter-thick explosion-proof glass to align precisely with Su Wan's position. On the other side of the glass, Su Wan felt an icy, oppressive aura wash over her, raising every hair on her body. It felt as though she were being scrutinized by a supreme predator, a gaze that pierced straight into her soul. Staggering backward, she slumped against the wall, her breathing ragged as cold sweat soaked through her collar. Lin Bei's calm, steady stare remained fixed on the transparent barrier, his expression unreadable but faintly amused. Another unexpected turn of fate. A new blind box, as it were, had quietly been delivered. Lin Bei removed his towel, damp with sweat, to wipe the back of his neck before stepping toward the elevator. Pressing the call button for the intercom, he calmly announced the conclusion of the test, followed by a direct inquiry about the identity of external visitors. Upon receiving the response, he decisively gave permission for entry, overriding the elderly director's objections. In the corridor above, the Special Forces captain turned to follow his orders, facing a flustered, reddened Su Wan. Lin Bei had authorized her access to the core zone for equipment verification, and his command was absolute. Su Wan's eyes flickered, torn between fleeing and stepping forward. As the airlock door gradually opened, the heat in her body intensified, her legs felt like lead, and her bitten lip trembled. Summoning all her resolve, she stepped inside. The old dean introduced her identity, wife of Senator Hua Zhangting, and the Federation's chief medical advisor. Lin Bei shook off the white towel, his gaze sweeping over her with a mischievous glint. Su Wan held a tablet, pretending to verify data while secretly searching for traces of blood and residue. The old dean explained that the blood samples had been properly preserved, while the empty medical equipment revealed the gaps in her disguise one by one. In a moment of despair, She let herself collapse weakly onto the machinery and, unprepared, fell directly into Lin Bei's arms. The surveillance personnel held their breath. The old dean was taken aback, and Su-won's action openly revealed her vulnerability. Lin Bei didn't move, only catching her steadily, a look of amusement and surprise playing between his brows. "Advisor Su, are you all right?" His arm encircled her, tightening the embrace. The strong, masculine scent disoriented Su-won for a brief moment. Biting her tongue to regain clarity, she steadied herself by leaning on his shoulder, her fingers discreetly tugging at a strand of hair at the back of Lin Bei's neck, pulling it lightly. Though a small act, it didn't escape Lin Bei's sharp senses. His gaze carried a teasing edge, and instead of pushing her away, he held her tighter, whispering softly into her ear, "Madam and Senator Hua, what a devoted couple." Every hair on Su-won's body stood on end, panic quickly replacing the momentary disturbance. Lin Bei's words, was there a hidden meaning behind them? Su-won's entire body trembled violently. Her breathing quickened, and cold sweat soaked through her clothes. Lin Bei abruptly released her, stepping back suavely with impeccably gentlemanly manners. He calmly directed toward the door. "Advisor Su seems to be experiencing a bout of hypoglycemia. Assist her out for some rest." The special team members rushed in to support the weakened Su-won out of the isolation room. She tightly gripped the strand of hair with the follicle she'd seized, avoiding Lin Bei's gaze at all costs and desperately yearning to escape the sharp scrutiny of the man. The airlock doors of the hallway sealed slowly, the cold walls reflecting Su-won's ragged breaths. She made a silent vow. No matter how the Hua family fell, she would never again set foot near Lin Bei. Inside the isolation room, Lin Bei exchanged his attire for a clean light gray shirt, his movements unhurried and composed. For him, taking Su-won down, ruining her reputation, was an easy feat, and yet he had chosen restraint. After all, unraveling an S-class genetic code with just a strand of hair was impossible. The Hua family's elaborate schemes were nothing more than them entangling themselves in a trap. While Su-won appeared to work tirelessly in a futile effort as a medical specialist, an ulterior motive likely lay beneath the surface, unless she and Hua Zhangting harbored hidden ambitions. This was an open plot, one which Lin Bei observed with cold detachment. He knew full well that gambler Hua Zhangting would be lured into the depths of scientific despair by false promises, leading his family's legacy to wither away in hopelessness. A sudden surge of blood flow heightened the resonance of Su-won's genes, activating his evolutionary instincts. Securing her would not be a simple task. A fleeting image crossed his mind, Chu Yu's face filled with hatred as seen in the surveillance footage from the air raid shelter. Lin Bei decided that the chessboard now needed to be fully revealed. In a safe house hidden within the Chu family's dungeon in the northern suburbs of Jing City, Chu Minglan gripped a communicator in her trembling hand. An internal source had just leaked explosive news. Lin Bei had generously invested $1 trillion into the research institute and even broke protocol to meet with Hua Zhangting's wife, Su-won. The upper echelons buzzed with rumors of close ties between the Hua family and Lin Bei. Meanwhile, the Yunding group seemed to be experiencing a bitter winter, with the sword of Damocles swinging precariously over the Chu family. And yet, a bold idea crossed Chu Minglan's mind. Lin Bei was decisive and ruthless. None of the death warriors from the tunnel attack had survived. Yet, for some reason, the mastermind Chu Yu was neither hunted down nor issued a warrant. Why spare her life? Chu Minglan quickly replayed the surveillance from the banquet in her mind. Lin Bei had gripped Chu Yu's hand tight, pulling her into his embrace. It was clear Lin Bei had taken a liking to Chu Yu. Her breathing became hurried as she pushed aside the security personnel, quickly stepping into the underground holding chamber. The iron door opened, revealing Chu Yu bound in electronic shackles, curled up on a cold metal chair. Her eyes reflected exhaustion. The once prized daughter of the Chu family had now fallen to such a state. Chu Minglan strode over purposefully, harshly grabbing Chu Yu's collar and relaying the urgency of the situation. The conglomerates are fighting to throw money at him. Hua Zhangting sent his wife to seduce him at the research institute. He hasn't killed you. It's clear he's interested in you. For you to be alive right now is a blessing from our ancestors. Clean yourself up immediately and follow me to Tianqiong residence. Chu Yu was taken aback, humiliation flooding over her like a breached dam. Her scream, raw with hate, tore through the air. You're telling me to become a plaything for that man? Her violent struggle triggered the electronic shackles, blue electric arcs igniting as her body convulsed uncontrollably. Biting her lip, blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. She seethed. I'd rather die here than let him lay a finger on me. Slap! A crisp slap resonated sharply, and Chu Minglan's expression turned icy, utterly merciless. Her eyes glaring with rage, Chu Minglan fixated on Chu Yu, her voice as frigid as the grave. You've caused this mess, and now you want to drag the family down with you? Even if I have to tie you up, I'll make sure you face his bed. Chu Yu suddenly ceased her struggles, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Would you dare? Afraid I might slit his throat the moment he lets his guard down. The air grew still, crackling with tension as the mother and daughter faced off like gunpowder ready to ignite. At dusk, inside the Hua family's study, Suwon carefully placed a strand of hair with its follicle intact into a temperature-controlled vacuum container, her hand trembling slightly. Hua Zhengting's voice shook with excitement as he stared at the delicate black strand. Fa. I got it. I really got it. Suwon turned around expressionless, her voice cold as she reminded, I've repaid everything I owe you. Stop using my brother's medical quota to threaten me. Hua Zhengting ignored her, immediately grabbing an encrypted phone and commanding the mobilization of all available cash flow and collateralizing property to fully activate Underground Lab Number 7, determined to crack the genetic sequence. At the door, Suwon revealed a trace of mockery on her lips, slammed the door shut, and left. Morning, Tianqiong residence. Lin Bei, bare-chested, was controlling the last set of muscle fibers, tiny tremors enhancing his finely tuned strength. Just as he prepared to shower, the Director of National Security, Gu Qing, walked in quietly with a message. The principal and your old classmate Wang Xian are waiting downstairs. Lin Bei paused for a moment, shook off the shadows of his old life, coldly ordered them to be allowed in, and walked toward the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei appeared in the guest area with a calm demeanor. The principal of Beijing University sat nervously upright, while Wang Xian looked even more restrained and timid. Lin Bei entered the room in a casual white shirt, his gaze steady, his aura imposing. Wang Xian, who had wanted to call out Brother Bei, swallowed his words and bowed his head, the immense distance between them immediately apparent. Lin Bei poured tea with ease, casually retrieved a chilled Coke from the fridge, and tossed it precisely into Wang Xian's lap, a familiar gesture that instantly eased the tension. The principal stood up in surprise, and Wang Xian finally showed a rare smile. As pleasantries were being exchanged, Gu Qing approached and whispered, The Intelligence Division intercepted news that the Hua family's underground lab number 7 has been running non-stop for 24 hours. Hua Zhengting is leveraging cash and property to focus all efforts on decoding that one strand of hair with the follicle. Lin Bei sneered upon hearing this, his eyes filled with disdain. Let him burn. Burn through his fortune so thoroughly, there won't even be ashes left for burial. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Gu Qing to step back, the entire scene cold and profoundly meaningful. In the meeting room, Lin Bei's voice was low and composed but so impactful that the principal and Wang Xian were left almost dumbfounded. The respectful attitude of the Director of National Security revealed that Lin Bei's power far exceeded its understated appearance. Lin Bei turned a smile to Wang Xian, who was clutching the can of Coke tightly, and nonchalantly mentioned how genetic mutations had altered his identity as a university student, instantly sweeping away the oppressive atmosphere. Seizing the moment, the principal solemnly presented a golden-accented diploma and degree certificate, announcing that Lin Bei had been exempted from all graduation requirements and was granted the title of Distinguished Honorary Graduate. Wang Xian exclaimed in amazement, finding it thrilling that the rigorous academic rules of the past seemed meaningless in the face of true strength. Lin Bei ran his fingertips lightly across the cover of the certificate, the weight of recognition reflecting his 21 years of effort and defiance of fate. As the atmosphere eased, the principal revealed the true purpose of the visit, inviting Lin Bei to deliver a live-streamed speech at the upcoming freshman convocation. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lin Bei calmly nodded in agreement. Before the principal could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Bei made a shocking promise. All public healthcare benefits of the future Gene Research Institute would prioritize free access for Beijing University and the municipal orphanage. This unprecedented act of generosity sent waves of astonishment through the room, provoking the principal to kneel in gratitude, while the security personnel and Gu Qing were filled with newfound respect. The meeting came to a close. The principal left courteously to attend to his duties. Security personnel retreated in an orderly fashion, and multiple layers of explosion-proof doors sealed tight. Wang Xian, finally relaxing from the tension, popped open the chilled Coke and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Brother Bei, you're unstoppable. Absolutely soaring." Lin Bei raised his glass for a light toast, the crisp sound resonating through the serene mansion, momentarily reclaiming the carefree spirit and vigor of his 21-year-old self. As the vitality in the guest area gradually dissipated, Lin Bei initially planned to visit the old street night market for skewers and drinks. However, a glance at the silent deployment of anti-aircraft missile platforms reminded him of the tension lurking beneath the calm. Even the dazzling lights of the CBD at night could not mask the layers of security in place. National security heavy-duty vehicles patrolled back and forth on the streets, enforcing a 50-kilometer no-fly zone with an ironclad grip, a place where even unregistered birds couldn't get through. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, abandoning the idea of visiting the night market out of concern that vendors might get scrutinized. Instead, he picked up a private line and issued a succinct instruction: prepare seafood and barbecue in the 68th floor restaurant. Half an hour later, on the top floor of Tianqiong residence, Persian wool rugs were spread out beside the floor-to-ceiling windows as Lin Bei and Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the carpet. Plates were laden with grilled meats, oysters, and red prawns, while chilled beer cans lay scattered nearby. Wang Xian gazed at the skyscraper clusters below. What once seemed untouchable was now utterly beneath him. He opened a beer, letting the cool liquid soothe his throat and nerves. The atmosphere between the two was relaxed. Lin Bei casually grabbed a skewer of roasted meat, while Wang Xian's face flushed slightly as he chuckled. "Never thought I'd sit here with you, drinking $10 beer and eating this first-class barbecue." Lin Bei raised his can for a toast. Though the beer's intoxicating effects were useless on him, as the alcohol was quickly metabolized, he still clinked with Wang Xian. After 3 rounds of drinks, the topic drifted into sensitive territory. Wang Xian tightly gripped his empty can and finally, cautiously, mentioned a name. "Brother Bei, about Jiang Ran. I've seen it all." He furiously recounted how his girlfriend switched to the arms of a wealthy man and even spread slanderous videos. Lin Bei tilted his head back, drinking without expression. His eyes revealed no turbulence, and his reply was calm. "That's long gone." Wang Xian, doubtful, found it hard to believe Lin Bei's composure. Before the brewing tension could deepen, light footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase. Wang Xian instinctively glanced upward, his gaze passing over the sofa as his pupils abruptly widened, his throat seizing in sudden shock. A woman descended the stairs, dressed in an elegant linen loungewear outfit, her waist tied with a light blue apron. Her hair was loosely pinned up, her face bare of any makeup, exuding a purity and softness to the point of appearing otherworldly. On the tray she carried were 2 steaming plates of simple, homemade dishes, the stir-fried kidneys and peanuts Lin Bei had casually ordered. Wang Xian almost held his breath. The national award-winning actress Su Qingying. Keeping her gaze lowered, she took small, delicate steps toward the edge of the carpet, knelt down with knees together, and gently placed the dishes on the table. Then, she picked up an unopened bottle of beer, her slender fingers prying open the ring pull, and slightly bowing, handed the beer to Wang Xian. Her voice was soft and delicate. "You're a friend of Mr. Lin. Please enjoy." Wang Xian practically jolted in shock, hurriedly taking the beer from her hands, too flustered and tongue-tied to form coherent words. Su Qingying withdrew her hand quickly and turned towards Lin Bei. Any trace of cold aloofness that she displayed on-screen was absent from her gaze, replaced by docility and an eagerness to please. She lightly set down another can of beer, meekly reported that the dishes were served, and retreated upstairs without uttering an extra word. The living room descended into a deathly silence. Wang Xian, still holding the beer that the award-winning actress had personally opened for him, stared dumbfounded at the steaming dishes in front of him. Just days ago, he'd watched news coverage showing Lin Bei and Su Qingying at a thank-you gala and felt they were worlds apart. Yet now, the top beauty of the entire federation was here, dressed in an apron, meticulously serving dishes and pouring drinks, her every breath so soft it was nearly inaudible. Swallowing hard, Wang Xian finally came to terms with the weight carried by the title of God-tier citizen. He abruptly grabbed the beer. His eyes reddened, and a crazed grin spread across his face as he slammed his can against Lin Bei's, the clinking sound echoing throughout the living room, beer spilling onto the wool carpet. Wang Xian shouted, "To hell with Jiang Ran! That woman's titanium alloy dog's eyes must be blind. The so-called goddess of back then wasn't even worthy to tie the shoelaces of this true leading star, the top award-winning actress." Lin Bei downed the last drop of beer and his lips curled into a faint smile. The scene transitions to the southern outskirts of Beijing, inside the Federation's maximum security prison. On the dark, damp second basement level, the air was thick with a putrid stench. Jiang Ran, clad in a tattered prison uniform, her hair tangled, curled up on a cold cement bed, clutching a half-soured piece of coarse bread. Her fingernails were caked with grime. Having been swiftly sentenced to life imprisonment for endangering public safety and spreading fear-inducing rumors, all visitation rights were revoked. On the prison block's large wall-mounted screen, Federation news was being reported. A top-level Federation tycoon wept and swore to donate his fortune publicly, while an elderly hospital dean gave a deep bow. The broadcaster passionately narrated Lin Bei's multi-billion-dollar donation, praising him as the light of human civilization, and lauding his S-class genetic makeup and boundless generosity. The screen flashed to the exterior of a luxurious mansion. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a graceful figure flickered by, their perfect profile captured just briefly. It was none other than the national actress Su Qingying. The half-eaten bread fell from Jiang Ran's hand with a thud. She stared, her murky eyes locked onto the screen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Once upon a time, if only she hadn't trusted the poisonous words of a shady businessman, if only she hadn't kicked someone while they were down back in the hospital, then the submissive and seemingly fragile actress on the screen now, this celebrated God-tier citizen admired by millions, could have been her Jiang Ran. The vast gap shattered her spirit like termites gnawing through her soul. Regret and resentment twisted her face into an unrecognizable mask. Inside the cell, a burly female prisoner stomped a heavy boot into Jiang Ran's stomach, her expression brimming with cruelty and venom. Jiang Ran's screams pierced the air as she collapsed onto the filthy ground, her body soaked with a mixture of mud and urine. The female prisoner spat on her face and sneered, "A measly B-rank nobody dares to spread rumors about a God-tier citizen? You're not even fit to carry Mr. Lin's chamber pot." The physical agony and humiliation obliterated the final remnants of Jiang Ran's sanity. Covered in filth and tears, she clawed desperately at her own hair, her cries of despair breaking the stillness, echoing through the cell like the howls of a hopeless stray dog. Meanwhile, in Tiancong Tower, Lin Bei finished skimming through a classified briefing handed to him by Gu Qing before letting out a mocking chuckle. Chu Minglan's groveling offer to trade control of the darknet in exchange for survival was nothing but the most minimal price for her life. Unmoved, he coldly rejected Chu Yu's plea for forgiveness, making it clear he had no patience for an assassin who lacked remorse. Gu Qing bowed and left without protest. Deep in the underground levels of the Cloud Peak Group's headquarters, Chu Minglan stared at her phone with trembling hands, the boundaries of Lin Bei's clemency having become unmistakably clear. With a heavy heart, she stepped forward and pushed open the weighty iron door. In the corner, Chu Yu sat bound in steel chains, her disheveled hair draped over her shoulders, her expression as lifeless as stagnant water. As their gazes locked, Chu Minglan gave an anguished command, instructing her daughter to clean herself up and change clothes. Tonight, she must apologize. Chu Yu outright refused, spitting cold, biting words with unyielding defiance, swearing that she would rather die than bow to a man who saw them as mere breeding machines. She struggled violently against her restraints, clinging to the belief that she would never step foot in Tiankong Tower. Outside the room, several Chu family executives exchanged dark, anxious glances, cold sweat beating down their foreheads. They wrestled internally. The once powerful family was on the verge of collapse thanks to Chu Yu's reckless extremism. Now, their last lifeline was about to be severed by her obstinate pride. Suppressing her fury, Chu Minglan gestured for the security to unshackle her daughter. A servant wheeled in a table filled with the comfort foods Chu Yu had loved in her childhood, spreading a feast before her. Taking a seat, her eyes rimmed red, Chu Minglan began recounting the 2 decades of grueling sacrifices and unspoken hardships she endured to protect her family and shield her daughter, ensuring she never suffered a single grievance. Slowly, she began to speak. The corporation. Chu Yu's gaze fell on the ribs in the bowl. Her hardened fingers twitched slightly, but remained as cold as ever. The plot was not yet complete, and the storm was bound to rise again. Chu Minglan furiously rebuked Chu Yu, tears finally falling down her face. She slammed the table, her voice icy. "Have you lost your mind? Lin Bei has never harmed you. You're the one who has been provoking, plotting assassinations, and spreading rumors." Her sharp words pierced through Chu Yu's defenses. Chu Yu's lips trembled, but she had no response. Her eyes turned red, her earlier stubbornness collapsing in an instant. Outside the door, executives were stunned. It was the first time they had seen her so vulnerable. Chu Minglan rose, pressing her hands on the table with an air of authority. "If you don't go, the National Security Bureau will shut down Yunding Group Tower tomorrow. 13,000 employees and over 300 family members of the Chu family will all perish, including me." Her words were devoid of mercy, suffocating everyone in their coldness. Chu Yu collapsed into her chair, turbulent desires surging within her. The electric shock from that handshake at the charity gala flashed through her mind again. Every cell in her body trembled wildly. She finally found a legitimate reason to save her family, breaking free from the shackles of her extreme beliefs. The mental barricade she had built to delude herself crumbled, leaving her vulnerable and defenseless. After 5 minutes of absolute silence, her fingers fell limply. Tears slid down quietly, and with a hoarse voice, she finally said, "I'll go." The tense atmosphere outside the door instantly eased. The executives exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Someone slid weakly down a wall. The once proud daughter of the tycoon finally bowed her haughty head. Chu Minglan, though looking weak, suddenly stood up again. She gripped Chu Yu's shoulders tightly, her eyes fierce. "When you go to Tianqiong residence, don't entertain any reckless thoughts. Trying to assassinate him is a death wish, and it's the end of the Chu family as well. Do you understand?" Her harsh grip brought sharp pain to Chu Yu's shoulders, snapping her out of her daze. She let out a bitter smile, as if she fully comprehended the overwhelming aura of that man. She gazed emptily in the direction of Tianqiong Tower, whispering in acknowledgement, "I understand." 2 female security guards approached, lifting Chu Yu and escorting her to a bath. The scene shifted to the medical room within Tianqiong residence. The scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Director Gu Qing of the National Security Bureau bowed respectfully, handing a hefty folder to Lin Bei. It was the final genetic testing report for Su Qingying's embryo at 28 days. Complex medical data filled the pages, but Lin Bei's gaze fixated on the phrases Y chromosome and healthy male fetus. His broad hand gently brushed over the report. For the first time, his icy gaze revealed a rare warmth and uncommon joy. This was his child, a glimmer of hope in an era of humanity's genetic decline. Gu Qing softly asked whether the information should be disclosed to the Federation. Lin Bei decisively refused, feeding the report into a shredder. Ensuring the child's safe birth was his top priority. Calmly, he elaborated, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be destroyed. Keeping our ace hidden is the key to survival." After issuing a confidential directive, all informed parties were required to sign non-disclosure agreements. Outside, a message came through the intercom. Chu Minglan from Yunding Group was waiting with Chu Yu. In the number 1 reception hall, Chu Minglan stood in a sleek black suit, hands clutched tightly. Beside her, the wan and expressionless Chu Yu stood silently. As Lin Bei entered, Chu Minglan immediately bowed, her hands trembling as she handed over a USB drive. She had brought a trump card, critical data, and core keys from the dark web. Tears streaming down her face, she made an impassioned plea. "Chu Yu has committed a grave sin. From this day forward, she is willing to serve as your personal attendant unconditionally, just to preserve a sliver of hope for the Chu family." Nearby, Su Qingying quietly stepped aside, gripping her teacup tightly, shock rippling through her heart. She was convinced Lin Bei would not let such leverage slip out of his grasp. However, Lin Bei remained expressionless, taking out a brass lighter, igniting and extinguishing the flame repeatedly. His eyes as cold as ice, he spoke, "President Chu, do you take me for a fool?" His voice biting, he directly confronted her, using evidence of crimes against the National Security Bureau as a bargaining chip? "Do you really think handing over a few data files and offering a woman who once conspired to kill me could erase her sins?" His words rang out like thunder, freezing the entire room. Chu Minglan fell to her knees, and Chu Yu snapped her head up, overwhelmed by the invisible pressure. Special agents tightened their grips on their weapons. Lin Bei slowly retrieved an agreement from a secret compartment and tossed it at Chu Minglan's feet. 51% controlling interest in Yunding Group. I call the shots now." The room descended into a suffocating silence. The power struggle had only just begun. Standing at a higher vantage, Lin Bei delivered his final, unyielding ultimatum in a tone devoid of emotion. The Chu family must fully submit to him, or the National Security Bureau would take over Yunding Tower by tomorrow, reducing the Chu family to destitute beggars on the streets. Staring down at the cold and unforgiving terms of the agreement, desperation spread across Chu Minglan's face. Tears trickled down as she grasped the fragility of her family's fortune, realizing it was like a soap bubble on the brink of bursting under the weight of tyranny. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a brazen seizure of power. Lin Bei's tone softened slightly, dangling one meager concession amidst the cruel agreement. After its execution, Chu Minglan would still oversee Yunding Group's daily operations. As long as there were no incidents, the Chu family could still maintain a facade of their former glory. A faint spark flickered in her eyes, carrying a mix of helplessness and calculation. Trembling, she signed her name, and her biometric data was simultaneously uploaded. Yunding Group was now entirely a subsidiary under his control. The agreement took effect, and as if struck by a blow, Chu Minglan's body weakened. As if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Under the escort of Gu Qing and 2 security guards, she was weakly removed from the premises. The luxury yet cold reception hall was left with only Lin Bei sitting steadily, behind whom remained a frosty Chu Yu, her hands and feet cold, her heart filled with regret. Her resistance had merely dug her own grave. The family had slipped from her grasp into Lin Bei's control. Looking back at the unknown terror, she regretted provoking this arrogant, genetic monster. Lin Bei rose slowly, his imposing figure blocking the neon lights, casting a shadow over the room. Step by step, he approached Chu Yu. The oppressive force radiating from his S-grade genes resonated throughout his body, shaking every cell in hers. She trembled, her knees weak, almost succumbing to the overwhelming power. His eyes were cold as he recalled the car accident scene when Yilin had nearly lost her life protecting the baby in her womb. Anger surged within him. Chu Yu, who had once betrayed and schemed against him, was now brought to her knees by his dominance. He clasped her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to lift her gaze and meet his eyes. His voice was as icy and cutting as a blade, Strip! Strip! The two words struck her like a hammer, pressing heavily on her chest. Humiliation, anger, and defiance interwove in her gaze as her once noble identity was brutally torn apart. Her mind raged in resistance, the taste of blood filling her mouth, but her body had long been captured under the uncontrollable resonance of their genes. Logic and determination crumbled in despair. An invisible and primal masculine aura emanated from Lin Bei, sweeping over her like a tidal wave. Her entire body trembled, her knees buckled, and she clutched desperately at the hem of her garment, struggling to stay upright. Primitive instincts burned like an uncontainable wildfire, shredding her rationality. Despair and terror coalesced in her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Resigned, Chu Yu let go of her defenses, slowly unfastening her silk gown. The fabric slid silently to the floor, revealing her fair skin, exposed like a fragile dream under his gaze. There was no compassion in Lin Bei's eyes, just a hint of a mocking smile. Memories of past betrayals flashed vividly in his mind. Meanwhile, the ravenous hunger of the ancient genes within him awoke like a beast, eager to devour the woman before him. His steps were resolute as he fiercely clasped her wrist. A startled cry escaped her lips before he pulled her forcefully toward the bedroom. The redwood door was kicked open, and Lin Bei threw her onto the bed with an unforgiving strength. Chu Yu panted erratically. Dizziness and an unbearable longing intertwined, her body yielding instinctively despite the storm raging in her soul. Abruptly, Lin Bei's hand tightened around her neck, cutting off her air supply. Pained gasps and the desperation for oxygen ignited her resistance, but in the face of his overwhelming strength, it was all in vain. On the edge of life and death, her blurry vision caught the cold, cruel glint in Lin Bei's eyes. Her breath came in quick, shallow gulps, and tears blurred her sight. Then, the grip on her neck loosened, and a sliver of air returned to her lungs. Lin Bei leaned down, his lips close to her ear, his voice a low growl that sent a shiver down her spine. "Do you hate me?" His words were laced with heavy breaths, his fingertips brushing across her skin, feeling her racing pulse. "Do you want to kill me?" His laughter was cold, sending chills down her back. "Too bad. Hatred won't change a thing." His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing into Chu Yu's soul. The overwhelming pressure in the room froze the very air as suffocating tension hung thick around them. "From the moment you stepped into this room, you became mine. Life or death, I hold the reins." His statement was final, like a guillotine cutting through any remaining defense she had. The light in her eyes gradually faded, and her struggle ceased. The hand around her neck released its hold. She threw her head back, gasping for air as tears streamed down her face. In her silence, she surrendered completely. 2 hours later, the stillness of post-storm calm enveloped the room. The air bore the faint scent of sweat and hormones. Chu Yu lay limp, her vacant eyes staring blankly. On the white sheets, scattered traces of red stood as testament to her complete defeat by this man. On the other side of the room, Lin Bei stood bare-chested, his feet pressing into the soft wool carpet, the hunger in him receding. He pulled a blanket over Chu Yu's exposed form, dressed himself in athletic wear, and with the soft click of the door lock, he exited the room alone, disappearing down the corridor. Lin Bei entered the private elevator, descending directly to the training room on the basement level. The cold, clinical lights gleamed overhead, casting sharp reflections off the array of high-tech equipment. His muscles, not overly exaggerated but compact and powerful, appeared refreshed, with his muscle fibers and neurological pathways renewed. His eyes were sharp, and he made his way toward the force testing zone on the left. 4 professional-grade ball launchers activated, set to their maximum speed limit, 250 kilometers per hour. The command random fire with no blind spots initiated, launching 4 tennis balls in a hurricane-like flurry from all directions. To the untrained eye, the balls moved faster than vision could follow, but Lin Bei could clearly see the minute distortions on the ball's surface caused by friction. His body and mind synchronized perfectly. His lumbar spine flexed as he sharply twisted his torso, dodging 2 incoming projectiles. One ball collided with a machine behind him, the resounding impact echoing through the room. The 4th ball aimed directly for his temple. Instead of retreating, his left hand shot up, catching it midair with precision. The weighty force struck his palm firmly, reverberating in his grasp. Next, he drove his right leg into the force-measuring device with explosive power. A loud crash resounded as the machine buckled under his strength, screws and components scattering across the floor. Lin Bei slowly withdrew his leg, letting the crushed tennis ball drop to the ground. He flexed his joints, his resolve unwavering as realization surged through him. The 3rd genetic lock within him had been broken, his reaction speed, flexibility, and power transmission now significantly enhanced, elevating his strength to a new peak. For now, no further bursts of power came, only the innate limits of human potential lingered. Facing this delicate inflection point, balance, he accepted it in silence. The faint morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxurious master bedroom. Chuyu awoke from her slumber. She moved her arms slightly, and a wave of soreness in her bones washed over her, quickly followed by a stabbing pain that made her frown deeply. Her eyes were vacant, locking onto the crystal chandelier above. The memories of last night's pain surged back one by one. The man's heavy breathing, his cold commands, the bruising grip marks around her neck, and his icy threats. She did not cry, her eyes were dry, tears refusing to fall. Slowly, she peeled back the large woolen blanket, stepping barefoot onto the carpet. Staggering, she made her way to the bathroom. Facing the mirror, she stared at herself. Disheveled hair, a pale face, and glaring bruises, especially the deep blue mark around her neck that betrayed a cruel display of force. Her fingers brushed against the bruises, and in her mind, his obsidian-black gaze flashed sharply, cold and violent, as if he might tear her apart at any given moment. Her breathing grew rapid, her chest heaving uncontrollably, while a paralyzing sensation overwhelmed her body, mixed with a secret shame. She swiftly withdrew her hand and gripped the edge of the sink tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had harbored hatred for men for years, even viewing them as insignificant. But in this moment, within the fortress that had been destroyed the night before, her body betrayed her, yearning with a sorrowful desperation defying reason. Scalding water poured down, blistering her skin. The sound of water drowned out her labored breaths. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe and returned to the bedroom. The room was still permeated with the lingering intensity of the previous night, domineering and invasive, like a territorial mark left by the masculine hormones. She approached the bedside, her limbs weak, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. She bent over, burying half her face into the same pillow. Her breaths became overrun by that scent, her very bones seemingly melting. Eyes tightly shut, she greedily inhaled. Her spirit, long constrained by her family and principles, found a fissure at this moment, yielding to primal instincts, oblivious to the world beyond the door. At that moment, faint footsteps sounded from outside. Click! The door was pushed open gently. Chuyu jolted upright as if electrified, clutching her bathrobe tightly.
Sukinging walked in gracefully, carrying a tray.
Her silk loungewear accentuated her elegance. Her makeup was flawless, her footsteps steady. Her gaze swept the room. The scattered silk dress on the floor, the rumpled sheets, and a few buttons strewn about, all telling the tale of last night's tempest. Su Qingying's eyes immediately landed on the bruises, vivid and stark, encircling Chu Yu's neck like a relic of struggle. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her expression but was swiftly suppressed. She stepped closer in her slippers, carefully placing the tray on the bedside table, a faint smile playing across her perfectly shaped lips. "Miss Chu, the soup has just been prepared. Please, have some." Her voice was gentle, her demeanor resembling that of a partial mistress of this towering residence. Chu Yu tightened her hold on the bathrobe, making no move to take the soup. Su Qingying wasn't in a hurry. Tilting her head slightly, her gaze lingered on the bruises before drifting down to observe Chu Yu's tautly clenched grip on her robe, her smile deepening subtly. Mr. Lin was furious last night. It must have been hard on you. She paused for a moment, her tone laced with a subtle warning. But Mr. Chu has already handed control of the Yunding Corporation to Mr. Lin. The Chu family now, in his eyes, is merely a tool. Each word was delivered crisply, with surgical precision, leaving no room for ambiguity. She gazed steadily at Chuyu. In this sky residence, she continued, her tone unyielding yet soft, it's advised you put away that temper of yours and recognize your place. Don't covet what you're not entitled to. Su Qingying's smile remained elegant and self-assured. Once, Chu Yu would never have tolerated such impudence, perhaps overturning both the soup and the tray in one fierce motion. But now, she merely stared quietly, letting a brief and cold laugh escape her nose. This reaction caused Su Qingying's brow to knit ever so slightly in guarded confusion. What Su Qingying saw in Chu Yu's gaze, contempt mingled with self-mockery, exposed a level of clarity and disdain for this gilded cage. To Lin Bei, whether it was the heiress of billionaires or the nation-adored film star, they were nothing more than tools for reproduction, tools to satisfy desire. The thought brought a wave of absurdity crashing over Chuyu. Su Qingying, this woman who sacrificed herself for power, truly thought of herself as a master. In contrast, Su Qingying, observing the faint smirk curving Chuyu's lips, was rolling her eyes inwardly. Leaning on Lin Bei meant attaining supreme status, wealth, and resources. It was the ultimate dream of countless women. She couldn't understand what more Chuyu could possibly be dissatisfied with. Yet here she was, looking as if she couldn't reconcile herself, stuck in self-pity. Clearly, she must be out of her mind. Their eyes clashed like icy daggers, cutting through the air and slamming into each other. In their hearts, each deemed the other impossibly foolish. Lin Bei finished his tasks and entered the hallway leading to the master bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, and Su Qingying's voice floated out, sharp beneath its mild tone. Recognize your place. Don't reach for what doesn't belong to you. Chuyu let out another contemptuous laugh. Lin Bei pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze swept over the two women. Su Qingying instantly transformed, donning the mask of a virtuous mistress. Her smile becoming seamless and natural, akin to a master illusionist. Meanwhile, Chuyu didn't acknowledge him, her gaze downcast, studying the patterns in the carpet as if calculating their worth. In the air on the tray, "Will be frightened off? I've walked the righteous path throughout my life, with a clear conscience," Lin Bei said faintly. Lin Bei nodded slightly and turned his cold gaze to Wang Xian. Her background is complicated, her affairs interconnected. Before she joins, a thorough background check will be conducted with full oversight. If any issue arises, you'll be held accountable as well. Wang Xian kept nodding hurriedly, his face tense and not daring to utter another word. Shenlan remained composed, merely speaking softly. "I am willing to cooperate with any investigation. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin." Lin Bei pondered for a moment and then spoke with a slightly softened tone. "You will become familiar with the rules of Tianqiong residence eventually. For now, get acquainted with the environment. A 1-month trial period will be set, and once all the results are in, we'll decide whether to hire you formally."
Shenlan bowed deeply.
"Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Bei rose and left, leaving Wang Xian to accompany Shenlan as she handled the related onboarding procedures. An hour later, in the study of Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing over the skyline of the entire city. Gu Qing stood quietly beside him and, after a long silence, asked softly, "Are you sure someone with a background like hers is suitable?" Lin Bei took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes calm. "The more complex a person, the more valuable they are, if you can control them." Gu Qing said nothing further, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Outside the window, the roar of a helicopter broke through the tranquility of the skies, tearing across Tianqiong's serenity. Sunlight poured in, and Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, as though contemplating each move in the chessboard of the future. The files were hastily destroyed. Your name is the strongest amulet across the entire Federation. This assignment is my final immunity token, and I am willing to pledge half my lifetime's loyalty to safeguard this family. Lin Bei extended his hand and presented an electronic contract board in front of her. Sign this and you will officially start work tomorrow. The penalty for breach: lifetime imprisonment by the National Security Bureau, without judicial proceedings. Without hesitation, Shunlan signed her name in confirmation. Lin Bei turned and called out to Wang Xian. Take her to familiarize herself with the environment. Procurement and personnel review will be your responsibility. Do not disappoint me. Wang Xian's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded heavily in acknowledgement. Gu Qing stood silently throughout, her expression complicated as she struggled to hold herself together. Finally, she could no longer maintain her composure. Lin Bei glanced at her, his tone cold yet courteous. The living arrangements, dining, and all material provisions within Tianqiong residence will henceforth be fully managed by Shenlan. The National Security Special Forces will retreat to guard the outer security perimeter. They will no longer concern themselves with internal affairs. Though calmly worded, this was an absolute decision. The National Security Bureau's oversight within Tianqiong residence was completely severed. Every detail of Lin Bei's life would now escape their control. Gu Qing was inwardly shaken, but she had no grounds to object. Lowering her head, she quickly adjusted the security deployment. At 7 in the morning, in the first-floor hall of Tianqiong residence, Shunlan wore a deep gray professional suit and led a team of 20 special agents from the National Security Bureau. Without exchanging pleasantries, she presented the highest authorization document, signed personally by Lin Bei, to announce that she was now in charge of all internal affairs within Tianqiong residence. Although the agents were puzzled, none dared question her authority. She collected the access cards from the special agents and registered her own biometric data, activating the central security system. A virtual projection displayed a 3D layout of Tianqiong residence. Shunlan decisively demarcated zones. The first floor and basement one are peripheral areas. The second floor onward is strictly the core zone, accessible only by permission. At the staircase, Su Qingying descended slowly, holding a cup of warm water. She saw through Lin Bei's arrangements at a glance, gradually eliminating official surveillance and solidifying his private network. With a polite smile, she asked, "Do you need me to inform the sisters upstairs to avoid any misunderstandings?" Shunlan calmly declined, emphasizing the new regulations, particularly restricting the activities of pregnant women in the core zone, and personally arranging for dedicated care. Su Qingying gracefully withdrew, all the while masking her clarity of thought. Lin Bei was the absolute ruler of this place. As long as she safeguarded the precious child in her womb, her position would remain secure. But with the vast authority now granted to the new housekeeper, it was imperative to handle this power shift tactfully. From a corner, Chuyu observed coldly, fully aware that Lin Bei had now entirely stripped the National Security Bureau of its authority, transforming Tianqiong residence into an independent kingdom beyond state control. At 9 o'clock, in the Federation's top-secret council chamber, 12 power-wielding figures sat tensely. At the far end of the room, Gu Qing submitted her report on the National Security Bureau's withdrawal from Tianqiong residence. The moment the report was projected on the screen, Huazhang Tian slammed the table in anger, questioning whether Lin Bei intended to privatize the entirety of humanity's seed of hope, thus removing it from state control. Other council members exchanged worried whispers. An S-class citizen whose strength eclipsed all oversight was a profound threat in their eyes. Huazhang Tian proposed an immediate countermeasure, halting the supply of survival materials to Tianqiong residents, forbidding the withdrawal of national security forces, and dispatching a medical oversight team to ensure the safety of genetic samples. Gu Qing responded with a wry smile, throwing a comprehensive report onto the table, its contents shocking everyone present. A public medical fund worth 1 trillion Federation credits has been established. Free provisioning of S-class live cells is ensured. 34 overseas secret accounts of Silver Moon Society have been seized. Her eyes pierced through the crowd as she spoke with conviction. If you push the only S-class citizen capable of perfect male offspring to the brink, who will bear the consequences? You, Representative Hua. A heavy silence blanketed the room, as tension hung thick in the air. The council members looked at Hua Zhengtian with growing skepticism. His earlier vehement arguments crumbled beneath the heavy weight of irrefutable evidence. Gu Qing showed no mercy, tapping her tablet to project frightening details of cash flow and secret operations. The Hua family conglomerate had mortgaged all its cash flow and most of its core properties. An enormous sum had been funneled into a secret underground base in the western suburbs, guarded round the clock by private armed forces and hosting several top-tier genetic scientists. Gu Qing sneered, her voice sharp with derision. Representative Hua, this medical oversight team you're so eager to deploy, is it truly for the nation or for your own selfish desires? The uproar was immediate. Neutral council members began to reassess Hua Zhengtian's true intentions. Hua Zhengtian's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, yet he was rendered speechless. The accounts and equipment lists glaringly unraveled his concealed ambitions. At that moment, the Federation's highest chairperson slowly opened his eyes and commanded with a cold finality, "Enough!" The room instantly fell silent. The chairperson's voice carried unyielding authority as he directly issued a warning. Representative Hua, do not mention the medical oversight team again. He signed the report and approved all of Lin Bei's requests. The National Security Bureau was ordered to withdraw from the inner residence, remaining only as external perimeter guards. Ultimately, the decision was unanimously supported, leaving Hua Zhengtian slumped in his chair, thoroughly stripped of his influence. Encrypted orders were transmitted to Tianqiong residence, where agents on the first-floor hall received the directive to vacate the inner residence. The special operations team turned and marched in orderly fashion toward the exit. It was a historical turning point, with individual will prevailing over the machinery of state. From the second-floor railing, Su Qingying gripped her water cup tightly, her hand trembling slightly. Behind her, Chu Yu stood, breathing heavily after witnessing the unfolding power dynamics in the Federation. The shock from the council had yet to dissipate. The clock struck 2 p.m. In the reception room on the first floor of Tiansky Mansion, Shen Lan, holding a purple clay teapot, poured tea for Gu Qing, who had just returned from the council meeting. The two faced each other, representing the two most crucial forces surrounding Lin Bei, the head of internal affairs and the guardian of external security. Shen Lan gently slid the teacup forward, but Gu Qing remained silent, not touching it. With a sincere tone, Shen Lan said, "We're not enemies. You build the outer wall to fend off hostility, while I protect the inner sanctuary, safeguarding new life." Gu Qing stared at her for a few seconds. The vigilance in his eyes gradually faded before he picked up the tea and took a sip. Mr. Lin's safety is the foundation of everything. Having reached a consensus, Shen Lan took out a tablet and handed Gu Qing a stringent recruitment plan. The National Security Bureau was about to activate secret channels to recruit the Federation's top childcare experts, early education teachers, pediatricians, and geneticists. The selection criteria were strict, requiring a lifetime confidentiality agreement with an astonishingly high budget. Gu Qing's expression was heavy, and after a long pause, he nodded decisively. "All right, I'll handle this personally." Meanwhile, in a concealed underground laboratory on the third floor in the western suburbs of Beijing, cold, shadowless lights illuminated a steel operating table. The air reeked of chemical fumes, and the rhythmic beeping echoed throughout the silence. The secret research continued. On the screen, the double helix genetic strand collapsed dramatically at its 76th node, the display erupting with red error codes like a nightmarish flood. An elderly white-haired professor slumped into his swivel chair, his eyes bloodshot, staring fixatedly at the screen. "It's failed again." Hua Zhenting's expression was dark as he glared at the strand of hair preserved in the temperature-controlled container. A critical clue stolen from Tiansky Mansion by Su Wan. Taking 2 steps forward, he grabbed the professor by the collar, his rage cutting through the air like a knife. "I've wagered my family's core assets, and this is what you call doing your best." The professor's face turned purple as he struggled to breathe, his voice trembling. The S-level gene is far too complex. With just a strand of hair and no living tissue, its self-destructive genetic code trap is nearly impenetrable. Unless there's fresh blood. Jinting released him with a violent shove, roaring in fury, "Useless! You're all useless!" In his eyes, despair and madness intertwined. Around Tiansky Mansion, the National Security Bureau's iron net had already been cast. Fresh blood was unreachable. At that moment, his secretary hurriedly handed him a tablet. A bombshell report flashed on the screen, a federal-wide recruitment of top-tier early educators and genetic pathologists. Those chosen will reside permanently within Tiansky Mansion and may never leave. Hua Jinting's pupils contracted sharply. A sinister smile spread across his face like a specter's glee. Finally, a weak point to exploit. Turning back to the fallen professor, he asked coldly, "In terms of genetic expertise, where does Suwon rank?" The professor, still dazed, nodded sluggishly. "She's the Federation's chief pharmaceutical advisor, top tier in clinical genetic pathology. Get the car ready." Hua Jinting slammed his hand on the table, his decision made in an instant. 1 hour later, in the master bedroom of the Hua family villa, a pile of heavy recruitment documents landed heavily on the dressing table. Suwon, still in her nightgown, froze with the comb in her hand. The narrator's voice was calm yet deliberate. "The opportunity has arrived. The position of senior genetic consultant at Tiansky Mansion. It belongs to her." Her eyes swept over the 3 words Tiansky Mansion on the documents, and the ferocious shadow in her memories, along with the suffocating pressure of genetic dominance, overtook her expression. "No," she pushed the documents away without hesitation. "This is a death sentence disguised as an invitation." Hua Jinting leaned closer, his sinister laughter brushing against her ear. Sarcastic and hoarse, he taunted, "You're enchanted by him, aren't you? Women are always drawn to the strong genes." Suwon glared at him furiously. "Shut up." Hua Jinting pulled her back to the chair by force, his tone venomous and threatening. "The Hua family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Whether you want to or not, you're going." Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at him with a mix of despair and hatred. He tightened his tie, looking down at her coldly. "Your brother, that gene-depleted invalid, is lying in my hospital's intensive care unit. With a single word from me, his life support system gets turned off." "Hua Jinting, you're heartless." Fury and desperation turned into tears as Suwon, trembling, pointed at the man who was once her partner, her disgust evident. "By 9 tomorrow morning, submit your application." Throwing down his final threat, he strode out the room. Once inside Tiansky Mansion, bring back a living tissue sample. If you don't, your brother won't live. The following morning, inside the surveillance room on the first floor of Tiansky Mansion, a large-scale holographic projection of the mansion walls displayed a live feed of the online interviews. 12 top-tier medical professionals appeared on the screen with solemn expressions. Lin Bei reclined lazily on the sofa, idly toying with a lighter between his fingers. His gaze swept coolly across the room. The newly appointed head steward, Shun Lan, stood beside him holding a tablet. Across from them, Gu Qing, the National Security Bureau chief, sat composedly. Gu Qing gestured to the screen. The final selection of 12 candidates, 6 top-tier early educators, 4 pediatric authorities, and 2 genetic pathology specialists. Lin Bei's gaze scanned the crowd before locking onto a familiar face in the bottom right corner, Suwon. She was dressed simply, her heavy makeup removed, but her visible nervousness couldn't be hidden. The interviewer, a senior expert from the National Security Bureau, spoke with a tone of distinct respect. "Chief Su, as the Federation's chief pharmaceutical advisor, applying for a personal consultant position seems like a tremendous misallocation of talent. Please, tell us, what unique value will you bring to Mr. Lin?" Suwon operated her terminal steadily, submitting a dense, over 100-page confidential document. The narrator detailed the contents, an exceptionally intricate and exhaustive proposal, surpassing even what major research institutes could produce. The screen displayed, the voice echoed from behind the scenes, Mr. Lin's descendants hold the genetic hope for humanity's future. I assure you, there will be no rejection reactions during the pregnancy. Whether it's preserving the fetus or stabilizing the genes, I can guarantee absolute perfection. On the other side of the split screen, a top geneticist, Qin Xiaolan, born to humble origins, displayed a look of astonishment. Shaking her head in resignation, she muttered, "The chief stepping in personally to steal the spotlight. It's madness." The lead examiners whispered among themselves, occasionally nodding, evidently swayed by the proposal. In the monitoring room, Gu Qing nodded affirmatively. "Mr. Lin, Su Wan is technically impeccable." Lin Bei's gaze remained unwavering, the third genetic lock within him pulsing subtly. He knew that if Su Wan entered, she would become a sharp blade in his hand, one he could easily control through resonance. A risk-free gamble. Su Wan was aware she was being scrutinized. Lowering her head slightly, the snow-white curve of the back of her neck revealed a subtle signal of submission. Lin Bei's gaze was cold, a flicker of memories flashing through his mind. Yilin's swollen belly, Su Qingying's cautious demeanor, the image of Chuyu carrying his child vividly replaying. His bloodline was at stake, teetering on the edge of life and death. Hua Jinting had turned into a mad dog for sampling, and a mad dog's wife arranging for a pregnant woman nearby. This was an entirely unacceptable risk. In a voice devoid of warmth, he commanded, "Shenlan, disconnect Su Wan's feed and block her account. Set the rule. No personnel with financial conglomerate backgrounds shall ever be employed in the Sky Residence's inner quarter." Shenlan acted briskly, executing everything with swift precision. In the interview room, Su Wan was staring intently at the screen when the glaring red words, "Qualification denied," abruptly appeared, and the connection was severed. Her entire being seemed to deflate as her back slid weakly against the chair. On the far end of the split screen, Qin Xiaolin widened her eyes in shock. The chief medical consultant had been kicked out in seconds? Now she was the only genetic pathology expert left. Fortune descended from the heavens, crashing down with a roar. The interview screen went entirely black. Su Wan's qualifications ruthlessly terminated. Sitting outside the monitoring room, her limbs turned icy as the task ended in utter failure. With no way out, she left the National Security Bureau building and hailed a taxi. "To Hua's hospital," she instructed. The city's streets blurred outside the windows as she nervously rubbed her hands, her heart growing heavier. Her brother, unseen for 2 months, had been completely cut off. Hua Jinting had denied her all visitation rights. Each time, she could only get a fleeting glimpse through a video feed, where her brother lay wrapped in tubes, lifeless. At the hospital's side entrance, Su Wan pulled her hat low, avoiding the surveillance cameras as she slipped in quietly. Within the private medical wing owned by Hua Conglomerate, she used her old credentials to crack open one secure door after another, heading directly to room 302, the specialized care ward. She pushed open the door, only to find it empty. The massive life-sustaining capsule had vanished, leaving only a tangle of chaotic wires. Frantic, she rushed to the nurse's station and demanded sharply, "Where's my brother? Did Hua Jinting transfer him?" A round-faced nurse paled in terror, nervously glancing around before pulling Su Wan into the linen closet and locking the door with a sharp click, the smell of disinfectant suffocating in the closed space. Staring into Su Wan's furious eyes, tears welled in the nurse's own as her trembling voice revealed the truth. Her brother had died more than a month ago. The revelation hit Su Wan like a deafening roar. Furious, she grabbed the nurse's collar, demanding further answers, only for the cold reality to shatter her completely. The so-called breathing video was an old recording. Hua Jinting had personally ordered the life support to be withdrawn, the equipment turned off, and the body cremated that very night, the ashes discarded in a landfill in the western suburbs. The cold floor seemed to siphon all her strength as she slid down, pallor overtaking her face. Her only family had already turned to dust. For over 30 days and nights, her brother's life had been nothing but a bargaining chip. Hu Jinting had mercilessly exploited her worth, coercing her time and again to steal secrets, smuggle genetic material from Lin Bei, even risking her life infiltrating the Sky residence. Tears in her eyes, the nurse warned her in a timid voice. Revealing this would lead to the Hua family annihilating Su Wan's entire clan in retaliation. The linen closet door closed soundlessly behind her as Su Wan sat there alone, tears streaming down her hands. Flames of vengeance roared inside her. She wanted nothing more than to march back to the Hua estate and kill Hu Jinting on the spot. But she understood that the Federal Marriage Protection Act bound her like iron chains. Even her financial assets were controlled by Hu Jinting, leaving her without the legal right to divorce. Penniless and with the Hua family's armed security forces on high alert, any rash action would see her crushed without mercy. Biting her lip until it bled, the metallic taste of her blood filled her mouth. Rising to her feet, she rinsed her tear-streaked face, the mirror reflecting a pale but resolute figure. Her eyes, now sharp as a viper's, glinted coldly. She had become a formidable blade of revenge, unsparing and unyielding. She would ensure Hu Jinting's death. She would see the Hua family buried along with him. The underground laboratory that Hu Jinting had funneled his entire fortune into was their critical weakness. All she needed was evidence of the illegal human experimentation being conducted there. Handing it over to Lin Bei would turn it into the knife to sever the Hua family's lifeline. Pushing open the linen closet door, harsh fluorescent light illuminated Su Wan's face, her expression unflinching. She dialed Hu Jinting's number, her voice tinged with despair and imploration. I failed. Lin Bei refused to see me. On the other end of the line, Hu Jinting's enraged bellow came through, tinged with mania. Get back to the lab tonight and piece together that S-class genetic code. I don't care what it takes. Su Wan agreed, heading toward the elevator, her fist clenched around what would soon become a powder keg, ready to detonate. Simultaneously, in the core area of the Sky residence's third floor, Chuyu stood barefoot in the bathroom. The pregnancy news was still fresh, and as her hand rested on her still flat stomach, a complex expression crossed her face. Once a high-ranking member of the Silver Moon Society, having now become merely a vessel for Lin Bei's offspring, her neck still bore the blue bruises left by his grip. Humiliation and hatred burned fiercely in her chest, yet her primal maternal instincts stopped her from causing harm to the life growing within her. The bathroom door swung open. Lin Bei, draped in loose black robes that radiated an oppressive aura, stepped into the room. Chuyu immediately tensed up, locking her gaze to the floor. Lin Bei didn't look at her. Instead, he walked directly to the marble counter, picking up the pregnancy test and the holographic report. A rare smile appeared on his face. The embryo was perfect. It was as though he could already see a group of plump, cherubic children under the heavens of the future. Turning around, Lin Bei looked down at Chuyu from his lofty vantage, placing a warm hand on her lower abdomen. Chuyu's entire body trembled, enduring the humiliation and rage with sheer force of will to stand firm, submitting herself for the sake of the life within her. Lin Bei calmly declared, "It's confirmed." His words were not for her but for the as yet unformed child. Chuyu bit down tightly on her lip and responded hoarsely, "I want nothing. All I ask is to safely bring him into this world. There are people outside who want to harm me." She lowered her dignity and pleaded for protection. Lin Bei's lips curved upward slightly, seemingly pleased with her understanding. Summoning the steward of Tianshan residence, he ordered, "Shunlan, Chuyu is pregnant. Elevate security to top-tier level A, and assign the entire East Wing on the third floor for her exclusive use. Deploy 2 elite medical teams to ensure round-the-clock care." The steward promptly replied, "Understood. Implementation begins immediately." Hearing the commands, Chuyu's heart pounded violently in her chest. In that moment, she and the child within her finally secured the only life-saving assurance within the cold, unfeeling fortress that was Tianshan residence. Late at night, in the secret laboratory of the Hua family beneath the eastern district of Jing City, the cold fluorescent lighting was blinding. Su Wan, dressed in sterile protective clothing, stared coldly at the holographic screen. A single strand of Lin Bei's hair was being repeatedly scanned with lasers, yet it revealed not even the most basic genetic sequence. Hu Jinting slammed the tablet in his hand in a furious rage, his thunderous voice shaking the room. Billions spent, and this is the trash you give me. The terrified genetic experts in the room shrank back against the walls. Su Wan's eyes flickered with complexity as she discreetly activated a recording device. Lin Bei's S-rank genes, which had broken through the limits of human potential, were beyond comprehension for ordinary people. Hu Jinting's face flushed crimson with anger, his gaze predatory like that of a feral wolf. If our technology isn't enough, then reach out to foreign allies from the Free Federation. He grabbed the shoulder of the project leader and demanded immediate contact with the underground network of Gran Xia's arch-adversary. The screen flickered to life, revealing the image of a blonde foreigner with a greedy glint in his eyes. Provide us with live blood samples, and the conditions are negotiable. Gritting his teeth, Hu Jinting agreed, dispatching the infamous Ghost Squadron. After the call ended, Hu sank into his chair, equal parts despairing and crazed. In a shadowed corner of the room, Su Wan clenched a tiny storage disk in her palm, her gaze unwavering. The crime of treason, punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. Hu Jinting had set his own trap, his fate hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, at the Royal Grand Hotel of Jing City, the top-tier gala of the entertainment industry was in full swing. President Zhang and several female stars were filled with indignation. Su Qingying, the nation's beloved movie queen, had not only arrived late, but also exuded an air of dismissiveness toward everyone. The fury of the capital elites was simmering. Suddenly, the two grand golden doors were flung open. A team of black-clad special forces, fully armed and equipped, marched into the hall with cold precision. The gleaming emblem on their uniforms, representing the National Security Bureau, left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Su Qingying, escorted by 8 special operatives, entered slowly. Her gown was loose-fitting, yet it couldn't conceal her breathtaking aura. Even the low-profile flat shoes she wore, meant for pregnancy care, couldn't detract from her commanding presence. With each step, the room seemed to tremble beneath her. President Zhang, both terrified and bewildered, trembled as he clutched his wine glass. Such an entourage, this was a level of precaution even top government officials rarely experienced. Su Qingying cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the assembly, her presence as heavy as a mountain bearing down upon them. With a faint smile, she spoke nonchalantly. The security checks were extensive, which delayed my arrival. The sheer weight of her presence left the entire room dead silent. Unable to suppress himself, President Zhang ventured timidly, "Miss Su, could it be that you've provoked some powerful nemesis?" The amalgamation of curiosity and fear in everyone's eyes bore down on her. Lightly patting her still flat abdomen, her lips curled into a faint smile. "No enemies, only that the rules at Tianshan residence are quite particular. Leaving the house is rather troublesome. Everything was only just beginning." An eerie silence descended upon the banquet hall, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping would resonate clearly. President Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. Tianshan residence? Those 3 words struck every soul in the room like a bolt of lightning, sending shivers down their spines. No one across the Federation was ignorant of Tianshan residence's master, that legendary S-class fire seed, Lin Bei, who could casually donate billions and topple the most powerful financial tycoons with a single word. And now, Su Qingying had just announced that she lived in Tianshan residence. President Zhang's knees buckled, collapsing onto the cold marble floor, his entire body trembling as goosebumps spread across his skin. Su Qingying smiled serenely, her gaze sharp and taunting as she watched him lose his composure. Frantically, President Zhang covered his mouth, cold sweat soaking through his luxurious suit as he stammered apology after apology, inwardly wanting to strangle himself. That earlier outburst about blacklisting Su Qingying, if those words reached Lin Bei's ears, The demise of Xinhuang Entertainment would be inevitable the very next day. The roomful of capital magnates finally grasped the gravity of the situation, rushing forward like a wave to offer their gifts. Ice Jadeite, a manor in the heart of Jing City, the lead role in a top-tier production, they bowed and scraped, desperate to earn the favor of this mistress of Tianshan residents.
Su Yinjin.
Standing at the center, her expression exuded pride, her aura blazing like wildfire, instantly transforming everyone present into invisible servants. She waved her hand coldly, cutting through the endless stream of flattery. "I'll only stay for 10 minutes tonight. Mr. Lin doesn't allow me to stay up late." As soon as those words dropped, the atmosphere grew even more astonished. To spend the night at the majestic Tianqiong residence and to have Lin himself dictate her schedule meant she was fully integrated, her status untouchably elevated. The Special Forces captain barked an order, immediately clearing the venue, carving a tangible vacuum of space in the air. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Qingying's gaze was resolute, fixed on the towering Tianqiong Tower that stretched into the heavens. This move had long been orchestrated in the shadows. At this moment, on the rooftop terrace of Tianqiong residence, Lin Bei lounged on a leather recliner, holding a terminal screen in his hand, monitoring the banquet hall's movements in real time. Su Qingying's borrowed authority was met with his faint, dismissive smile and a shake of his head in disdain. He didn't mind her flaunting borrowed power. As long as she behaved and safely delivered the child, everything else was negotiable. Just then, the head butler, Shunlan, hurried forward, presenting an anti-eavesdropping communication device. "Mr. Lin, Su Wan from the Hua family has sent an encrypted top-priority message." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, took the communicator, and replied with a calm yet icy tone, "Put her through." On the line, Su Wan's voice was choked but firm as she exposed critical intel. Hua Jinting was guilty of treasonous collusion. Not only was he attempting to decode Lin Bei's genetic data, but he was also collaborating with the Free Federation to dispatch the Ghost Squad to infiltrate Tianqiong residence and steal his live genetic samples. Lin Bei's expression froze, a chilling killing intent spreading like frost, as if a sharp blade had split through the night sky. The Free Federation, those white-skinned enemies obsessed with genetic modification and indiscriminate destruction of humanity's genetic foundations, dared to act so boldly. Lowly, he asked, "What do you want?" His voice was emotionless yet laden with deadly undertones. Su Wan, her voice laced with wet-blooded desperation, pierced the air with her demand. "I want Hua Jinting dead. I want the Hua family obliterated." Lin Bei rose to his feet and walked to the edge of the terrace, his gaze sharp and icy as it scanned the glittering city lights of Jing City below. He commanded coldly, "Send the evidence to Xinlan." The winds howled, and the undercurrent of power struggles and conspiracies surged ferociously at this very moment. Lin Bei stretched his neck, the crisp crackling of his joints echoing as volatile energy all but erupted from his muscled form. Staring at the horizon with a blade-like decisiveness, he ordered resolutely, "If they dare to extend their claws into Daxia, they will perish at Tianqiong residence." The call cut off, the communicator tossed onto a small table. The night wind swept across the terrace, instantly thickening the air with tension. Xinlan followed closely behind, a tablet in hand displaying the latest intel. Hua Jinting's financial transactions from the past 3 months and a secret call 10 minutes earlier with the Free Federation's military. Lin Bei accepted the tablet but didn't open it immediately. His fingers tapped the screen's edge lightly as his thoughts ran wild. Xunlan cautiously suggested, "Should I notify Director Gu for synchronized deployment?" A cold smirk flickered at Lin Bei's lips. The national security arrangement, treating him as if he were porcelain, felt suffocating. He replied icily, "Lower Tianqiong residence's perimeter security grid by 1 level tonight, creating a 2-minute blind spot." Xunlan vehemently objected, warning of the Ghost Squad's brutality and danger, but Lin Bei remained composed. He knew that only by loosening the noose slightly would Hua Jinting dare to show his face. Returning the tablet to Xinlan, Lin Bei's gaze lingered on the city lights far below as he spoke with icy calm. When they die on Tianqiong Residence's red carpet tonight, deliver the evidence, and the bodies, straight to Hu Jinting's face. Understanding, Shun Lan swiftly retreated to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory in the eastern district of Jing City, the heavy iron doors were shoved open. Su Wan, dressed in a sterile white lab coat, entered with a cold and detached expression. Hu Jinting's bloodshot eyes were locked on the progress bar of a high-speed centrifuge. His voice, sharp with anger like a poison-tipped blade, lashed out at his wife. "Where the hell were you?" Su Wan replied calmly, "I went to get my brother's medical records to compare data on genetic mutations." Hu Jinting's temper exploded violently before she could finish, yanking her by the collar and lifting her roughly. "Cut the crap. The ghost squad is already at the outskirts. Tonight's the night we go to war." He shoved Su Wan harshly against the edge of a cold metal table, issuing a cruel threat. "The moment Lin Bei's live sample is delivered, you start the cloning immediately. If not, your brother's life support gets pulled." Su Wan's back hit the table's edge. Her face twisted in pain as her fingers gripped the table, faintly pale. The hatred in her eyes surged like a restrained wildfire. Hesitating briefly, she finally whispered with determined resolve, "Fine. Once the sample arrives, I'll isolate the live cells in 10 minutes. Releasing his grip, Hu Jinting's gaze glinted with a chilling blade-like malice. He turned to the massive surveillance monitor, his face distorted with ambition and twisted glee. His maniacal laughter seeped into the oppressive darkness, while Su Wan silently adjusted her lab coat, her hand discreetly brushing against the micro-recorder hidden in her pocket. Her eyes, steady and unyielding, seemed to forecast the disaster that was about to unfold. Back at the rooftop of Tianqiong Residence, the damp night wind infiltrated Jing City's darkness. The security system's countdown reached 0, red warning lights briefly extinguished. 6 shadowy figures descended from the 1,000-meter-high altitudes like wraiths. Military boots landed silently on the ground. They swiftly dispersed and concealed themselves, locking onto their target. The captain raised his wrist, a single eye scanning through thermal imaging to lock onto the target. A man lying motionless on a recliner, completely unguarded, his breathing steady and calm, as if in deep sleep. One of the assault operatives drew a high-frequency oscillating blade. Its vibrations emitted a faint buzzing hum. The blade moved lightning-fast toward the carotid artery and heart, the action seamless and flawless, leaving no room for retreat. Yet, just as the blade neared its mark, the target made an abrupt and shocking move. Lin Bei's dark eyes snapped open, sharp and filled with cold fury. With one swift motion, he leaned forward and clamped a hand around the oscillating blade, halting its hum instantly. The operative struggled to apply force, but the blade remained motionless. And then, with a crisp crack, it shattered. The broken blade was flung with deadly precision, piercing through another operative's bulletproof visor and embedding directly into his forehead. His corpse slammed against the brick wall, pinned in place as blood trickled down. Fear surged among the 5 remaining assassins, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They instantly abandoned close-quarters combat. The captain roared a command to open fire, and 5 submachine guns unleashed a torrent of armor-piercing rounds, raining down like a storm. Lin Bei leveraged the strong recoil to propel himself mid-air, evading the hail of bullets. The recliner beneath him shattered, stray rounds grazing his side but barely scraping his skin. Twisting mid-air, he did the unthinkable, hurtling directly into the enemy's midst. With his left arm, he deflected the barrel of a gun, while his right fist delivered a devastating blow to an operative's chest. The bulletproof vest shattered, and blood gushed out. The slaughter unfolded in an instant. The assailants fired wildly, but Lin Bei moved as fluidly as a predator in its element. Grasping the gun barrels, he crushed them as if they were tin. His left hand locked onto an enemy's throat, the sickening sound of bones snapping ringing out clearly. Turning sharply, he drove his knee into another assassin's abdomen with brutal force. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The team captain's body was violently folded backward under immense force, his spine breaking through his skin as blood spurted forth. In the span of mere moments, 6 elite, genetically modified assassins were annihilated, leaving the captain as the last survivor. Back pressed against reinforced glass, his empty submachine gun emitted hollow click-click sounds, and his sweat-soaked clothes clung to his quivering frame. His eyes were riddled with despair. The intelligence they relied on was utterly wrong. This so-called scientific prodigy wasn't human but a monster lurking beneath a human facade. Bullets left only faint marks on his skin. Reinforced armor plates shattered under his fists. What kind of horrific creation had the Dacia Federation unleashed? Fumbling desperately for the miniature satellite transmitter on his wrist, the captain struggled to transmit a warning. Target is extremely dangerous. Physical defense capabilities are abnormal. Do not engage. Just as his fingers reached their target, a gust of wind howled through the air. Lin Bei's towering figure materialized before him. A massive hand enveloped the captain's head, fingers tightening with relentless pressure. The sickening sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing abruptly silenced him. With a casual motion, Lin Bei crushed the communicator, sparks and blood splattering in all directions. From the shadows, Yi Lin observed silently, clad in a loose-fitting sleep robe. Her gaze was sharp, noting every fatal strike and the ruthless efficiency of the carnage. A former soldier herself, she recognized these combat techniques as being far beyond what could be honed through the bloody training of hellish war zones. What bewildered her further was Lin Bei's former identity, a seemingly ordinary university student. How could someone like him possess such cold, unflinching killing intent? His demeanor and experience didn't match his past. His apathy didn't seem like the result of suddenly acquired power. Rather, he seemed like a born ruler, a predator inherently poised at the top of the food chain, needing no honing to assert dominance. The terrace grew quiet once more after the storm of violence, the rain drumming against the cold marble, washing away the blood and echoes of slaughter. Slowly, Lin Bei straightened his posture. The explosive release of energy left his body blisteringly hot, akin to a raging inferno. Steam rose from his sweat, instantly evaporating into wisps of white vapor. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his muscles, swollen from surging blood flow, appeared even more imposing. The third genetic lock had firmly sealed itself, but the uncontrollable fury within him felt like a raging beast yearning for release. He turned, walking through the wide veranda leading into the inner residence, leaving behind the battlefield and its silent witness of death. Inside, the lighting was dim. Chu Yu and Su Qingying occupied opposite ends of the oversized sofa. The former was engrossly browsing a dietary guide for pregnancy, while the latter calmly sipped water as she reviewed a report. The door suddenly swung open, ushering in the cold night breeze and a suffocating mixture of blood and primal aggression. The oppressive atmosphere filled the room instantly. The air froze. Chu Yu, startled, dropped her device. Her legs turned to jelly, knees clamping together as her body trembled uncontrollably. Terror and reverence deeply etched into her eyes collapsed her mental defenses instantly when faced with a top-tier predator. Even Su Qingying couldn't remain calm. The water glass in her trembling hand spilled its warm contents onto her nightgown. Her face turned ghostly pale, and her body quivered as fear overwhelmed her instincts. Both women raised their heads simultaneously, their gazes locking on the doorway. There stood Lin Bei, his tall frame casting an intimidating shadow. He appeared like a beast returning to its lair. Shirtless, his inverted triangle physique was stained with the blood of his enemies. Heat radiated around him, as though he had just emerged from a furnace. His black eyes shimmered with lingering savagery, pinning the two women, now trembling on the sofa, under an unbearable pressure. His gaze lowered, and his voice, hoarse and deep from the heightened state of his body, carried a commanding air. "Come here." Chu Yu's body reacted involuntarily, abandoning all pretense of pride, as she crawled toward him on hands and knees. Su Qingying, overwhelmed with panic, fumbled to retrieve a first aid kit, though her trembling hands struggled to even open its clasps. The scorching heat radiating from Lin Bei made the air itself feel ablaze. Chu Yu's face flushed rapidly, her breathing quickening as her silk sleepwear darkened with sweat, outlining her curves. Yet Lin Bei leaned back, closing his eyes as his body gradually calmed from its frenzy. Her hands trembling, she picked up a towel and began to gently wipe the blood from his iron-clad muscles, her fingertips brushing against the steel-like texture of his body. She stole a glance at him, the oppressive aura around him filling her with a profound sense of sorrow, yet also an inexplicable sense of relief. The identity she once held high above others had now been utterly crushed. Her only desire was to survive, and compliance became her sole choice. In the eastern district of Jing City, within the underground laboratory of the Hua family, Hua Jinting roared in rage, anxiously shouting for the missing number 1. His expression twisted with madness, his bloodshot eyes brimming with desperation. 6 signs of life had abruptly extinguished 10 minutes earlier, without a single distress signal. The silence drove him to the brink of collapse. He kicked the instruments in fury, cursing, "Useless trash!" Meanwhile, in the shadows of the lab, Su Wan, dressed in a white sterile suit, stood coldly observing. In her hand was a miniature terminal transmitting a 10 gigabytes encrypted data package, its destination directed straight to Shenlan, the steward of Tianqiong residence. Ding! The data transfer was complete. Su Wan let out a quiet sneer. Lifting a wrench, she suddenly struck the cooling pipe with a forceful swing. A sharp crack resounded, and in an instant, liquid nitrogen and dry ice vapor hissed outward, engulfing the entire laboratory in a suffocating cloud of freezing mist and blaring alarms. As Hua Jinting panicked, questioning the chaos around them, the researchers frantically scattered to escape. Taking advantage of the disorder, Su Wan retrieved a hidden genetic sequencing file, slipping it into her undergarments, her ultimate bargaining chip for gaining power within Tianqiong residence. At the same time, within the central control room of Tianqiong residence, Shenlan adjusted her glasses and calmly decrypted the classified data streaming across the screen. Audio recordings of collusion, video evidence of forbidden experiments, and trails of overseas financial transactions. Everything was laid bare. She swiftly forwarded the information to Gu Qing, director of the National Security Bureau. The Hua family. Their path is completely severed, Shenlan murmured coldly. 5 minutes later, on the streets of Jing City's eastern district, over 30 armed riot control vehicles stormed through the factory gates with a thunderous crash. The storm was about to erupt. The armored tracks crushed the checkpoint's security barriers, and the vehicle doors were kicked open with force. Heavily armed special ops units in black flooded the underground passageways like a tide, their shouts echoing deafeningly. "National Security Bureau raid. Hands on your head. Kneel down." Stun grenades were hurled through the ventilation ducts, erupting with bright flashes that shattered shatterproof glass. Combat boots crunched over shards strewn across the floor, the air tense with urgency. Hua Jinting had barely recovered from the chaos caused by the centrifuge explosion when 2 massive special ops officers charged toward him. Their riot shields slammed into his chest with brutal force, sending him hurtling several meters back before landing heavily in the muddy, water-soaked ground. Before he could rise, a knee pinned him down against the small of his back, and the barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head. His face twisted against the slush, forced into a grotesque shape. Gu Qing, clad in a black trench coat and exuding a chilling air of authority, strode forward with deliberate steps. Towering above the fallen man like a predator looming over its prey, her gaze bore into him with unrelenting killing intent. Her voice was as cold as Arctic ice as she delivered her verdict. "Committee Member Hua, conspiring with the enemy, illegal human experimentation. All evidence is conclusive. Take him away." 2 special ops officers roughly hauled Hua Jinting to his feet. Yet he suddenly burst into deranged laughter, spitting out blood as he locked his bulging eyes onto Gu Qing. He thrashed wildly, his voice hoarse and filled with fury. "I am a High Council member with real power, granted absolute judicial immunity, without over 2/3 of the joint mandate. How dare you arrest me?" I demand a hearing to impeach you. He shouted most ferociously with the gun barrel against his head. His face twisted in malevolence, his arrogance unyielding. Gu Qing's brows furrowed, her hands frozen stiff as they gripped her firearm. Yet constrained by the federal laws and entrenched political hierarchies, she could not act rashly. At Tianqiong residence, hot water cascaded over Lin Bei's back in the shower, washing away the stench of gunpowder and blood. Chuyu lowered her head to cover herself, while the green light on the communicator blinked incessantly. Xinlan's report came through, stating that control over the situation had shifted to Director Gu. Hua Jinting was invoking his immunity to demand a hearing. Awaiting instructions, Lin Bei pushed the trembling Chuyu aside, stepping out from the shower decisively, and firmly pressed the call button. Back in the Hua family's underground laboratory in Jing City's eastern district, alarms wailed, liquid nitrogen spewed, and chemical reagents mixed with blood and shattered glass into a chaotic mess. Heavy assault rifles pointed at Hua Jinting, who slowly straightened with effort. A mocking smirk played on his lips as his eyes swept over the special ops officers before finally locking onto Gu Qing. He sneered in provocation. Director Gu, barging in here with this many people? Who are you trying to intimidate? You want to kill me? Show me the joint mandate. He jabbed his chest with 2 fingers, his arrogance growing more insolent. I'm a High Council member with absolute judicial immunity. Dare to pull that trigger. The tense expressions of the special ops officers reflected the weight of his power, the shield of his immunity as cold and oppressive as bronze. Gu Qing clenched her jaw, veins bulging on her tightened fists. Murderous intent surged within her, yet she was bound by the chains of protocol, unable to act first. The deadlock lingered. Time seemed frozen. Suddenly, her communicator chimed sharply, breaking through the silence as Lin Bei's voice resonated through the underground space. Icy and unyielding. Kill him. Hua Jinting froze momentarily before laughing maniacally and shouting. Lin Bei? That trash from Tianqiong residence? You think a pretty face can override the law? He leaned closer to Gu Qing, goading her to shoot. Pull the trigger. Listen to that fool's command. From the communicator, there was only the sound of running water. Lin Bei's voice cutting through indifferently, ignoring Hua Jinting entirely. Director Gu, if he keeps talking, the High Council will lose one healthy bloodline. Hua Jinting's smile instantly froze. He understood all too well the terrifying implication of that veiled threat. The lifeblood of the council was entirely at Lin Bei's mercy. Gu Qing weighed the stakes, her gaze a steely resolve, chambering her weapon. Committee member Hua, the times have changed. Now he is the law. With that, she lifted her gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Amid the deafening roar, dozens of assault rifles opened fire simultaneously, muzzle flashes lighting up the confined space. Bullets tore through Hua Jinting's body like a storm. He crumpled to the ground like a broken rag doll, leaving behind only a bloody, indistinguishable mess. In the underground laboratory, the symbol of power was utterly obliterated. The lingering mist of liquid nitrogen filled the air with an icy, desolate odor. The scene shifted to the bathroom of Tianqiong residence. Warm water streamed down Lin Bei's skin. Fresh from a life-and-death struggle, he silently ended the communication. Chuyu knelt on the ceramic tile floor, trembling uncontrollably after hearing that fatal command. The pride of the once prestigious heiress was utterly shattered. Lin Bei stepped onto the carpet barefoot, a towel wrapped around him. His gaze steady, he walked toward the balcony. Outside, the night's rain had just ceased, and the lights of Jing City glimmered faintly in the haze. Propping a hand against the window, he gradually calmed the violent energy coursing through his veins from the genetic lock. In his heart, his resolve solidified. He would form his own faction. Retreat was not an option. At 3 a.m., inside the round-table chamber of the Federal Supreme Council. In the heavily shielded room, 11 council members sat in their nightwear, their faces grim. On the massive screen, 2 images were frozen in place. The gruesome aftermath of Hua Jinting's death and an audio recording containing a chilling threat, enough to rewrite the balance of power. If he says one more word, I'll ensure the Supreme Council forever loses its ability to add another healthy heir to the roster. Lin Bei's voice echoed 3 times throughout the chamber, cold and resolute. The first counselor furrowed his brows deeply, his expression heavy. Hu Jinting's death was a certainty, but what was far more dangerous was the young man regarded as the spark of humanity. He had unilaterally torn apart every social contract. A foreboding signal hung thick in the atmosphere. An elder counselor from the conservative faction slammed the table in fury, pointing at Lin Bei's image on the screen. He accused Lin Bei of exceeding his authority in executing someone, suspected him of intending to stage a rebellion, and even mocked him for thinking that being at the apex of genetic evolution gave him the right to be a tyrant. Meanwhile, counselors allied with the Hua family clamored to arrest Lin Bei, seal off Tianqiong residence, and impeach Gu Qing. The chamber erupted into chaos, anger surging like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the door to the chamber was forcefully pushed open. Gu Qing strode in, a black trench coat draped over her shoulders, her expression cold and unyielding. A cutting gaze like the edge of a blade accompanied her as she tossed a blood-stained enforcement recording device onto the table and linked it to the main screen. The footage switched to a scene that silenced the cacophony. Inside a container of liquid nitrogen, malformed infant specimens floated silently. The audio recording from the underground lab played. Hu Jinting's urgings for live subject experiments, swift and relentless. This was indisputable evidence, a violation of the Federation's most sacred principles. Yet the elder counselors didn't falter. Instead, they pressed aggressively, bringing up procedural justice and emphasizing that killing without the council's approval was illegal. They raised their glasses metaphorically in mock appeasement, attempting to use the guise of protocol to suppress the National Security Bureau and regain control over Tianqiong residents. Their faces were the picture of hypocrisy, their tone laden with calculated self-interest. Gu Qing observed them coldly, her eyes brimming with mockery. Lin Bei's words echoed as vividly in her mind as if they were spoken yesterday. There's no need to reason with them. These old fools only understand the language of benefits. As the deliberation grew heated, the alarm lights suddenly turned red. The communication network was forcibly overridden by an external data stream, and the screen instantly went black. 2 seconds later, a golden S-class insignia gradually lit up. Deathly silence filled the chamber as all counselors stared at the display in shock. Through the loudspeakers, a voice, calm and unwavering, belonging to Shen Lan rang out, "Good evening, counselors." One of Hua's loyalists jolted out of his seat, shouting accusations that the National Security Bureau's cyber division had breached their duties. But no reply came. Shen Lan's voice continued peacefully. "This is the official announcement of Lin Bei, representative of Tianqiong residents and the sole S-class citizen." Her tone was deliberate, steady. Due to severe internal security vulnerabilities within the Council and actions violating humanity's fundamental principles, the security level of Tianqiong residents has been downgraded to 0. Collaboration and trust have been irreparably severed. With immediate effect, Lin Bei has indefinitely suspended all family reproductive quotas. Previously submitted genetic candidate files are to be withdrawn and destroyed. The pronouncement was like a thunderbolt out of the blue, shattering the commotion in the roundtable chamber. Those who had earlier clamored for procedural justice now turned pale as ghosts. One leading elder clutched at his chest, his legs giving out as he fell back into his chair, gasping for air. The suspension of genetic quotas meant the cutting off of family lineages. Genetic decay would become inevitable. Power and wealth turned meaningless in a heartbeat. The screen shifted again, presenting irrefutable evidence of Hu Jinting's collusion with external forces. The flow of overseas funds, recordings of military communications, acts of treason laid bare for all to see. A counselor who had been neutral but leaning toward the Hua faction rose in fury, denouncing Hu Jinting's crimes as unforgivable. The tide turned instantly, and the chamber became a courtroom denouncing the Hua family. Their supporters turned pale, silenced, and incapable of rebuttal. The reversal was shockingly swift, leaving everyone stunned. The first counselor finally broke their silence, their voice hoarse as they halted the uproar, their fatigue overshadowing their authority. Lin Bei's decision is far too rash. Everything is negotiable. Gripping the edge of the table tightly, their eyes locked on the golden insignia displayed on the screen. Xinlan's voice turned cold. The law exists to protect humanity. I speak on behalf of the future. Without a future, what use is clinging to dead words on paper? Her tone cut like ice. Lin Bei isn't discussing terms. He's issuing a notification. The screen abruptly went dark, leaving the chamber bathed in lifeless silence. The first counselor shut their eyes tightly. Strained breaths filled the room as their hand waved resignedly. This session is temporarily adjourned. No one is allowed to leave. She turned her head and instructed Gu Qing. Bring me my confidential internal line. I need to contact Skydome Manor directly and figure out what exactly he intends to do. In the heart of the capital city, the study on the top floor of Skydome Manor was brightly lit. Outside, the storm raged wildly, but inside, it felt as warm as spring. Lin Bei lounged lazily on a chair, his upper body bare save for a towel draped around his waist. His muscular frame exuded a lethal aura, still adrenaline-charged from his recent dance with death. He stared coldly at the submissive responses from the council displayed on the communicator. In his hand was a freshly organized list, the preliminary draft for the Skydome Guard. 300 individuals identified by the military district as highly dangerous and psychologically aberrant assassins, top-tier killing machines discarded by society. This was his own creation, a secret armed force operating entirely beyond the constraints of federal law. The remnants of Hua Zhengting's forces were quickly subdued by regional troops. The High Council had capitulated entirely. As Shanglan's voice echoed from the communicator, Lin Bei was unsurprised by how things had panned out. The death report in his hand was casually fed into the shredder, and suddenly, the shrill ring of a red-line phone sliced through the air. This was the private communication channel of the first counselor. Lin Bei's gaze turned cold. Instead of answering, he flipped open the guard roster and focused his attention on the name Yi Lin. The phone's incessant ringing, desperate like a drowning plea for help, was met with his icy command, "Let it ring." The counselor, anxiously awaiting a response, received no answer except a cold automated female voice stating that Lin Bei was preoccupied with reviewing documents. The call was mercilessly cut off. The phone's relentless ringing continued, but Lin Bei simply leaned back in his chair, waiting in silence for 3 minutes before calmly pressing the speakerphone button. The counselor's hoarse voice emanated from the speaker, weak and strained. "Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. There was negligence within the council's internal oversight." Lin Bei interrupted bluntly, his voice calm but brimming with authority. "I don't have time for legal nonsense nor to justify dealing with butchers. There's only one reason I've taken this call. I want to establish an independent private military force, one that operates unrestrained by any department." At his words, a 10-second silence filled the line, followed by the sound of a porcelain cup shattering, violent coughing, and unmistakable despair. Trembling, the counselor responded, "The ramifications of this are immense. There's no precedent for this in federal history. You're directly challenging national sovereignty." The counselor proposed increasing the presence of the special task force around Skydome Manor and assigning senior commissioners to assist, attempting to placate him. Lin Bei scoffed and refused. "Can your national security really handle it? If I hadn't been vigilant, I would have long been a headless corpse decorating some experimental lab." Lin Bei leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "My children are about to be born, and you expect me to entrust their safety to a pack of loose ends." Speechless, the counselor remained silent. The infiltration of top-tier assassins into security lines was a damning failure of the constitutional defense system, leaving no room for excuses. Lin Bei coldly listed names: Yi Lin, Chu Yu, and Su Qingying. Each of them carries within them one of the only 3 healthy male infants remaining in humanity. The law can punish killers, but it can't save my children. He leaned deeply into his chair, his frigid gaze delivering an unyielding verdict. My children will only be protected by my private army. Anyone who dares harm them is declaring war on me. Inside the meeting room, the counselor's hand trembled uncontrollably as he gripped the phone. Around him, conservative council members were silent, their faces ashen. At this moment, it was no longer a negotiation but a direct threat aimed at the foundation of the federal oligarchy. The counselor gritted his teeth and shouted, "This decision requires a full assembly vote, and the fastest we could." Lin Bei cut him off with finality. "Sign it or don't bother negotiating." The red line phone descended into eerie stillness. In that instant, the balance of power completely shifted. Ignoring the counselor's desperate pleas, Lin Bei issued a decisive order. Starting at 8 tomorrow morning, Skydome Manor will no longer accept official resources or medical support. All quotas for fertilization allocation are terminated. We're cutting ties completely with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Shanglan. Shanglan skillfully manipulated the holographic keyboard, and within seconds, 5 official monitoring points went dark, sealing off any retreat routes for the High Council. Lin Bei stood with an irrevocable stance, securing a firm grip on the initiative. The counselor's voice, filled with despair and supplication, echoed from the line. "The council has approved it, but surely the size and authority of this guard must have some limitations?" Lin Bei sneered, tapping the table. "No limits to its size. Weapons will be unconditionally supplied from the National Armory. The Skydome Guard answers only to me. It is both a shield and a sword. As long as no one makes the wrong move, that sword won't point at the council." The sound of the phone being hung up resounded through the study, and silence returned. 2 minutes later, the encrypted fax machine spat out a document bearing the High Council's red seal, authorization for the Skydome Guard, the first legally recognized state-within-a-state armed force in the history of the Federation. Lin Bei disdainfully pushed the authorization document aside, turning his gaze to Yilin beside him. She wore a loose t-shirt, her posture upright, her gently rounded abdomen faintly visible. A former military district champion who once believed in absolute obedience, she was now utterly captivated by the unrelenting strength of the man before her who defied all rules to protect the child she carried. The sense of security he exuded passed through his fingertips as she gripped his hand firmly, her eyes resolute and her loyalty as unyielding as steel. "Go," Lin Bei ordered, pointing toward the preliminary roster on the desk, his tone unwavering. Yilin stood at attention and saluted without hesitation. "You?" "Yes." She picked up the file folder, its cover stamped with a blood-red warning from the National Security Bureau 3 years ago. "Extremely dangerous. Lifetime imprisonment recommended." On the first page, a photograph caught her attention. Chu Jiaojiao, a fierce-looking female convict with short, rugged hair. A brutal scar carved across half her face, and her eyes brimmed with a murderous ferocity. Former demolition and assault operative of the Southwestern Military District, she defied retreat orders and single-handedly slaughtered 37 enemies. Diagnosed with severe battlefield bloodlust disorder. Yilin's fingers softly traced the photograph. This figure, viewed by society as pure trash, was actually the sharpest cornerstone of the Skyward Squadron. On the other side of the study, a female special envoy shouldering the rank of Major General stood upright. In both hands, she held an authorization document with an official red seal and a solid gold medal. Lin Bei reclined casually against his executive chair, reaching out to casually snatch the black card symbolizing supreme military authority, bypassing the glittering medal, which was left untouched. "Mr. Lin," the Major General started in a cold, restrained voice with a hint of dissatisfaction. "This medal has been personally granted by the Speaker. The Federal Defense Department is dispatching a 50-member elite instructor team to assist with training."
Lin Bei impatiently interrupted, "Shut up."
The Major General's expression shifted slightly, her breathing unsteady as she forced herself to swallow her emotions. "Take your instructor team, along with that useless piece of metal, and leave." Lin Bei slapped the black card onto the desk, his voice resonant and commanding. "I demand absolute control." My squadron will never be puppets for the military. The Major General's face became complex, but after a moment's hesitation, she saluted sharply and exited without further argument. The door closed with a heavy thud. The inner room's door creaked open, and Shunlan entered, pushing a cart laden with military-grade equipment. Her tone was calm and steady. The gear is prepped. Tactical vests and sniper systems are all in place. However, during inspection, I found backdoors and self-destruct codes embedded inside. She held up a tiny microchip, her gaze razor-sharp. Lin Bei let out a cold laugh. Such petty tricks were nothing new to him. All backdoor mechanisms intercepted are to be boxed up and drone-delivered to the entrance of the Federal Defense Department first thing tomorrow, he ordered curtly, his tone leaving no room for objection. Shenlan nodded and promptly set to work. Lounging sideways on the sofa, Yilin glanced toward the terminal screen, which continued to scroll through profiles of the Federation's most lethal soldiers. Her fingers brushed over the small swell of her abdomen, her gaze icy. She switched off the screen, clearly unimpressed. "These soldiers are too clean-cut," she said bluntly. 7 years of brainwashing by the military. One wrong moment and they'll turn their guns on us. Lin Bei gestured for her to continue. Yilin made a call to Gu Qing. As the video feed activated, Gu Qing's face appeared on screen, visibly irritated. "These lunatics are uncontrollable. At the border, they slaughtered drug lords indiscriminately. During drills, they damn near shot their commanding officers. Unleashing them here will be pure chaos." Yilin's gaze was firm as steel. Conventional forces can't stop assassins. The insane ones are the only true shields. Her tone was as sharp as her stare, and she clashed with Gu Qing like blades crossing. After a long pause, Gu Qing reluctantly entered a top-level access code, unlocking a classified file. Blood-red warnings lit up the screen, followed by grisly records of violence. Chu Jiaojiao, single-handedly breaking through enemy lines, killing 37. Guing, snapping the neck of her superior officer with her bare hands. Xiao Shui, calmly sniping hostages, ruthless to the core. 50 names, each abandoned by society, silently appeared on screen, one after another, as Yilin began methodically locking them onto her recruit list. Lin Bei rose from his seat and approached Yilin, casting a shadow that blotted out the warm light above her. His imposing presence felt cold and unyielding. Reaching forward, he grabbed the collar of her shirt, his subtle motion radiating dominance. His sharp eyes pierced into hers. "What I need are mad dogs. Ones that will take the bullets for you." He released her collar and added crisply, "Any that disobey, kill them." Yilin straightened her back, her voice decisive. "Understood." The sky was iron gray, a stormy haze pressing down heavily. Fierce winds raked up dust and sand as 10 heavy-duty armored vehicles drove onto the training field. 50 women in bright orange prison uniforms stumbled disorganized off the convoy. Their lack of discipline was obvious, but so was the ferocity of their presence. A murderous aura seemed to permeate the air around them as the brutal chapter of the Skyward Squadron was about to begin. Among the female prisoners, towering above the rest, was Chu Jiaojiao, standing close to 2 meters tall. Her muscular frame was imposing, and the dark red scar slashing across her cheeks made her all the more menacing. She raised her head, her gaze slicing through the armed guards, locking onto a faint silhouette on the distant rooftop terrace of the Skyward HQ. Her face broke into a cocky grin. Lifting her shackled hand, she deliberately raised her middle finger in a taunting gesture. Then, without missing a beat, she spat heavily onto the boots of the Special Forces members standing nearby. Uproarious laughter erupted from the prisoners, some of whom even whistled mockingly, escalating the tension further. Swinging the chains on her wrists, Chu Jiaojiao sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. "Life was pretty good eating sand back at the Northwest base. Didn't expect you'd drag me here to play bodyguard." Her icy gaze swept over the nearby bulletproof covers with an air of unabashed aggression. Her mocking tone sharpened as she derided the supposedly formidable master of Skyward HQ. "A man? I could crush him with a single finger. The captain of the special forces glared at her with narrowed eyes, barking orders. Maintain your distance. Everyone, stay alert. On the rooftop terrace, Lin Bei leaned nonchalantly against the railing, one hand in his pocket, coldly observing the madhouse below. None of the petty provocations stirred so much as a flinch in his expression. Yilin opened her mouth to speak, but was immediately silenced as Lin Bei's firm hand rested on her shoulder, silently signaling her to hold back. Lin Bei removed his jacket, rolling his wrists with calm precision. His demeanor was unshaken, ready to personally deal with the tumultuous pack of mad dogs. A minute later, the heavy iron gates creaked open. Lin Bei stepped out alone. Clad in a black t-shirt that outlined his toned physique, he carried no weapon, no backup. His footsteps were steady as he strode into the training field. Less than 5 meters away from Chu Jiaojiao, he halted and issued a deep, commanding order. Shun Lan, release their restraints. The heavy shackles and cuffs clicked as their gears disengaged and fell to the ground with a metallic thud. The female prisoners were stunned for a brief moment, but then an aura of ferocity erupted amongst them. Chu Jiaojiao flexed her wrists, which were marked with bruises, and coldly stared at Lin Bei, who was significantly shorter than her in stature. She sneered, "Alone, are we? Your skin looks pretty tender. A pretty boy like you? Bet you're just a street-level punk. One slap would smash you flat." Her taunting and sharp words incited laughter from the prisoners behind her, while several battle-hardened soldiers stood poised, exuding murderous intent. Lin Bei remained entirely still, his expression blank as if carved from stone. Within his body, something primal was awakening, and the surrounding atmosphere became suffocatingly oppressive. His voice, steady and composed, carried an unshakable authority as he proclaimed, "No schemes today. All 50 of you come at once. Whoever survives, stays." Chu Jiaojiao made the first move, charging forward, her giant fist aimed directly at Lin Bei's face like a wrecking ball. The wind from her punch was sharp and carried deadly intent. The onlookers smirked, ready to witness this S-class golden boy being obliterated with a single blow. Lin Bei stood as steady as a mountain, leaning subtly to evade. The force of her punch swept past his cheek, the icy wind from it brushing against his skin. Seizing the moment, Lin Bei grabbed her wrist, pulling abruptly. His right leg swung with precision, striking the nerve in her left knee with the unforgiving heel of his military boot. Agonizing pain shot through Chu Jiaojiao's left leg, her colossal frame losing balance and crashing heavily into a mud pit. Lin Bei's boot immediately pressed down on the back of her neck with unrelenting force, splattering mud everywhere and throwing the situation into sudden despair. The 49 female inmates fell silent in an instant. They all recognized this wasn't a mere scuffle but an utter domination. Every ounce of force unleashed was unmistakably lethal. Chu Jiaojiao struggled, veins bulging on her forehead, but against the force pinning her down, she was utterly powerless. Lin Bei looked down at her, his frigid warning voice cutting through the silence, freezing the very air around him. After a tense moment of silence, he kicked her body 2 meters away, summoning the medics to intervene with a simple command. His murderous gaze swept across the remaining prisoners, radiating an undeniable threat. From the crowd emerged a fierce and commanding woman, Gu Ying, a former Marine Corps underwater specialist with a lean, battle-hardened frame that exuded danger. She mocked Lin Bei's tactics, calling them cheap tricks of leverage, and provocatively dared all 50 of them to face him together. Lin Bei responded with a cold laugh, showing no sign of fear, and declared the next phase. A blood-soaked escalation scheduled at Training Arena 1 in 15 minutes. As dusk fell and torrential rain ensued, mud and water engulfed the training grounds nestled in the mountains. 50 female prisoners dressed in sleeveless tank tops struggled under the weight of massive logs, their squatting exercises rendered even more punishing by the downpour. Gu Ying's shoulders were scraped raw, her breaths raspy, while Chu Jiaojiao dragged her numbed left leg, stubbornly holding her place at the edges of the group. From the loudspeakers, Yi Lin's cold, disciplinary voice lashed out like an electric current, commanding every ounce of muscle and blood within the women. High-pressure water cannons mounted on the surrounding walls mercilessly swept across the yard, sending any slacker like Guing tumbling into the mud. Sweat mixed with sludge, showcasing the brutal extremes of this relentless regime. Guing fumed, protesting that real combat was the only true measure, to which Yi Lin replied with an icy sneer, "Obedience knows no reasoning." By 2 in the morning, the brutal training ground them down to their very limits. Vomiting from exhaustion, many bordered on collapse. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifted. The air itself grew heavy, imprisoning like a cage. Sensing the change, Guing turned her head sharply toward the observation corridor above. Behind the bulletproof glass, Lin Bei silently stood. Shrouded in his black uniform, his presence loomed like a storm cloud of devastation. Without so much as a word or movement, his overwhelming S-class aura engulfed the arena in an invisible terror. The oppressive force washed over them like an instinctual, primal dread. Clenching handfuls of muddy earth, her fingertips bleeding, Guing swallowed rainwater and repeatedly steeled her resolve. "No matter how strong you are, I will rip your throat apart." By dawn, the storm had passed. A cold wind carried the scent of dirt across the training grounds, now scarred and soaked with rain. 50 prisoners, covered in filth, hoisted their logs and completed the final grouped exercises. Lin Bei, dressed in nothing but a thin black athletic outfit, quietly walked into the flooded terrain, owning the battlefield with natural authority. As he neared, female soldiers once notorious for their iron will and combat grit found their legs weakening uncontrollably, collapsing into the mud as if before an unrelenting predator. With a detached expression, Lin Bei headed straight for the pile of disused equipment, casually pulling out a thick steel rod. Weighing over 40 pounds, it appeared feather-light in his grasp. Without so much as pausing for a deep breath, his arms pulsed with explosive force, and he single-handedly twisted the rod into the shape of a pretzel. The snapping of metal echoed through the dim training grounds, blanketing the space in stunned silence. Lin Bei tossed the deformed steel bar into the mud at Gu Ying's feet, the splash spattering her face with mud. She stared unblinkingly, her breath caught in her throat. His cold voice sliced through the stagnant air like a blade. "Your so-called killing techniques? They're nothing but a weak excuse, a facade. Against raw strength and speed, all technique crumbles into nothing." Raising his gaze, he stared at the bulletproof glass atop the building's main tower and declared resolutely, "Shun Lan, double the intensity of the training. What I need are beasts who can match my pace, not yapping chihuahuas." Behind the glass, Yi Lin observed Lin Bei, who stood like an apex predator among the chaos. His sharp eyes glimmered with something profound. Terminating the communication link, he slid his hands into his pockets and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor, his resolute back fading into the distance. What remained was a yard flooded with mud and the shock-stricken 50 prisoners. Eventually, Guing collapsed into the mud, her mental fortitude shattered. In the underground combat hall on level 1, the air was saturated with the sour stench mixed with the odor of sweat. 50 soldiers, having endured grueling physical trials yesterday, stood in formation outside the octagonal cage, all dressed in gray. Chu Jiaojiao clenched her teeth, the pain from yesterday's ordeal still etched on her face. Lin Bei stood at the center of the circle, shrugging off his jacket to reveal a stark black shirt beneath. His gaze swept over the assembled soldiers as he delivered a succinct declaration, an open challenge. "Anyone who can touch the hem of my shirt or take me down within 3 moves will become the deputy captain of the guard." A commotion broke out among the soldiers. Guing ascended the steps, stepping through the iron gates with a cold smile at the corner of her lips. A lethal operative nicknamed Underwater Blade, she squared off against Lin Bei, issuing a quiet warning. "Mr. Lin, your strength is monstrous, but combat is not about brute force. If I injure you, the consequences will not be light." Lin Bei sneered slightly, tilting his chin upward. With one word, he signaled her to act. "Come." Guing launched herself from the mat with a powerful burst of energy, moving like a razor-sharp wind blade, pouncing with the agility of a leopard. Her assault was ferocious, aiming directly at his throat. Yet through his superior dynamic perception, her every move seemed sluggish, almost dreamlike. He sidestepped gracefully, seizing her by the neck with one hand, and in an instant, slammed her to the ground with a formidable force. The impact disarmed her immediately, her stomach churning until she retched, acidic bile spilling from her lips. Yet, with tenacity, she rolled away, breathless, an icy dread blooming in her chest. She was facing a monster, one that could not be dealt with by conventional tactics. Resolute, she decided to abandon the rules and resort to desperate, underhanded means. Blood vessels streaked in her eyes as a feral intensity surfaced. Letting out a guttural yell, she charged once more, her left hand surreptitiously slipping a razor-sharp plastic dagger from her military boot. The deadly concealed weapon glinted faintly, raising the stakes of the fight dramatically. Cunningly, Guing hurled the plastic knife out of the cage with precise calculation toward Yilin, attempting to disrupt the defenses of this S-rank monster. Yet this act only enraged Lin Bei further. His gaze snapped into razor-sharp focus, and his titanic muscles erupted with an overwhelming burst of power. Like a lightning strike, his hand intercepted the weapon mid-flight and instantly stopped its trajectory. Without hesitation, he delivered a crushing step onto Gu Ying's left hand, the very hand that had thrown the weapon. Bone shattered with a sickening crunch, blood and mangled flesh spilling over the cracked rubber mat as the resounding impact reverberated across the space. Inside the cage, Lin Bei's presence exuded the aura of a death god, a suffocating, shadowy storm that pressed down on everyone, forcing them into silence. He coldly set the boundary of his rules: harm my bloodline and you die. The declaration left the spectators speechless and trembling. Just yesterday, Lin Bei had been testing the waters. Today he had surpassed all limits. Nearby, Chu Jiaojiao and the most elite assassins in the crowd knelt one after another, demonstrating their submission. Only Night Owl moved imperceptibly, subtly activating a covert communication device to send an urgent alert. Target danger level escalating. Immediate reassessment of the action plan required. Meanwhile, at the main tower of Skydome residence, Lin Bei immersed himself in icy water, the chill finally bringing his body temperature under control. Outside the room, Butler Shenlan handed over a tablet, reporting on the critical intelligence delivered by Director Gu. Suwan has reached the safe house, she informed, and has submitted evidence of the Hua family's treason, along with recovered, defunct genomic sequencing files. On the screen were red seals emblazoned with the mark of the Free Federation, their documents detailing an ongoing cloning project. A shocking attempt to cultivate warriors with 30% of Lin Bei's prowess from his genetic remnants. An icy and murderous glint flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. Shenlan continued her report. Suwan has requested a meeting. She offers information on underground surveillance nodes in exchange for protection from Skydome residents. Lin Bei's voice was like iron as he gave his order to Yilin. Assemble the guard. Suit up in tactical vests. Prepare for a blood battle. The night's rain had just ceased, and a cold wind carrying the scent of earth and gasoline swept through the top-floor suite of Skydome residence, a harbinger of the storm looming ahead. Lin Bei pulled off his soaked workout clothes and donned a black trench coat, his gaze frigid as he stood by the window. Without a word, Shenlan entered the room, placing a device directly on the desk. "Mr. Lin," she said succinctly, "there's a plant among them." Lin Bei took the tablet. On the screen was a lean woman's face marked as Shadow, a former reconnaissance operative from the southern military region and now a death row inmate. Shenlan projected additional data. The underground sensors in the training hall detected a brief, high-frequency jamming signal masked as white noise from the underground pipes. The source has been traced to one of these 50 female prisoners. She pointed to Shadow's heart rate monitor. While the other prisoners' heart rates spiked chaotically, hers remained unervingly stable at 60 beats per minute, a death god's composure.
Lin Bei smirked coldly.
A no-pain assassin from the Free Federation, worth a high price. Before the conversation progressed further, an eerie blue beam cut through the air. The holographic projection of National Security Director Gu Qing forcefully commandeered top clearance access, his expression rigid with alarm.
Lin Bai.
Isolate her immediately. Shadow's body contains a state-of-the-art liquid biological bomb. It detonates either upon her heart stopping or receiving a command. The blast would destroy half of Skydome residents. Director Gu's urgency was palpable. The Special Task Force is waiting by the elevator. You have 3 minutes. Use liquid nitrogen to freeze her. It's the only way to prevent the explosion. Lin Bei leaned back in his chair, his expression as cold as stone. The usual official protocol. Draw circles inside the boundaries they've painted. I've seen enough of your routines. He tapped the armrest deliberately. And then what? Gu Qing was taken aback. After freezing her, interrogate her. Lin Bei's tone remained calm yet commanding. Freezing her is pointless. The Free Federation's web runs deep in Jing City. One shadow won't bring out their trump cards. Tomorrow, they'll send a second dog with a bomb, and a third. Enraged, Gu Qing roared, "Are you gambling with humanity's safety?" Standing tall, Lin Bei exuded an oppressive aura that overwhelmed even the projection. Keeping her alive serves a purpose. I intend to use that bomb to uproot their entire network from the shadows. With a single gesture, he severed the connection. The screen turned black. Lin Bei turned to issue his next orders. Yilin, head to the upper floors. Tomorrow's drill, relocate it to the dense forests of Quadrant 4. Disable all surveillance. Withdraw the drones. To create an absolute blind spot. Shenlan quickly operated, ensuring physical isolation would be completed within 2 hours. Yilin's expression turned tense. Lin Bei, they've gone completely mad. No surveillance in the blind spot means internal slaughter, weapon looting, and eventual escape. Lin Bei walked closer, firmly pressing his palm onto her shoulder. That's exactly what I want. Chaos and mutual killing. His low, commanding voice resonated in the study. Tell those 50 people, the exercise will not use blanks. They'll be fully armed with live ammunition. The target is me. By sunset, anyone who hasn't been killed by me will earn the right to stay by my side as my private army.
Yelin's spirit abruptly halted.
Her head shot up to meet Lin Bei's cold, unwavering, dark eyes. The brief shock in her gaze swiftly transformed into fervent passion, a violent reverence only possessed by a former warlord. Without hesitation, she saluted crisply, then turned on her heel and left to deliver the ruthless order. Shenlan silently exited the study, leaving the space entirely to Lin Bei. The room fell into a deep, heavy silence. Lin Bei moved toward the mahogany display cabinet, opening the bottom drawer to retrieve a half-meter-long wooden tang sword. The same wooden blade that had once been sent to intimidate Chu Minglan would now genuinely taste blood. He sat back on the sofa, pulling a clean cotton cloth to wipe away the dust along the wood grain of the blade. After his genetic lock breakthrough, his muscle density and power efficiency had far surpassed human limits. Even with a wooden sword, his speed and strength were enough to split open a skull as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The storm outside grew increasingly fierce, with rain pounding relentlessly against the bulletproof glass. His heightened senses, now sharply attuned, pierced through layers of soundproof walls. He could hear the frenzied roars of the female prisoners in the training camp as they learned about the live ammunition battle. He tossed the cloth aside and gripped the sword hilt tightly, his knuckles cracking like snapping bones. Staring at his reflection in the window, his lips curved into a faint, menacing smile. Let's see. Will you ignite faster? Or will I snap your necks more swiftly?